vine, the fragrance of your breath like apples, your mouth like the best wine. May the wine go straight to my lover, flowing gently over lips and teeth. Caleb, Katya whispered. Shh, I'm not finished. I belong to my lover, and their desire is for me. Caleb, Katya whispered again. Yes? Would you shut up and just kiss me, please? To Katya's relief, he did just that. Chapter 89. Well, this is interesting, Sergeant Bush said to Tony as they made their way down the narrow path. Above their heads, the trees almost formed a tunnel, and despite the bright sunshine, it was dark enough for the car's headlights to come on automatically. Never been down here before, have you? No, Tony replied, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. They had already driven over one pothole that had jarred the suspension, resulting in a loud metallic clunk from underneath the car. In response, Tony had slowed the vehicle to a crawl. What did the call say again? Sergeant Bush checked his notebook. All it said was, Hallowell Farm, man down. Spoken by a male, no discernible accent, but the operator said she thought he sounded a bit foreign. A bit foreign, Tony replied, laughing. Someone's out of date for their inclusivity and diversity training. The call was made from the payphones near the small shopping center just outside Market Raisin. I still don't get why we're doing it, Tony said. For such a young police officer, he'd learned the art of grumbling very quickly. We're response officers. It should be uniform. There's no uniform available, Sergeant Bush replied. Besides, we're proud to serve, aren't we, Tony? If you say so, Sarge. Tony grinned at him briefly before looking back at the path in front of them. Looks like the trees open out just up here. A few moments later, the police car pulled into a clearing. In front of them was a dilapidated farmhouse, seemingly devoid of life. Looks like the set for a horror movie, Tony said. Sergeant Bush was about to reply when a slight movement on the edge of the clearing caught his eye. It was a man, sitting on the ground with his legs straight out in front of him. That could be our man down, Tony, Sergeant Bush said. He unbuckled his seatbelt as Tony put the handbrake on and got out of the car, putting his white peaked hat on as he did so. You okay there, sir? Sergeant Bush asked. The man looked neither comfortable nor pleased to see him. It's my legs, the man said. I think they're broken. Sergeant Bush looked down at the man's legs as Tony walked up to join him. Both the police officers were trained in first aid, but Sergeant Bush couldn't see much wrong with them. Can you walk? No. What happened to your legs, sir? I fell over. Sergeant Bush looked at Tony and nodded at the house. Check the house, Tony. I'll have a look at this chap's legs and call for a big white taxi if we need one. A what? Tony asked. An ambulance, Tony, Sergeant Bush replied with a grin. He'd forgotten how young Tony was. While Tony walked toward the house, Sergeant Bush crouched down next to the man on the ground. What's your name, sir? He asked him. Mateo, the man replied. Where's your accent from? I'm Albanian. Right. And you say you fell over. The man on the ground nodded in response. Where do your legs hurt? Mateo pointed at the lower section of his legs just above the ankle. Sergeant Bush, taking care to be gentle, rolled up both trouser legs to have a closer look. He couldn't see any obvious deformities or bony injuries. I think I'd better call you an ambulance, sir, Sergeant Bush said, standing up. When you fell over, did you by any chance fall onto someone's feet? Only there quite clear footprints on your shins. Mateo just grimaced in response. Sergeant Bush was just walking back to the patrol car when he saw the door to the farmhouse fly open. Tony came running out, and Sergeant Bush was about to break into a run to see what was going on when Tony stopped, leaned forward, and vomited all over the ground. just like Sergeant Bush had when he'd seen his first dead body. Chapter 90. Caleb hooked his arm behind his head to plump up his pillow, careful not to disturb Katya, who was sound asleep with her arm draped across his chest. He knew he should sleep, but it was evading him, perhaps because of what he and Katya had done earlier that afternoon. Several times, as it had turned out. He looked at his watch. It was almost midnight, and he wanted to leave the hotel at 4 a.m, before the dawn. To pass the time, he wondered how many people in the world at any one time were being intimate with each other. Would it be thousands, tens of thousands? When thought about in that context, there was nothing special about what they had done. But Caleb knew that wasn't the case at all. Far from it. Caleb thought back to his youth when, as a young man of 18, he had met a woman named Maria who would become his first and perhaps most memorable lover. She had been older than him by 4 or 5 years, and although she never quantified it, had a lot more experience in such things. She had been patient with him, cautioning him to calm his urges and slow down, focus on other things than his own pleasure, such as hers. Although she was, by her own admission, acting selfishly, she took the time to teach him. Caleb had no yardstick by which to measure his prowess, but Maria had intimated that he was an excellent student. When they parted, after a few intense months, reluctantly but amicably, she had made him promise to never forget that no matter how much society changed, there was always a place for chivalry in the bedroom. Beside him, Katya moaned softly. Caleb turned to look at her and saw a faint smile on her face, but her eyes were still closed. Was she dreaming? Earlier that afternoon, their needs fully sated, Caleb and Katya had lain on the bed, talking. She had told him about her previous partner, a young man called Badri, who she had been with since they were at school together. One evening, a few years previously, Badri had got involved in a fight in a bar between some Russian soldiers and native Abkhazians in the bar he worked at. According to those who had witnessed it, Badri had stepped in to defuse the situation. The Abkhazians had fled, and Badri had been taken by the Russians to a small courtyard behind the bar. "They beat him to death," Katya had told Caleb, her voice devoid of emotion. "Like animals. I wasn't even able to see him afterwards. His injuries were too bad." Caleb had said nothing, but let her talk. The pain was dull, she had told him, but always there. He wanted to tell her that the pain she felt was her way of keeping Badri's memory alive, but he didn't. Katya would know that without him telling her. "But that is in the past," Katya had said eventually, tracing the puckered scar on Caleb's chest. "And this is the present." Caleb closed his eyes, determined to sleep. He listened for the sound of Katya's breathing and timed his own to match hers. He needed to rest. There were 2 busy nights ahead. He knew Katya wanted to play a role in what was to happen, but Caleb couldn't let that happen. It would be too risky for her. Caleb was more than happy to act alone. He preferred it. He knew he could look after himself, but he couldn't offer Katya the same protection if things turned bad, which they almost certainly would if Caleb had anything to do with it. A few seconds later, Caleb's eyes snapped open. He angled his head to one side, listening. It was the sound of a car, moving slowly. No engine noise, just the quiet whisper of tires on gravel. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later there was the sound of a door closing. Then another. Not being closed the way someone would normally, but being carefully shut. Then 2 sets of footsteps, one getting louder, one getting quieter. Caleb's thoughts drifted back to the black SUV he'd seen earlier, and the occupant's lack of reaction to Katya as she stretched her body. Unless Caleb was mistaken, and he rarely was, he and Katya were about to have some visitors. Chapter 91. Mateo looked at his legs, both now encased in plaster casts. They were temporary ones, the technician who had applied them had told him. At some point he would have to come back to the hospital to have them exchanged for more permanent ones. 6 weeks, The technician had said he would need to wear them. Matteo had no idea how he was going to survive for 6 weeks without being able to walk. It wasn't as if he had travel insurance to take him home to Albania. He was in a single room in the emergency department, which surprised him when they wheeled him into it after the plasters had been put on. Matteo was waiting for the doctor to come and see him so he could be discharged from the hospital. George was in the main department somewhere, a harried nurse had told him earlier when she'd come in with some pain medication. Matteo leaned back into his pillow and closed his eyes. What was he going to do? How was he going to get home? Would the police want to question him further about Alexander? He'd told them everything he knew already, or at least a version of it. Matteo had described both Caleb and Katya in detail, claiming they were hitchhikers that they had picked up. Caleb had, in his version of events, robbed them and assaulted both him and George. The more times he told the story, the better it got. Even the policeman who'd scanned his fingerprints into a device that looked like a phone had sounded sympathetic to the fact Matteo had been assaulted and robbed. When he heard the door to the room open, he opened his eyes. It was the doctor who had treated him earlier, a man who looked far too young to be a proper doctor. But his identification badge had Dr. Pete Simmons on it, as did his "Hello, my name is" badge. And just in case anyone missed it, he also wore a white coat and a stethoscope draped around his neck. "Mr. Ameti," the doctor said. Matteo smiled. Few people were so formal. "We're almost there, I think." The young doctor took a couple of steps forward and examined Matteo's toes. "Wiggle them for me, please." Matteo did as instructed. "Any pain?" Matteo shook his head. "No," he said. "A nurse gave me something for it." "Can you feel this?" Matteo nodded as the doctor touched each of his toes in turn. "Well, now, the fractures are immobilized. There shouldn't be much pain, if any." Dr. Simmons glanced down at the notes he'd brought in with him. "We'll need to bring you back to the fracture clinic in a few days to have those back slabs changed to full casts." "Sorry, back slabs?" Matteo asked. "That's the type of plaster you have on." The doctor glanced at his watch just in case Matteo hadn't realized how much of a hurry he was in. "I think we're okay to discharge you. Do you have any questions for me before we let you go?" "Where do I go?" "I'm sorry. I don't understand." Dr. Simmons just stared at him. "I have nowhere to go," Matteo said, trying not to sound too desperate. He pointed at his plastered legs. "And even if I did, how am I going to get there?" "Ah, I see. Well, that's not really our problem. Is there anyone you can call?" "I have no phone, no money. Nothing." The only person Matteo could call would be Grandma's, and he could imagine his uncle's reaction if he did. There was always the Peshkop, but his number was in Matteo's phone, and apart from his first name, Matteo knew almost nothing about him. He couldn't even remember the man's address. Well, the doctor said, lost for something to say. "How about I fetch the nurse to come and help you? She'll be able to talk through your options. But as of now, you're discharged and free to go." Matteo swore under his breath as the doctor left the room. When the nurse came in, he would ask her if he could speak to George. Perhaps he would have some ideas about what they could do. But he would be in the same situation as Matteo was, with both legs plastered to just below the knee. The door opened again, but it wasn't a nurse who walked in. It was a man Matteo hadn't seen before. Mid to late 40s, stocky, and with a face that had seen it all before. Behind him were 2 police officers, burly men who looked much larger than they were because of the amount of equipment on their vests. "Mr. Ameti. Mr. Matteo Ameti," the man said. He was wearing a cheap suit with a polyester tie. In his hand was a small black leather wallet which he flipped open to reveal a silver crest. It was the second time in less than 10 minutes that he had been addressed so formally. But this time, Matteo didn't smile. "I'm Detective Inspector Mahoney of Lincolnshire Police." "Yes?" Matteo replied, his voice almost a whisper. "I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Alexander Ameti," the policeman said. Matteo groaned and closed his eyes. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be taken and given as evidence."
"I told the other guys," Mateo replied. "Alexander was killed by the man in the robe. The man who broke both my legs."
Behind the detective, one of the police officers smirked. "If that's the case, Mr. Ameti," the detective said as his uniformed colleague stepped forward with a set of handcuffs, "why were your fingerprints all over the axe that killed your brother?" Chapter 92. Katya woke with a start and started struggling against the firm hand that was covering her mouth. She had been dreaming, and remnants of the dream were still in her consciousness as she heard Caleb making a soft shushing sound. Only a few seconds before, he had been with her, in her dream. They had been standing on the very edge of a cliff, both having climbed it hand in hand. Just before she woke, they had stepped off the cliff together. But they hadn't fallen. They had soared up into the air.
"Katya,"
Caleb said, his mouth only inches from her ear.
"Someone is coming."
"Who?" Katya whispered back when Caleb removed his hand.
"I don't know who they are," Caleb replied. "Only that they mean us harm. Get dressed quickly and quietly."
Katya pulled the duvet back and started picking up her clothes from the floor where they had been discarded only a few hours previously. They had not fully drawn the curtains earlier, and a sliver of moonlight gave them just enough light to work with. In silence, Caleb picked up his own clothes. He swept around the room, putting all their belongings into Mateo's rucksack. As they got ready, Katya listened out intently, but she could hear nothing. How did Caleb know there was someone coming? Perhaps, she hoped, he'd been mistaken and they could just go back to bed. But he'd not been mistaken before, and from the quiet intensity she could see in his eyes, he wasn't mistaken now.
"What do we do?"
Katya whispered, trying to keep the fear from her voice. There was something unsettling about the look on Caleb's face.
"Get in the tub,"
Caleb said, pointing at the bathroom.
"Seriously?" "Seriously. It's the safest place for you if they're armed."
Katya looked across at the bathroom. The tub was a large, solid one with a shower attachment over the top. She could see Caleb's logic, although she had no idea if the metal sides would deflect a bullet or not. With an uncertain look at him, Katya walked across the hotel room, entered the bathroom, and climbed into the tub. When she looked back at Caleb, he was gesturing with his hands for her to lay down. She did so, but a few seconds later peered above the rim. She wanted to see what Caleb was doing, but all she could see was the door to the hotel room. A few seconds later, Katya heard a soft knock at the door. Caleb had been right. There was someone there.
"Hello?"
Caleb called out, doing a reasonable impression of a man just roused from sleep.
"Hotel security, sir. Is yours the white Fiat 500 in the lot?"
It was a man's voice with a British accent.
"Yes, that's mine," Caleb replied. "Is everything okay?"
"There's a problem with the car, sir. Could you come to the door?"
"Sure. Just coming."
A few seconds later, Katya could see Caleb walking across the hotel room, hugging a wall to keep clear of the door. In one hand was a Do Not Disturb sign that could be hung over the outside of the door handle. As he passed Mateo's rucksack, Caleb stooped down to retrieve something from it, a vicious-looking survival knife with a serrated edge. Katya watched as Caleb crept toward the door. Then he held his hand up, dangling the Do Not Disturb sign like his hand was the claw from a fairground claw fishing game. When he reached the door, Caleb stood to one side of it and reached his arm up. Katya saw he was about to use the sign to block the peephole in the door. She was just wondering why he was doing that when it wasn't possible to see through it from the other side, when there was a sound like someone coughing twice in quick succession. Katya stifled a scream as two small holes appeared in the door and splinters of wood flew into the room. Chapter 93.
"Have you had a chance to consider my offer?"
Martin smiled at the deep baritone voice on the other end of the line. When the burner phone had rung in his top drawer, he'd known who the caller was before he'd even answered the call.
"I have, yes." "And your thoughts?" It's rather irregular, my friend, Martin replied. There was a throaty chuckle in response. Yes, I understand. But I was hoping you might be able to facilitate it for me. I will, of course, make it worth your while. And how exactly would you be doing that? I could double my contribution to your trust fund. Martin's eyebrows went up a notch at the offer. Given the amount the man and his fellow enthusiasts were paying him for the event, it was a significant amount being offered. 2 hours, you say, of private time before the others arrive? He asked the man. Yes, Martin's caller replied. Martin paused for a moment. It wasn't just about the money. It was also about the leverage that the footage would give him. His caller was, Martin sensed, going places. If the political situation went the way everyone seemed to think it would, he could be destined for great things, including a house on a very famous street in London, one with a shiny black door and the number 10 in silver letters on the front. That, Martin knew, would give him the ultimate in terms of leverage. It might take his caller a year or two, possibly even more, to reach his ultimate goal, but Martin could wait. He rubbed his chest as he considered the proposal, wondering whether to pop some pills to dull the ache he felt. He was due another ultrasound at the hospital in a few weeks. Even though it was a private hospital and they treated him with the respect his money deserved, he still disliked the place. I think that all sounds very doable, Martin replied, deciding against any pills. It was only a dull ache, nothing more. The others mustn't know, of course. Of course, Martin said as he ended the call. A few moments later, as Martin was updating a spreadsheet with his incoming and outgoing funds, there was a soft knock at the door. Martin waited before replying, savoring the figures he was looking at. With the additional contribution, the incoming column was very healthy indeed. Come in, Martin said, closing the spreadsheet down. He knew it was Robert. He was the only member of Martin's staff who would knock this late in the evening. Martin glanced at his watch. It was only a few minutes before midnight. What is it, Robert? Martin asked as his head of security walked in and sat down, uninvited. Have you seen the news, Martin? Robert said, crossing his legs. No, Martin replied. Why? It's not good, I'm afraid. This morning, a boat floundered in the channel. 10 dead, another 2 still missing. How tragic, Martin said. But what of it? Your packages were on that boat? What? Martin asked, the pain in his chest suddenly sharpening. He reached into his drawer for his pain pills. The additional 2 children that Grandma's was organizing. They were on that boat. Damn, Martin said. It was the closest he ever got to swearing, but a man in his position had to be careful. He closed his eyes. Whether the packages were alive or dead was of no concern to him. Either way, they were now beyond his reach. We'll have to make do with the 2 we have. They'll just have to work harder. He watched as Robert stayed in the chair, seemingly unconcerned about the development. Martin knew the number of packages was irrelevant to Robert anyway. My assets are in place at the hotel anyway. They're taking care of things, as we discussed. Good, Martin replied, although he was sad to think of Katya being dealt with. And the farm? Martin couldn't be sure, but he thought he saw a flicker cross Robert's eyes. The Albanians were nowhere to be seen, Robert replied. They're in the wind. Well, hopefully we'll never see them again. Robert stood, said goodnight to Martin, and left the room. Martin got to his feet and poured himself a generous measure of single malt. He stood for a moment, swirling the liquid in its cut-glass crystal tumbler and thinking. Why had Robert just lied to him about the Albanians? Chapter 94. The last of the wood splinters hadn't even landed on the floor before Caleb was on the other side of the room.
It was an L shape, and he hid behind the corner where he couldn't be seen from the door. A few glances around the room told him that his position couldn't be seen by either of the mirrors, and he crouched down. It could only have been a few seconds, but it felt to Caleb like a full minute before there was a soft click at the door. His thoughts immediately went to the hotel receptionist, and he hoped that whoever was on the desk was merely incapacitated and had not been killed for the keycard. He felt the temperature in the room change by a fraction of a degree as the door opened. Caleb closed his eyes, listening hard. Whoever had just put 2 rounds through the door was moving slowly. He didn't need to see them to know that they would have the silenced weapon in front of them with their arms extended. Caleb mentally rehearsed his movement when the gun appeared around the corner he was hiding behind. Whoever was behind the gun would expect him to be there, simply because there was nowhere else he could be other than the bathroom, and the new arrival wouldn't clear the bathroom until he cleared the main hotel room. So he would come around the corner expecting to see him, but human nature regarded people as standing, not crouching. If Caleb's plan worked, and they usually did, the fact he was crouching would give him a few extra split seconds, perhaps even as much as a second, to rise with the knife and plunge it into his assailant. His aiming point was the epigastric region, specifically the left upper quadrant of that part of the abdomen just below the lowest ribs. The flesh there was pliable, easy enough for a knife to slice through unimpeded. Caleb held the knife in his left hand. While it was, technically speaking, his weaker hand, he wanted the angle of the knife to be toward the assailant's left side. Then Caleb could, with a couple of focused twists of the blade, rupture many organs vital to life. Not just vital to life, but well perfused with blood. The heart was his primary target. Ventricles didn't pump so well when they were lacerated. The aorta, the inferior vena cava, all large blood vessels that took blood either to or from the heart and in the general area. There were so many crucial vessels that it would be almost impossible to miss them, and the effect would be swift and catastrophic. When his assailant rounded the corner, Caleb intended to spring up, use his right hand to slam the hands with the pistol into the wall, and his left to deliver the coup de grace with the knife. As the extended barrel of the silenced pistol inched into sight, Caleb adjusted his feet to make sure he had enough purchase to put all his power into his legs. The longer barrel caused by the silencer would work in his favor and make the weapon more unwieldy. But Caleb's plan didn't involve the weapon coming into play. Caleb held his breath as the assailant rounded the corner. In one swift movement, the pistol extended in front of him. In the split second before he put all his power into his legs, Caleb recognized the passenger from the black Evoque. No mask, no face covering. Caleb knew that one of them would die in that room. All he had to do was ensure it wasn't him. He rose, his right arm coming around as he did so. With the flat of his hand, he drove the assailant's wrists toward the wall, where the plasterboard of the hotel room gave in. It wasn't solid enough to break any bones in the man's hands or wrists, but just dented the plasterboard, leaving the pistol in the man's hands. Using all his strength, Caleb drove the knife into his abdomen, the tip hitting exactly the spot he wanted, but the knife didn't disappear into the soft flesh. With a jarring impact on Caleb's wrist, it stopped before entering his abdomen. Then his assailant reacted, bringing the pistol down on top of Caleb's head with force. Time slowed for Caleb as a blinding light appeared behind his eyes in response to the blow. He realized 2 things in quick succession. The first was that the man was wearing a Kevlar vest. The second, and more concerning to Caleb, was that he could fight. Chapter 95. Mateo scratched his abdomen and stared at the 2 police officers sitting opposite him in the interview room. He was wearing a tracksuit top and bottoms that were several sizes too big, but had been the only ones he'd been able to fit over his plaster casts. Beside him was a disinterested-looking lawyer whose sole advice to Mateo had been to reply no comment to questions that could incriminate him. He had told the lawyer, a duty solicitor, that he hadn't killed Alexander, that it had been Caleb. But from the look on his face, the lawyer didn't believe him. Neither, it would appear, did the police.
"Tell us again why you are in the United Kingdom,"
Detective Inspector Mahoney said. He was still wearing the same cheap suit, but had loosened his tie a couple of inches. Next to him was a man who had introduced himself, but Mateo had already forgotten his name. In the corner of the interview room, a CCTV camera blinked a red light every few seconds.
To look for work,
Mateo replied. They'd been around this subject before, several times. Where?
Anywhere I could.
And how did you enter the United Kingdom?
On a boat.
Illegally? Mahoney arched an eyebrow at Mateo, who glanced at his lawyer. The lawyer shook his head almost imperceptibly.
No comment,
Mateo replied. Where did you get the green van? Mahoney asked.
My friend George rented it.
Mateo knew they would know this already. I am showing Mr. Ameti a photograph from a CCTV camera at Lincoln Sainsbury's supermarket. Mahoney put a photo on the table and swiveled it so that Mateo could see it. What can you see, Mr. Ameti?
A van, my brother, Alexander, and George talking to a security guard.
Can you see a young girl in the photograph? The detective asked. Mateo nodded in response.
Yes,
he said. In the still image, frozen just before Alexander and Anna had got back into the van, the agitation on Anna's face was clear to see. Who is she?
I don't know.
Mateo's lawyer nudged his arm.
I mean, no comment.
You don't know who she is, Mr. Ameti. Is that correct?
No comment.
Are you a kiddie fiddler, Mr. Ameti?
A what?
Mateo asked as his lawyer stirred beside him. Do you like children, sexually? Mahoney asked, his eyes hard and unyielding.
No,
Mateo shot back, another nudge.
No, comment.
Did you and Alexander fall out over the girl? Is that what happened? Maybe you couldn't agree who could go first?
No, not that. Never.
Is that why you killed him? This time the lawyer was quicker with his nudge.
No comment.
Mateo and the detective regarded each other for a few moments. Mateo badly wanted to scratch his abdomen again, but he didn't want to move a muscle. They both just sat there staring at each other. In the end, it was the lawyer who broke the impasse. Do you have any further questions for my client, Detective Mahoney? Let me just remind your client of his situation, Mahoney replied. Mr. Ameti is under arrest for the murder of his brother, with clear forensic evidence linking him to the murder weapon. Charges for illegal immigration will follow, and possibly many others, depending on what we find. The detective pointed at the photograph on the table between them, resting his index finger on Anna's face. I want to know who she is and where she is, and the other one. Do you understand?
No comment,
Mateo replied. In the farm, there are 2 beds upstairs that appear to have been slept in by children. Where are they?
No comment.
Are they trafficked? Mateo didn't reply. He didn't trust his voice not to break, even if all he said was no comment. How had the police got so far so quickly? He had seriously underestimated the man in the cheap suit. A few seconds later, there was a knock at the door. Detective Mahoney got to his feet to open it, exchanging a few words with the officer who had just knocked. When he returned to the table, he didn't even sit down, but just glanced at his watch. Interview terminated at 12:05. He glared at Mateo, his eyes dark and intense. The interpreter's just arrived, Mahoney said. Let's see what your friend's got to say for himself. Chapter 96. Katia screamed as Caleb was struck on the top of the head hard with the pistol, the extended silencer giving it an unusual appearance. Caleb staggered, but was quick to regain his footing and arc his upper body away from the second blow, which glanced off his shoulder. She started scrabbling in the tub, trying to get some purchase on the slippery interior. She had to help him somehow, but she didn't see what she could do. Was Mateo's gun still in the bag, or was it in the car? As Caleb and the stocky man holding the gun grappled with each other, Katia started to stand. A split second later, there was another cough and a loud metallic clang. She screamed again, almost diving back into the bath as the metal reverberated from the round that had hit it and had almost hit her. She inched her head above the rim of the bath a few seconds later, just enough for her to see over it. Caleb and his attacker looked to be wrestling, neither of them able to use their weapons. Caleb had grabbed the wrist of the arm holding the gun, but the other man had done the same to Caleb's wrist, meaning he wasn't able to use the knife. She couldn't see Caleb's face as he had his back to her, but the attacker's face was a stone mask. Katya watched Caleb arch his head back, driving his forehead into his attacker's face. She heard a wet crunch, and when Caleb moved his head, she saw 2 dark streams of blood flowing from the attacker's nose, but it didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. The attacker dropped to his haunches, unbalancing Caleb. Then he let go of Caleb's wrist and delivered a powerful blow to the side of Caleb's face. Caleb's head whipped round, and Katya saw surprise in his eyes. His assailant's next move was a forearm strike aimed at Caleb's neck, but before he could deliver it, Caleb jabbed at his groin with the knife. The man gasped, reaching down for Caleb's wrist. The gun in his other hand was pointing away from Katya, so she crouched again in the tub, determined to do something. Then she stepped over the side of the tub as the 2 men returned to grappling with each other. "Katya, no!" Caleb shouted. She glanced at him to see that his assailant was doing his utmost to pivot round with the pistol so that it was pointing at her. She ran to the bag as Caleb grunted with the effort of trying to stop him, but she couldn't find the pistol inside it. All that was in it were clothes. She scrabbled around, desperate to find the weapon, aware that the other gun was gradually inching in her direction, despite Caleb's efforts to stop it. Then she felt the hard metal of Mateo's pistol right at the bottom of the bag. "Katya, run!" Caleb shouted, an urgency in his voice that she'd never heard before. Not stopping to think, Katya picked up the bag and tried to run for the door. Then she heard another cough, and a few seconds later, her face hit the carpet. Chapter 97. Caleb saw Katya go down out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't have time to react. He was tiring, fast, and his assailant was stronger. The jab Caleb had delivered to his groin was aimed for the femoral artery, but the lack of blood spurting from the wound told Caleb he had missed it. He needed to end this fight, and quickly. Using all his strength, he jerked his left wrist, getting enough traction to rake the blade across his assailant's anterior forearm. The wound wasn't deep enough to damage any of the nerves or tendons in the area, but it was a sensitive part of the body, and it distracted the attacker for long enough for Caleb to take further action. He jerked his wrist free of the man's hand and placed his forearm on the side of his neck, just below his ear. Then, in one seamless movement that used every ounce of the energy remaining in Caleb's body, he pushed against his head to force it to one side. At the same time, he pulled down as hard as he could on the hand with the gun with his right hand. Not expecting the movement, his attacker was caught off guard and stumbled slightly. This only served to further stress the unnatural movement of his body. The result was exactly what Caleb had been aiming for. The gun clattered to the floor, landing with a soft thump on the carpet. Caleb's attacker, the nerves in his brachial plexus completely avulsed, had no control over his arm. He sneered at Caleb, but there was nothing he could do as Caleb raised the arm that until a split second earlier had been holding the gun and plunged the knife into his armpit. Caleb held his gaze as he jerked the knife a couple of times backward and forward to ensure the knife transected both the axillary artery and vein. The man shook his head from side to side but made no effort to do anything with his remaining good arm. There were a multitude of nerves also in the area, and any that hadn't been avulsed would now be lacerated. But Caleb knew it would make no difference to the outcome. As he waited for the man he was holding to lose consciousness, he offered up a prayer for his soul. Whoever this man was, he had fought well, and he would die well. Caleb spun him around gently, sitting him down on the bed and then laying him down. Twice his assailant opened his mouth before closing it without speaking. Caleb crossed the man's arms over his chest and watched as he prepared to breathe his last breath, an expanding pool of dark liquid spreading from the wound in his axilla. "Is he dead?" Caleb heard Katya say. She had untangled her legs from the straps of Mateo's bag and got to her feet. As she had fallen, the contents of the bag had spilled on the floor and she was sweeping everything back into it. Caleb turned to her and placed a finger on his lips. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior," Caleb whispered as the man on the bed breathed for one last time. He turned to Katya.
He is now. We have to get moving. Katya nodded in response, before his partner arrives.
There are 2 of them?
Katya said with a gasp. Yes, Caleb replied. He took a step toward the door and picked up Mateo's bag.
Shouldn't we go this way?
Katya said, picking up her own suitcase and gesturing at the window. No, that's where he'll be, covering the rear. They made their way through the hotel, moving as fast as they could. As they passed through the reception area, Caleb looked behind the desk to see the night porter lying on the floor, his arms and legs tied. His eyes were pleading with Caleb to release him, but there was no time. The man Caleb had just fought was no ordinary man, and he needed as much distance between him and Katya as they could get. Besides, if he freed the night porter, then the place would be crawling with police in no time, all looking for a white Fiat. Caleb threw Mateo's bag into the rear of the car and got into the passenger seat. Katya started the vehicle, put it into gear, and drove out of the lot, leaving 2 long black trails of rubber behind her. It was only once they were on the main road a few hundred yards away from the hotel that she began to relax. But Caleb couldn't relax. His eyes were fixed on the side mirror and on the large black SUV that had just pulled out of the hotel parking lot. Chapter 98.
Who was that guy, Caleb?
Katya asked, turning to look at him.
And why was he trying to kill us?
I don't know for sure, Katya, Caleb replied. His attention was fixed on the side mirror. Katya glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a large black SUV behind them, gaining fast. She moved the Fiat to the left-hand side of the road to give them plenty of room to pass. Whoever it was, it looked as if they were in a hurry. My guess is there's some sort of security detail for Martin, Caleb replied. He was good. Ex-military would be my guess. But just a little too sluggish, so probably not currently serving. You see the SUV?
Yep,
Katya replied, glancing again at the mirror. It was now only around 100 yards behind them. Think you can outrun it?
What?
Katya said with a gasp.
There more of them?
There's at least one more, Katya, Caleb said. She looked at him again, but couldn't see any concern on his face. I saw them earlier.
And you were going to tell me when?
Katya asked him, her mouth a thin line. She pressed her foot on the accelerator and the compact car lurched forward, but there was no way they could outrun the powerful vehicle behind them. Just up ahead, there was a turnoff to the right. Katya waited until the car was around 20 yards from it before shifting down a gear and hauling on the wheel. She felt the car leaning to the side, but the wheels hugged the road as they screeched around the turn. Next to her, Caleb didn't react at all. She shifted gears again and sped up. The road they were now on was much more suited to the smaller car, as it was narrower and windy. Katya just hoped they wouldn't meet something coming the other way, but she figured it was unlikely at nighttime. He's still gaining, Caleb said a few seconds later. Katya's rearview mirror was filled with the headlights of the larger vehicle. Was he about to sideswipe the car to try to force them off the road? The SUV could only be a few yards behind them. Katya looked over at Caleb to ask what she should do, but he was leaning back into the rear of the car. A few seconds later, Caleb had one of the maps unfolded on his lap. A frown was on his face as he used his index finger to trace something on the laminated paper. Hard left-hand turn coming up, he said. Katya's hand hovered over the gear stick as she prepared to take the turn, squinting through the headlights to make sure she timed it right. Again, the car held the road well, but she felt the back end sliding out when they were about halfway into it. As she sped up out of the turn, she glanced again in the rearview mirror. The maneuver had bought them some time, only a few seconds, but the larger vehicle had to slow down much more. About a mile down this road, Caleb said, there's a small track on the right. We need to take that track. Katya opened her mouth to reply, but before she could speak, there was a loud pop as the rear window of the Fiat shattered. Katya screamed as fragments of glass peppered the back of her head.
Caleb! They're shooting at us!
Katya shrieked.
Do something!
Her fingers whitened on the steering wheel as Caleb reached around again for Mateo's rucksack. He rummaged in it frantically. Katya, where's the gun?
It's in the bag!
She rose her voice to speak over the noise of the wind rushing into the car. It's not,
Caleb rechecked the rucksack. "Shit!" Katya said, remembering tripping over the bag earlier and spilling its contents on the floor. While it had probably saved her life, had she put the gun back in the rucksack? With a sinking feeling in her chest, she realized she hadn't.
Caleb, you're not going to like this." "Not going to like what?" "The gun. I think it's back at the hotel."
Caleb paused for a second or two before replying. Katya's eyes darted to the rear view, where the SUV was still only yards behind them. She pressed her foot to the floor, but the small car was already going flat out.
"Not a problem,"
Caleb replied. He undid his seatbelt and leaned around to the rear of the vehicle.
"We'll just have to improvise, that's all."
Chapter 99. Caleb scrabbled with his fingers to unlatch the rear seats of the Fiat. He needed to fold them forward, get into the trunk, but he couldn't reach. As Katya drove, the small car lurching from side to side as she did so, he reclined his seat so he could climb over it. There was a flash of light to the left-hand side of the SUV behind them, so bright he could see it over the headlights, but it was just that. Caleb wasn't overly bothered about being shot at, and he knew how difficult it was to shoot from a moving vehicle at another moving vehicle. In Caleb's opinion, it was a waste of rounds. It was one thing hitting a window, but quite another hitting a person in a car that was being driven the way Katya was driving theirs.
"What are you doing?"
Katya shouted at him. Caleb could hear the tension in her voice. He just wanted her to concentrate on driving the car. At the speed they were going, the slightest mistake could see them onto the roof or smashing headlong into a tree.
"Just concentrate on the road, Katya,"
Caleb shouted back. Finally, he managed to get the rear seat to fold down. Caleb scrabbled around in the dark until he found one of the things he was looking for. It wasn't much of a weapon and wasn't his first choice, but it was something. He scuttled back into the front seat, Katya glancing at him as he lowered the passenger window.
"What are you going to do with that?"
she shouted. Caleb didn't respond, but turned around and leaned out of the passenger window. He was going to have to use his right arm, which, as he was left-handed, wasn't ideal, but if his aim was true, then it wouldn't matter. Caleb leaned his arm back, ignoring another flash of light from the car. Then he hurled the tire jack as hard as he could, aiming for the center of the windshield. His aim was off, which wasn't surprising given the circumstances, but in the end, the result was better than he had hoped. The tire jack spun through the air before glancing off the hood of the SUV and impacting the windshield almost directly in front of the driver. The weapon wasn't heavy enough to shatter the glass, but it was heavy enough for an enormous spider's web of cracks to appear in the windshield. Caleb knew that the driver would have just lost most of his vision through the fractures. The SUV dropped back, and Caleb saw the driver was fighting to maintain control of the vehicle. The best result, from Caleb's and Katya's perspective, would have been for him to roll the vehicle, but he was able to bring the SUV to a controlled stop. His next step, if he had any sense, would be to kick the glass out and continue after them.
"Has he stopped?"
Katya asked, her voice closer to normal. She still had to speak loudly to be heard over the noise of the wind in the car.
"For the moment, yes,"
Caleb replied. He peered through the windshield at the road ahead.
"That turn is maybe 150 yards further, Katya."
Caleb took a deep breath through his nose as Katya eased up on the accelerator. The small car was still moving fast, but the reduction in speed reduced the wind noise. She slowed for the turn, which was sharper than it had looked to Caleb on the map. It was, he reflected, a good job they weren't traveling as fast as they had been. Katya wouldn't have made the corner if they were.
"How did they know we were at the hotel, Caleb?" Katya asked. "If they are Martin's security team, how did they know where we were?"
"Would you lend Mateo a car and not make sure you knew where it was?"
"They're tracking us?"
"I would." The road they had turned onto was as straight as a Roman road, but much narrower than the one they had been on. It fell away in front of them, illuminated by the moonlight.
"What did you do to Mateo and George, Caleb?"
Katya asked.
"Back at the farmhouse."
"I just slowed them down," Caleb replied with a wry smile. "But don't worry, they'll be okay."
"How do you know?"
"I phoned a friend." His smile extended as she looked at him with a curious expression. "About 500 yards down here," he said, pointing at the road in front of them. "There's a dip in the road with a short tunnel under a railway line.
Go through the tunnel and there's a bend in the road.
Okay, Katya replied. Where then? Do we need to change cars?
We do, yes, but later. After the bend, I want you to pull over.
But what if they're still after us?
Caleb could hear the fear creeping back into her voice as she glanced up at the rearview mirror.
Caleb? There's lights behind us.
She looked over her shoulder briefly before speeding up. Caleb watched the black SUV's lights in the side view mirror. He smiled as the tunnel came into view in front of them. Perfect, he mumbled under his breath. Chapter 100. Mateo lay on the thin mattress and stared at the ceiling of his cell. The only illumination he had was a single incandescent bulb in the ceiling protected by a wire guard. He shifted his legs to get them more comfortable and wondered what George was saying to the police. How much of the story he had made up would survive? It wasn't as if he and George had any time to get their story straight. He thought back to fighting with Caleb in the forest before he had been sucker-punched. Hardly a fair fight at all. He remembered the strange way Caleb had run his hands up and down the axe handle before he'd thrown it on the ground. Bastard. He'd been making sure his fingerprints weren't left on the handle. And now the police didn't believe a word he said. Neither, he imagined, did his lawyer. Mateo didn't know how long it took to become a lawyer, but the only advice he'd offered was to not incriminate himself. How many years had the man spent at law school to come up with that sage advice, he wondered. Now, with time to think, and no pressure other than his own situation, Mateo ran through his options. He couldn't see any that didn't involve time in prison, either here or back in Albania. Mateo had no idea about any sort of extradition policy with his home country. If he had a say in the matter, he would rather stay in a British prison than an Albanian one. Mateo sighed, realizing he wouldn't have a say in the matter anyway. He only hoped that perhaps Brexit had put a stop to prisoners being moved around Europe. But when he remembered Albania wasn't yet in the European Union, he sighed again. One thing Mateo knew for certain, regardless of whether he was in a British prison or an Albanian one, if he was there as a pedophile, his stay would be horrendous. When the policeman had asked him earlier if he liked children that way, the very thought that the police were thinking he might had sent a shiver down his spine. His best bet was to be prosecuted as a people trafficker. That much was true. While he'd known the final destination of his packages, he wasn't complicit in the activities of those who bought them. He was just the delivery mechanism. But Mateo wasn't a pedophile, and he wasn't a murderer. Perhaps there was a deal to be made? If Mateo offered grandmas and Martin to the police, the ends of the chain to either side of him, perhaps they would offer him witness protection. If Mateo was going to act, he needed to act quickly. According to his lawyer, the police could hold him for up to 4 days before charging or releasing him if they wanted to. And if George told the truth, about the people trafficking at least, then he would corroborate his story. Mateo was about to get to his feet when he remembered his plaster casts. Instead of knocking on the door, he used the flat of his hand to pound the cell wall. "Hello!" Mateo shouted. He was rewarded with a string of catcalls and obscenities from other prisoners in the cells. "Hello! Can I speak to someone, please?" It was at least 5 minutes before there was any response other than the insults. A small hatch in his cell door flew open, and Mateo saw a pair of dark eyes staring through. "What?" the police officer on the other side said. "I want to speak to the detective," Mateo replied. "This time of night, you'll be lucky, sunshine. He'll have gone home a long time ago." "Is there someone else I can speak to? I've got some more information." "No." The police officer started to close the hatch in the door. Mateo called out again, asking if there was anyone at all, but the only response was the sound of the hatch slamming shut. Mateo lay back on the thin mattress and tried to plump up the equally thin pillow. He doubted he could sleep, but at least he had some time to think through what he could offer. He had to prove that Caleb existed and that he had killed Alexander, but how was he going to do that?
Part of their planning had been to ensure that their packages were never in the view of a CCTV camera. No mean feat in England, where they seemed to outnumber people, and as it turned out, that part had failed when Alexander went to the supermarket. He had to do something. It wasn't just his freedom that depended on it, but possibly his life. Chapter 101. Katya's fingers tightened on the steering wheel as she stared at the road ahead. She was trying to ignore the lights in the rearview mirror, but it wasn't easy. Beside her, though, Caleb seemed unconcerned. She even thought she heard him humming under his breath. Ahead of her, the road dipped away, and she saw the tunnel under the bridge appear in the headlights. It was a lot narrower than she'd thought it would be, and for a few seconds, Katya wondered if the car would even fit through. But as they approached, she could see they had plenty of room. Katya's stomach lurched as the car went down into the dip in the road. She tapped the brakes lightly to lose some speed, but not too much. The headlights were still behind her after all. They were perhaps 300 or 400 yards away. The car entered the tunnel with plenty of room to spare and emerged on the other side only a few seconds later. Katya slowed a bit more to take the bend that Caleb had described. "Just here," Caleb said as they rounded the bend. Katya brought the car to a stop, and Caleb unlatched his seatbelt and opened the passenger door. Katya was just about to unlatch her own seatbelt when Caleb stopped her. "Wait here," he said, fixing her with a look that meant business. "Okay," Katya replied, but she was talking to his back. A second later, Katya heard the trunk open, and when it closed again, she looked up at the rear view to see Caleb running down the road back toward the tunnel. Katya remained in her seat as instructed, her hand still gripping the steering wheel. She could hear the approaching SUV through the gap in the car where the rear window had been. Then she heard the screeching of brakes, followed by a sound that made her jump. A loud metallic crash that seemed to echo off the hedges on either side of the road. Katya froze. What should she do? Had Caleb just been hit? She waited for perhaps a full 2 minutes before getting out of the car. Then Katya paced for a moment, wondering how much longer to leave it before going against Caleb's instructions to stay where she was. She was about to set off toward the bridge when she saw Caleb sauntering back up the road, his thumbs hooked in his jeans, cowboy style. "What was that noise?" Katya asked as Caleb approached. "Did he crash?" "Kind of," Caleb replied. He had a glint in his eye. "The tunnel was a bit too narrow for his vehicle. He won't be bothering us anymore." Caleb smiled. "I gave him a pitch. He accepted it." "What sort of pitch? Like a baseball one?" Caleb smiled and almost laughed. "No, like an idea. That sort of pitch." Katya thought for a few seconds, trying to understand the unfamiliar word use before storing it away for the future. "So, he accepted the suggestion," she said, looking at Caleb to gauge his expression. "Yeah, he got the point. Shall we?" Caleb gestured toward the car with his hand, and Katya knew from his indifference that the man in the SUV behind them was dead. Katya got back in the Fiat and started the engine before turning to Caleb. "Where now?" she asked him. She wanted to ask him how many people he had killed in his life, but knew she wouldn't get a straight answer. "Back to the hotel," Caleb replied. "But we'll have to take the long way around." "Why the hotel?" "Because if they are tracking the car, and I'm sure they are, they'll know where we are." Caleb rolled his shoulders. "So, we need a different car." "Okay," Katya replied. "Then what?" "I think we need to do a bit of reconnaissance, Katya," Caleb said. Katya smiled as she pulled away. Caleb had just said, "we." That meant she was going with him. Chapter 102. Caleb made sure he kept his face neutral as Katya drove the Fiat back toward the hotel. Inside, he was fuming. Not with her, but with himself. Katya was a civilian. He wasn't, not really. But he had made 2 fundamental mistakes in the previous 30 minutes or so. It was only luck, perhaps, with some divine intervention that meant they were still alive. He had made 2 fundamental assumptions, the first leading to the second. Caleb had assumed that Mateo's pistol was in the bag. The pistol that he knew was fully serviceable, having stripped it to check. And because he thought that, he'd not taken the gun from the man in their hotel room. Another gun that he knew was fully serviceable, as it had been fired at him and Katya. Caleb didn't like silencers. They not only played havoc with a weapon's accuracy, but they took away the shock and awe of a gunshot. Sometimes that shock and awe was the only thing that bought enough time for a second shot. And Caleb had never missed his second shot. When the black SUV had wedged itself under the bridge, it had embedded itself so far inside the tunnel that none of the doors could be opened. After he had dealt with the driver, Caleb had climbed up the bank and stepped over the railway line to get to the other side. The trunk of the SUV was jammed, the impact having skewed the vehicle's chassis. So whatever was in the car, apart from the driver, would have to remain there. The only other option was to climb in through the kicked-out windshield, but Caleb didn't want to do that. The interior of the SUV was not as clean as it had been, and once he had retrieved Mateo's pistol, he had what he needed in his bag. When Caleb had been younger, he'd been drilled thousands of times on a single phrase. Prior preparation prevents poor performance. The 5 Ps. It was, Caleb reflected as Katya turned back onto the main road that led to the hotel. A shame he'd not followed this advice earlier. Katya seemed to have picked up on his own reflection and remained silent as they drove. A few moments later, they were back in the hotel lot. He pointed at a far corner of it, an area overhung with trees and bushes. "Park over there," he said to her. "At least it can't be seen from the road." The police car that had been following the SUV earlier was at the back of his mind. If the police officers were attentive, they may have also noticed the Fiat in front of it. "Okay," Katya said. She parked the car where he had showed her and turned to him as she turned the engine off. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Caleb replied after a brief pause. "Why?" "Don't answer a question with a question, Caleb," Katya said with a faint smile. "What is it?" "I should have done better, Katya." Caleb blew his cheeks out. "I should have checked that we had the gun. It was a mistake that could have killed us both." "That's nonsense, Caleb," Katya replied. "It was me that tripped over the bag, not you." "Even so, I should have done better." "Caleb, if it weren't for you, I would have been dead a long time ago." Katya stared at him, her eyes boring into his. There was an intensity in them he'd only seen once before, and they had been doing something very different at that point in time. "You have nothing to apologize for." Caleb nodded in response, keen to change the subject from his own shortcomings. He opened the door and waited for Katya. As he did so, he surveyed the other vehicles in the lot. "Can you hotwire a car?" Katya asked, walking over to stand next to him. Caleb's eyes swept the lot. There were a couple that he thought he might be able to start, but it wasn't something he'd done for a long time. When he had learned the art of boosting cars, they had been a lot simpler. "Possibly," Caleb replied. He took a couple of steps toward the hotel, but probably not. "Come on, let's get the pistol and then we can worry about the car." Chapter 103. Sergeant Bush yawned, leaning his head back. There was an audible click in his neck as he did so. "I bloody hate double shifts," he said to his colleague, a female police officer named Rebecca, who was sitting in the driver's seat. She just grunted in response. Sergeant Bush had been due to sign off at 2 o'clock the previous afternoon. Instead, because of someone calling in sick for the night shift, the station supervisor had offered him double time if he filled it. Sergeant Bush glanced at his watch. It was almost midnight, which meant he had another 7.5 hours to go. In Sergeant Bush's pocket, his cell phone vibrated. Stifling another yawn, he wriggled in his seat to pull it out. When he glanced at the screen, he saw it was his colleague from the earlier shift. "Tony?" Sergeant Bush said when he answered the call. "Let me guess. You couldn't sleep and were missing me." "Ha-ha, boss," Tony replied. In the background, Sergeant Bush could hear a deep, rhythmic, booming noise. "Very funny." "Where are you?" "I'm in a club. Well, technically, I'm outside it in the smoking area." Sergeant Bush grinned at Tony's reply. It had been years since he'd been to a nightclub other than to pick up his children when they'd pissed away their taxi fare home.
"But I've had a weird text message."
Sergeant Bush sat up a bit straighter in his seat and leaned forward for his notepad, which was balanced on the dashboard in front of him. This could be interesting. Tony wouldn't call him on duty, and so late if it wasn't.
"Go ahead,"
Sergeant Bush said, his pencil poised over the paper.
"Okay. Here's the number it's from. It starts 355.
Then he read out a further 9 digits.
"It's not one I recognize."
Sergeant Bush frowned. He circled the first 3 numbers and nudged Rebecca.
"Can you Google that dialing code, Bex?"
he asked her before returning to speak to Tony.
"What's the message?"
"Bridge 652 Lima Charlie Hotel. Man down."
"That's it?"
"Yup, that's it,"
Tony replied.
"You think it's from the same person who called about the farmhouse?"
"Sounds like it could be," Sergeant Bush said. "Man down. That's what he said last time."
"Can I leave that with you, Sarge? Only there's some bloke who's taken a bit of a shine to my Lisa. I don't want to be too long, if you get my drift."
"Sure. Thanks, Tony. I'll follow it up. There's not much else going on."
"Pleased it's quiet for you, Sarge,"
Tony said, and Sergeant Bush could hear the smile in his voice.
"Hope it stays that way."
"Bastard,"
he replied as he disconnected the call. By saying the Q word, Tony had probably jinxed his shift.
"It's an Albanian dialing code,"
Rebecca said as Sergeant Bush looked at the text he'd scribbled down. He frowned, realizing that Tony was probably right. But how had Tony received the text? A few moments later, having spoken to Control, Sergeant Bush had the location of the bridge. Control also had the mobile number and was trying to trace it, but Sergeant Bush knew it would be a fool's errand. It was difficult enough tracing local cell numbers, let alone foreign ones. The bridge, according to Rebecca, was in the arse end of nowhere. She'd attended a couple of incidents where vehicles had hit the bridge there before. As she drove, he filled her in on what had happened earlier that day, giving her details that wouldn't have been in her handover brief.
"So, you think we're looking for a body?"
Rebecca said when Sergeant Bush told her about the use of the same phrase in the phone call that called in the farmhouse.
"Shouldn't we call it in?"
"That wouldn't be popular, would it?" Sergeant Bush replied. "Not at this time of night. No, let's just go and have a look and see what we've got."
Chapter 104. When they walked through the hotel foyer, the night porter was still lying behind the desk. Katya looked at him with sympathetic eyes. She knew what it felt like to be bound and unable to move. The porter had his eyes closed and a deep frown on his face. He looked to be in his early 60s, perhaps older. Katya wondered about his circumstances and what in his life meant he had to work behind a hotel desk at night.
"Caleb,"
Katya said.
"should we release him?"
"No," Caleb replied. "The minute we do, the police will be on their way. Somebody will find him in the morning. A cleaner, perhaps, or a guest."
He strode past the desk and toward the corridor that led to the room they had been in.
"That will give us enough time to get away from here."
"But can't we at least make him more comfortable? Give him a drink?"
Caleb paused with his hand on the door to the corridor. He looked back, first at Katya, then at the porter, then back at Katya. As Katya watched, his face softened.
"Okay, on the way back, we'll make sure he's okay."
Satisfied, Katya followed Caleb down the corridor into what had been their room. It was easy enough to find. Only one door had a couple of bullet holes in the wood where the spy hole had been. Caleb used the key card to open the lock and pushed open the door. Walking inside, Katya hesitated for a few seconds. There was a dead man on the bed, and she wasn't sure she wanted to see him.
"Are you coming?"
Caleb said from inside the room. Katya took a deep breath and walked into the room. The man who'd attacked Caleb was still lying where they had left him, on the bed where she and Caleb had stepped off a cliff together. The contrast between the two scenes was almost too much for Katya, and she felt tears filling her eyes.
"Look away, Katya," Caleb said, his voice soft.
He was standing next to the bed, his hand near the body.
"You don't want to see this."
Katya realized he was about to pull the knife out of the corpse. She dropped to her knees and peered under the bed, eager to have something else to focus on. There, almost dead center under the bed, was the gun. As she wriggled under the mattress to retrieve it, she heard a wet noise above her, followed by what sounded like a gasp. When Katya wriggled back out from under the bed, the pistol in her hand, Caleb was in the bathroom. She could hear running water as he cleaned the knife. Avoiding looking at the man on the bed, Katya cast her eyes around the carpeted floor to see if anything else had been missed, but there was nothing. Caleb came out of the bathroom and stripped a pillowcase from a pillow lying next to the bed. Katya looked at it, remembering gripping it tightly the previous night.
Katya,
Caleb's voice dispelled the memory. He was holding the pillowcase out to her for her to put the pistol into. Once she had placed the gun inside, Caleb picked up the man's gun from the bed, complete with the elongated silencer, and did the same thing with it.
Okay? Okay,
Katya nodded, relieved that they were leaving. As the door closed behind them, Katya wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. If Caleb noticed her distress, he said nothing. When Caleb woke the night porter, the old man's eyes flipped open and instantly filled with terror.
It's okay,
Caleb said to him, his voice soft. Katya saw him put a hand on the man's forehead.
We will not hurt you. You have my word.
The fear in the man's eyes started to dissipate.
I'm going to remove this tape from your mouth, but please, say nothing.
A few moments later, the night porter was lying on a couch at the back of the reception office. His hands and legs were still taped, but he was much more comfortable. Katya had filled a bottle of water and made sure that he had plenty to drink before Caleb replaced the tape over his mouth, telling him that help would be along soon. The way he spoke to the man was so gentle, Katya wasn't surprised how compliant he was. The porter nodded as Caleb apologized to him again for the inconvenience, almost as if Caleb was apologizing for something other than leaving him gagged and bound. Before they left the building, she and Caleb took bottles of water and as much food from the office fridge as they could fit in the pillowcase. In the parking lot, Katya stood next to Caleb as he surveyed the vehicles.
What do you think, Caleb?
She asked him. He was staring at the cars with a frown.
Can you start one?
I don't think I can, Katya, Caleb replied. It's a lot different now. It's all proximity keys, alert systems, that sort of thing.
He sighed.
Not just a case of taking a screwdriver to the steering column and touching the blue wire to the red one.
What are we going to do?
Katya's voice was terse. They needed a vehicle to get the girls. They couldn't rescue them without one. Could they?
I think perhaps we'll pray, Caleb said. Matthew chapter 21 comes to mind.
You think God's going to just start us a car?
And whatever you ask in prayer, you will receive, if you have faith.
Katya looked at Caleb, who had his eyes closed and a faint smile on his face. To Katya's amazement, there was a bleeping sound, and the headlights of a blue Nissan Juke parked a few yards away blinked twice.
Shall we go?
Caleb said, glancing at Katya as he walked toward the car. He peered inside through the window.
Looks like you're driving. It's a stick shift.
How did you do that, Caleb?
Katya asked him. Caleb just smiled as he pressed an electronic key fob into her hand.
Just make sure you don't dent the night porter's car.
Chapter 105. Caleb sat in the passenger seat, the map balanced on his knee. He had identified where he wanted to be. Less than half a mile away from Martin's house was a small hill with, according to the map, a wooded area covering much of the top. It would be, he hoped, an ideal vantage point from which to surveil the house and its surroundings. As Katya drove, Caleb ran through the courses of action available to him in his head. The first, as it always was to do nothing. But in order for this course of action to have the effect Caleb desired, which was the successful and timely rescue of Anna and Elaine, several things needed to happen. First, Mateo had to give up the location of Martin's house and the fact the girls were being held captive there to the police. Second, the police needed to believe Mateo. And third, the police needed to take decisive action, and quickly. There were, Caleb knew, too many variables in that course of action. The second course of action was for him and Katya to go to the police themselves. As with the first option, this too had many variables. The main one was the fact that Caleb had killed 3 people in the last 24 hours. One, Alexander, had been discovered. Another, the driver of the SUV, was about to be. And the third would be found within hours in the hotel they had just left. He considered what might happen if Katya alone went to the police, but he wasn't sure whether she would be believed either. They didn't have enough evidence to persuade them quickly enough about the danger Anna and Elaine were in.
"Take a left at the end of this road, Katya,"
Caleb said, glancing down at the map where his index finger was tracking their progress. She nodded in response but said nothing, perhaps sensing his introspection. The third course of action, and the one which Caleb knew he was going to take, was for him to rescue the girls. That was the only course of action that he could fully control. But what of Katya? He knew she was desperate to be involved, but the risks would be high, extremely high. He needed to involve her, but keep her safe, and the involvement he had in mind probably wouldn't appeal to Katya. Caleb thought about the 2 men that had been sent after them. They had to be Martin's security team. There was no other reason for them to target him and Katya. Caleb knew that there would be more, and the ones who had been sent out on the previous mission wouldn't be the best of them. The best would be back at Martin's house. At least, that's how Caleb would have configured them.
"What's next, Caleb?"
Katya asked a moment later.
"What do we do?"
"That's just what I've been thinking about," he replied with a wry smile. "Mateo and George will be with the police by now, and Alexander's body will have been discovered."
He saw a flash of grim satisfaction cross her face in the gloomy interior of the car.
"How long will it be before they link us to the farmhouse or the hotel? That's what I'm trying to work out."
"When they find the man in the hotel. It won't take them long, will it?"
Katya said.
"There's the night porter for a start. Cameras in the hotel. A dead guy in our bed. Those men. Were they Martins?"
"I'm pretty sure, yes," Caleb replied. "Who else could they be?"
He paused for a couple of seconds before continuing.
"Will they make the connection between Alexander, the 2 men who were chasing us, and Martin?"
Caleb asked. Even though he had his course of action determined, he wanted to know what Katya thought.
"That depends if Mateo blabs."
"He will."
"But will they believe him?"
she asked. Caleb smiled at Katya's thinking.
"And can they trace those men back to Martin?"
His smile broadened.
"They will, eventually,"
Caleb said. He thought back to his childhood when he'd read a book by British author Enid Blyton. In it, if his memory served him correctly, the police were called the Plod because they didn't move quick.
"But not fast enough."
"So what do you think?"
Katya asked Caleb.
"I think we need to do something more quickly than they will," he replied.
10 minutes later, they had arrived at the hill that Caleb had identified on the map. Caleb directed Katya up a narrow path that led to the top. In the headlights of the car, he could see that on the very top of the hill were several tall trees. Oaks, he thought, from their distinctive silhouette. Surrounding the trees were a multitude of bushes that looked to be a mixture of brambles, gorse, and other wild bushes. It was perfect.
"Katya, you see those bushes over there?"
Caleb said as he looked at the map to orientate which direction Martin's house was in. It was almost directly in front of them, beyond the trees and bushes.
"Yes,"
Katya replied, peering through the windshield.
"I want you to drive into them."
"Seriously?"
"Yep." He turned to look at her. "Just do it. I'm dead serious."
Chapter 106.
"Bloody hell,"
Sergeant Bush heard Rebecca say as they approached the rail bridge with the short tunnel under it. In front of them, lit up in the full beam of their headlights, a black Range Rover was stuck fast.
"He's wedged in there good and proper."
Sergeant Bush frowned as he looked at the license plate of the vehicle. It looked familiar. He reached into his breast pocket for his notebook and flipped it open. Sure enough, it was the same car from earlier in the day.
"I know that car,"
he said as Rebecca flipped a switch to turn the light bar on top of their BMW on.
"Me and Tony pulled it earlier."
What for?
Rebecca asked, opening the car door. It was speeding, but we didn't get it on the gun. He looked down at his notes. Registered to a private company in London. Driver was a Paul Topping. He got out of the car and walked toward it with Rebecca. When they reached it, she tried the handle on the rear door, but it was stuck fast. Then she tried to peer in through the tinted and cracked glass of the rear window, but shook her head from side to side a few seconds later.
What do you want to do, Sarge?
She asked Sergeant Bush. Her hand was hovering on the telescopic baton in her utility belt.
Put the window in.
No, Sergeant Bush replied, looking at the steep embankment that led to the railway line. It was covered in dense vegetation. You can climb up there, nip over the railway line, and down the other side. He stifled a smile at the look on her face as he said this. At least you can see what sort of state the driver's in.
Why me?
She asked him, but he could tell from the look on her face that she already knew the answer.
I guess it's a rank thing, right?
Partly, Sergeant Bush replied. But you're also 15 years younger than me and much less likely to have a cardiac arrest climbing that bank. He nodded at the embankment. Go on. Off you trot. I'll call in the usual suspects. Sergeant Bush could hear Rebecca muttering under her breath as she walked away. He returned to the car and sat in it while he called the incident into the control room back in Lincoln. The only bit he didn't mention was how they'd heard about the incident. That would be a lot easier to explain back at the station, and it didn't really matter at the moment. When Control assured him that fire trucks and a couple of ambulances were en route, he sat back in his seat to wait for Rebecca to return. The vehicle had 2 occupants earlier, and as there was no way they could get out of the car, they were, by definition, trapped. Only the fire brigade would be able to free them, assuming the men were still alive. But from the way the car was embedded in the tunnel, he didn't fancy their chances of survival. If anything, Sergeant Bush was feeling pleased with himself. He'd known there was something off about the 2 men in the Range Rover when he'd pulled them over earlier. Yet again, his spidey sense was on point, something he'd tried to explain earlier to Tony. It took Rebecca several more moments to return to the police car. Sergeant Bush heard her before he could see her crashing through the vegetation on the embankment. When she eventually appeared in the light of the headlights, her face was white, but she had 2 red spots on her cheeks from the exertion. Well, Sergeant Bush said, getting out of the car and walking over to his colleague. What have we got?
Dead guy in the driver's seat,
she replied. Sergeant Bush nodded. It was what he had been expecting.
But this isn't a fatal accident, Sarge.
Rebecca's voice was strained as she spoke.
It's a murder scene. We're going to need some more people.
If it had been Tony saying this, Sergeant Bush would have made a crack about leaving the detecting to the detectives, but he didn't know Rebecca well enough to know how she would take that sort of banter. What makes you say it's a murder scene, Rebecca? He asked her, looking carefully at her face as she took a deep breath before she replied.
Because the dead guy in the driver's seat has got a pitchfork sticking out of his throat.
Chapter 107. Caleb pushed open his door, struggling to open it fully against the gorse bushes and brambles. Katya had done as he'd asked and driven the car into the middle of the vegetation. She'd laughed as she'd done so, and he'd urged her to get the car deeper under cover. More to hear her laugh than anything else.
What are we going to do now?
Katya said as she turned the engine off. Caleb reached around for Mateo's bag and pulled out the knife he'd used back in the hotel. Can you flip the headlights back on? I'm going to do some gardening. He squeezed his way out of the car, grateful that he was wearing normal clothes and not his robe. The brambles tugged at his jeans as he worked to clear a path from the passenger door around the front of the vehicle into the driver's side. He worked quickly, using the light from the headlights to see what he was doing. The knife cut through the briars like butter. Then he made his way to the rear of the car and pulled back some of the vegetation that had been crushed. He would need to cut a path to the small forest, but that could be done later. His last action was to cut some large gorse branches and lay them on the roof of the car. When he had finished, he was sure that the vehicle couldn't be seen from outside the bushes or the air.
When he sat back down in the passenger seat, Katya looked at him with amusement after she had flipped the headlights back off. Despite the branches covering the car, enough moonlight was filtering through to enable them to just about see each other.
"What is this? A stakeout?"
she asked him.
"That's exactly what this is, Katya,"
Caleb replied. He put the knife on his lap and pulled out the binoculars. As Katya watched with interest, he removed the lens caps and then used the knife to cut a circle in the center of both caps. He then pulled out some garden netting and sliced 2 circles, both around twice the diameter of the binoculars lenses. Then he put the netting over each lens and replaced what was left of the lens cap to keep the netting in place.
"It reduces glare,"
Caleb said when Katya raised her eyebrows at him.
"The only thing, Caleb,"
Katya said, pointing at the thick vegetation in front of the windshield,
"even with binoculars, we can't actually see anything."
"Not from here, no,"
Caleb replied.
"But from the forest, we'll have a vantage point over Martin's house."
He pulled the spotting scope from the bag and handed it to Katya.
"Here, your turn."
It took Katya a couple of tries to cut the right amount of netting, but a few moments later she held up the scope in triumph, its lens covered with netting just like the binoculars.
"Can you still see through them with that netting on?" she asked.
"Yes, of course," Caleb replied. "I wouldn't have put the netting on if I couldn't."
He smiled at her as he said this.
"We should get some sleep. The dawn will be at about 4 in the morning. That's a good 3 hours. But first we should eat."
Caleb let Katya get some food from the pillowcase. There hadn't been much back in the kitchen of the hotel, just chips and snacks, but it was enough. Katya was quiet as they ate, and Caleb thought about asking her if she was okay, but he let her be. They washed the food down with warm soda. Then he found the lever next to his seat to recline it, pushed it back as far as it would go, and relaxed against the back of his seat.
"I'll wake you just before 4,
he said, listening to Katya recline her own seat.
"Eat when you can, sleep when you can."
She didn't reply. Caleb wondered how long it would be before Katya said something. In the end, it was less than 10 minutes.
"I can't sleep, Caleb,"
she said. He heard her seat being put back up.
"Sorry, too much going round inside my head."
With an exaggerated groan, Caleb put his seat back up and smiled at her.
"Okay,"
he said, drawing out the word.
"What do you want to do?"
He pointed at the vegetation covering the windshield.
"Play I Spy?"
"No,"
Katya replied with a laugh. Then her face became more serious.
"I want you to tell me something."
"Sure. What?"
"I want you to tell me why you came to England."
Chapter 108.
"I came to England because I have to be somewhere, Katya,"
Caleb said with a slight smile on his face.
"I already told you."
"Tell me the truth, Caleb,"
Katya said, slipping her hand into his.
"Please?"
"It's not very interesting."
"It is,"
she replied.
"It must be, after you went to so much trouble to get here."
Katya waited in silence for Caleb to say something. It was a full minute before he spoke.
"I'm following in someone's footsteps. There's a place in Somerset that I want to visit,"
he said, not looking at her as he spoke.
"Where is that?"
"In the southwest of the country."
"No. Where's the place that you want to visit?"
Katya ran her thumb over the back of his hand.
"What's it called?"
"Glastonbury."
"I've heard of that place," Katya replied with a laugh. "You came to England to go to a music festival?"
"No, Katya," Caleb said, also laughing. "I'm not planning on going to the music festival."
"Whose footsteps are you following?"
Caleb didn't reply at first, but then started telling Katya about a story handed down through generation after generation about a man named Joseph visiting Glastonbury in the 1st century.
He was a metal trader from Palestine traveling with his nephew. They would have traveled from Tyre or perhaps Sidon and sailed up through the Mediterranean and the Straits of Gibraltar.
Caleb's voice was soft, as if he was telling a story to a child.
Then, through the Bay of Biscay and into the English Channel. But they ran into a problem.
Katya frowned, not understanding why Caleb would be following in the footsteps of a metal trader.
What sort of problem?
She asked, wondering where the story was going.
They got shipwrecked, Caleb said, off the coast of Cornwall. But they managed to get to shore where they built a shrine to thank God for sparing them.
Right,
Katya replied with a smile. He was definitely telling her a children's story, perhaps in the hope that she would go to sleep.
What happened next?
They traveled. Joseph bought tin in Cornwall, and then they moved up to Somerset where he could buy lead. He was a rich man, a successful merchant.
You were right,
Katya said, closing her eyes.
It's not very interesting.
It is to me,
Caleb replied, and she could tell from his voice that he was smiling.
Have you ever followed a dream?
Yes, Caleb,
Katya said.
All the time.
There you go, then.
Caleb's voice was getting softer, and Katya had to concentrate to hear him.
What do you dream of, Caleb?
She asked him.
I don't think I do.
Katya forced her eyes open to look at him. Caleb was just looking out of the windshield.
You must,
she said as she closed her eyes again.
Everybody does.
If I do, I don't remember them.
Katya took a deep breath as she felt Caleb lean over and kiss her on the cheek.
Tell me a bit more about Joseph,
Katya said. She listened as he started telling her how Joseph, after traveling through the southwest of England with his nephew, returned to Palestine with a treasure trove of precious metals.
Did he ever come back?
She whispered.
He did,
Caleb replied.
Much later.
If Caleb said anything else, Katya didn't hear it. She was fast asleep. Chapter 109. Caleb wriggled on the branch to get as comfortable as he could. He was sitting in the crook of an enormous branch of the oak tree he had clambered up a few moments before. Katya was still fast asleep in the car below, but if she woke, she would know where he was. To the east, the sky was beginning to lighten with a glorious selection of colors that changed by the minute. The dawn had always been one of Caleb's favorite times of day, a new start with whatever had happened before wiped clean. Except Caleb knew nothing was really wiped clean. He waited, admiring the colorful display in the distance as the sky lightened gradually. There were contrails of airplanes high in the sky, and just as he had done when he was a child, Caleb wondered about the people in them. Where they were going. What they were going to do when they got there. Caleb hadn't been on an airplane for many years. He enjoyed traveling, relishing the journey more sometimes than the destination, and to take a plane to a destination almost felt like cheating. Caleb examined the tree he was sitting in while he waited for the sun to rise enough for him to be able to see Martin's house, which nestled in a dip a few 100 yards in front of and below him. The tree had to be hundreds of years old, judging by its size, and it was decorated with catkins dangling below the broad green leaves. The bark was covered in moss and lichen, some of which had rubbed off on the camouflage pattern of the clothes he was wearing. Caleb's fishing jacket and pants from the outdoors shop weren't quite the ghillie suit he would have preferred, but they were more than adequate to hide him. Around his neck were the binoculars he'd adapted the previous evening, and he had the spotting scope in one pocket. Raising the binoculars to his eyes, Caleb started scouring the surrounding countryside, cross-referencing it against the map in his mind. Apart from a large barn in the distance, which he didn't remember from the map, it was as he had imagined. Martin's house was one of the lowest points around, with a small river trickling past it. The course of the river wasn't quite as shown on the map, but it was close. Although it had several small bridges crossing it, the river didn't look to be much of an obstacle. He worked on a grid, mentally ticking off the squares on the map until the only thing left unexamined was Martin's house. But before he scrutinized that, Caleb tracked the best angles of approach and retreat from the building. There were several, all with positive and negative points. He repeated this several times before deciding on the best path to take. The one which would provide him and Anna and Elaine the most cover on their way back to the car. With the sun just beginning to appear over the horizon, Caleb started to surveil his target. Martin's house was large and grandiose and somehow out of place in the surrounding countryside. Caleb could see a wall surrounding 3 sides of it with what he thought was razor wire on the top. The river provided a 4th wall. He couldn't see any cameras, but wouldn't expect to from this distance. Caleb would approach as if there were several, which there would be. Next to the river was a small summer house. Caleb's attention was drawn to the movement next to the house. He focused his binoculars on the area to see a garage door opening, its movement smooth. A light was flipped on, and Caleb could see a black boxy SUV in the garage that was identical to the one he had left under the bridge. 2 men were standing in front of it. One of them was smoking while the other was talking. They both wore black, but if they were armed, Caleb was too far away to see. A few moments later, 2 more men arrived at the garage door from within the house. The 4 of them stood for a few moments before they split into pairs, one pair walking toward the summer house, the other turning and disappearing out of sight behind the house. A few moments after that, the front door to the house opened. "Morning, Martin," Caleb muttered as he adjusted his binoculars. Martin was standing on his front step, looking out over the expansive front lawn that led to the river. He had a mug in his hand, which he sipped from. Caleb adjusted his binoculars to a point just above and to the right of Martin's head, the exact spot he would be aiming for if he had a sniper rifle. The wind and the drop would move the round right between Martin's eyes. But Caleb didn't have a sniper rifle. He was going to have to do this the hard way. Chapter 110. Sergeant Bush watched as a convoy of emergency vehicles approached the Travel-In hotel he was standing outside. Apart from his own vehicle, the only other one in the lot with blue lights on top was an ambulance they had called for the old man they had found in the foyer. According to the cook, who had arrived at 5 a.m. to start the breakfasts, the night porter had been tied up with tape around his arms and legs. In all his years working on a response unit in Lincolnshire, Sergeant Bush had never had a couple of shifts like the ones he had just experienced. The night porter had told them about a couple who had booked a room the previous day, and the 2 men with guns who had come looking for them before tying him up. One of those men was still in his black SUV, which the fire brigade was still struggling to extract, and the other was in one of the hotel rooms, the one that the couple had booked, the one with the bullet holes in the door. Sergeant Bush, after seeing the holes, had opened the door just wide enough to see the body on the bed. According to the Lincolnshire police protocols, he should have confirmed that there was no help that could be offered before calling it in, but he'd been a policeman for long enough to know that no one could lose that much blood and still require help. At least, not the sort of help he could provide. The lead vehicle was an unmarked police car, a jet black BMW with hidden blue lights in the grille. Following that was a white van that Sergeant Bush knew belonged to the forensic services, and following them was a marked response car. By standing at the entrance to the lot, Sergeant Bush was effectively providing the external cordon to the scene, while his colleague, Rebecca, was in the corridor inside the hotel. A crude but effective internal cordon. If any of the guests decided to stick their heads out of their rooms to see what was going on, they would get short shrift from her. He knew she was still annoyed with him for making her climb the embankment earlier, and even the discovery of a 3rd body in less than 24 hours hadn't mollified her. "Sir," Sergeant Bush said as the black BMW ground to a halt in front of him. He recognized the detective inspector from the station, although he didn't know his name. 2 uniformed officers got out of the marked car and started taping off the parking lot with blue and white "Police Do Not Cross" tape. "Morning, Sergeant," the detective replied. "D.I. Mahoney. You were at the farmhouse yesterday, weren't you?" "I was, sir. Yes," Sergeant Bush replied. "Any news on that?" "We've got the brother in custody as the doer," Mahoney said with a smirk. "His prints are all over the murder weapon." Sergeant Bush saw him glance at his watch. "I reckon we've got about an hour before the NCA come in with their size 9s. He could see the disappointment on the detective's face. The National Crime Agency wasn't the most subtle agency in policing and had a habit of winding up the locals. "What have you got?" "You know about the incident at the bridge?" The disparaging look on Mahoney's face answered his question, but Sergeant Bush ignored it and pointed his thumb over his shoulder. "His mate's having a little lie down in there." "Did you enter the room Mahoney asked. It was Sergeant Bush's turn to look disparaging.
Only to confirm life extinct, sir, Sergeant Bush said. But I did it from the door. There's enough claret on the bed to make it obvious.
The police doctor's on his way, Mahoney replied, and the two men shared a look of solidarity in that they weren't able to confirm someone was actually dead, even if their head was missing. It took 7 or 8 years of medical school to do that.
You got much longer on your shift? Mahoney asked. I have now, Sergeant Bush replied. It'll take me hours to write tonight up.
Mahoney gave him a sympathetic look.
As soon as uniform pitch up in numbers, you get yourself back to the station.
Sergeant Bush nodded, even though, as a detective, Mahoney had no jurisdiction in when he could finish up. He waited as Mahoney took a call on his cell phone. When he had finished the call, he looked chagrined.
We've not even got a couple of hours, Mahoney said. That was the chief's office. The NCA are almost here, complete with hard-ons. You okay, keeping an entry log?
Sergeant Bush just nodded in reply, too tired to argue with the detective. The moment one of the uniforms passed within hailing distance, they would be on the log, and he and Rebecca would be heading back to the station. Then breakfast. Then bed. He was certainly going to sleep soundly. Chapter 111. Martin sipped his coffee and watched as one of the security teams ambled along by the river at the bottom of his garden. The sun was almost fully in the air, and he thought it was going to be a hot one. Martin gazed out over his garden for a few moments, his eyes drawn to the small wood on top of a hill that overlooked his property. If he had a dog, it was just the sort of place he would take it for a walk.
Martin,
Robert's voice interrupted his train of thought.
You've got a call.
Martin turned to see his head of security holding one of the burner phones.
Yes,
Martin said as he held the phone to his ear.
We need to meet. Breakfast. The White Horse at 7.
The caller disconnected without another word, which irritated Martin. He might be the assistant chief commissioner, but his caller should have had more respect for Martin than that. 90 minutes later, a few moments before 7, Martin was sitting in a secluded nook within the White Horse. While he waited for his caller, Martin read the back of the menu, which detailed the history of the pub. He'd known it was old, but not that old.
Martin, good morning, a male voice said.
Martin looked up to see the assistant chief commissioner standing by the table. He was around the same age as Martin and was wearing a silver suit with what looked to Martin like a Versace shirt and tie.
Good morning, William,
Martin said, gesturing at the seat opposite.
I've not ordered anything yet.
William sat down opposite him and gestured at the bartender, a woman older than both of them by some years. She acknowledged him with a wave and went back to polishing beer glasses, prompting an irritated tut from William.
Did you know, William,
Martin said, waving the menu at him,
that they've been serving pints at this place since Christopher Columbus was just an itch in his father's testicles?
If William was impressed, he didn't show it. He glanced at the woman behind the bar, who looked as if she might be gearing up to approach their table.
Looks like she's been serving them since then,
he said with an uncharacteristically wry grin. A few moments later, having ordered their breakfasts, Martin waited to see if the police officer wanted to get straight down to business, but it seemed whatever he had to say was going to wait.
I can't believe you've ordered a full English, William said.
Martin just smiled, thinking about how much he was going to enjoy tucking into it while William ate his toast. Bacon, fried eggs, baked beans, sausages, and perhaps a slice of black pudding were no comparison.
Just don't tell my cardiologist,
Martin replied in a conspiratorial tone.
God knows I pay him enough money, but he's always moaning at me. Bloody heart attack waiting to happen, you are. There's nothing wrong with my heart, William, Martin said. Bit of high blood pressure, but probably not as high as yours. Why the cardiologist, then? Oh, I've got an aneurysm, apparently. Only a small one, and I'm getting it fixed in a few months. That and an enlarged prostate. It comes to us all, my friend, William replied with a grin.
It wasn't until after they had eaten their breakfasts that William told Martin why he wanted to see him. Martin, his stomach much fuller than he thought William's was, listened intently.
Do you know an Albanian called Matteo Ametti? William asked, after checking over his shoulder to make sure they were alone. I might do, Martin replied warily. Why? He's in custody after murdering his brother, William said. Martin made a conscious effort to not let his face change at the news. This was one less loose end to worry about, but with Matteo in custody, perhaps it was a new one as well. William glanced at his watch. He'll be being charged about now, as soon as the custody sergeant comes in. Where will he be taken after that? He'll be on the remand wing at Lincoln Prison, William said. His eyes narrowed as he continued. He should be in the segregation section, seeing as how we think he's a nonce. But it's full. Cutbacks, you know? Martin nodded in reply. Not on normal courtyard exercise, he said. Excuse me? William asked. That's what nonce stands for. The oldest term for pedophiles there is. Surely you know that. Of course I do, but I didn't think you would. William smiled at Martin, but it was a business-like smile with no genuine warmth. You know, for a man of the cloth, you know some very unusual things. Martin raised his hand and made the sign of the cross in the air. Bless you, my child, he said before winking at the police officer. Chapter 112.
Are you planning on spending the whole day up there?
Katya called out, craning her neck to see if she could see Caleb. A moment later, she saw him clambering down the branches. He moved as if he had been climbing trees all his life, which, for all she knew, he had. But there was something quite graceful about the way he moved. Caleb jumped from the lowest branch, landing on both feet in front of her with a soft thud. No, I'm good. I'm hungry, though. My stomach's telling me it's lunchtime. Katya's face fell.
Oh,
she said.
There wasn't much food left.
Caleb crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at her with a stern expression.
Sorry, I've eaten it all.
She waited for as long as she could before she started laughing. Joke, Caleb, she said, punching him playfully on the shoulder.
That's when one person says something to make the other person laugh?
Hilarious, Caleb replied, the corners of his mouth twitching. They walked back to the car through the short path that Caleb had cut in the vegetation. Katya had left the doors open as the air had warmed up throughout the morning, but this meant that every bug in the area had made a beeline for their vehicle. Katya swatted at some as she sat in the driver's seat. Beside her, Caleb had got the map out and was balancing it on his knee with one hand while he ate a chocolate bar with the other. You see this path here? Caleb said, tracing a line on the map. Katya leaned across him to look at it, her arm brushing his as she did so. That's the approach I'm going to take. Even if they've got thermal cameras, there's a stone wall that will shield me right up to the river. Katya followed the line on the map, not liking the way he was saying me, not us. Then I can get across the river. He stabbed at the map with his index finger. There's a large tree here in the garden that'll give me cover.
But you don't know where the girls are being held,
Katya said.
Won't you be discovered before you get to them?
Not necessarily, Caleb replied. But they're in the house, somewhere. I'll find them.
So, what do I do?
Katya asked.
Go around back and approach from the rear of the house.
Caleb paused before he replied, and Katya knew what he was going to say. No, Katya, he said, looking at her. I need you to stay here.
Why?
Katya asked, trying not to sound petulant.
I want to help.
I know you do, but I work best alone. I need you to stay here. He was staring at the map, not meeting her eyes. Once they're free, I can tell Anna and Elaine to head up here. I need you to be here for them in case I get caught up. Or hurt or killed, Katya thought, but didn't say anything. If you're in the tree with the spotting scope, you'll be able to see things I can't, and let me know. Finally, he turned to look at her, and she saw sadness in his eyes. We've got cell phones.
I want to help, Caleb,
Katya said again, covering his hand with hers.
Not sit in a tree with a scope.
That is helping, Katya.
Caleb smiled, but it did nothing for the sadness on her face.
Besides, if something happens to me, the girls will need you to get away.
Katya felt a lump forming in her throat at the thought of something happening to Caleb, but she was determined not to cry.
I don't like the thought of it, Caleb,
she replied a moment later when she trusted her voice.
I know you don't, Caleb replied, but that's the way it is. No discussion.
Katya took a deep breath.
Okay,
she said before putting more authority in her voice.
Okay.
Then she let a smile play over her face.
You'd better show me the best way to get up that tree.
Chapter 113. Mateo sat on the thin mattress and listened to the sounds around him. He could hear jeering, clapping, the sound of something metal being hit against bars. They were the same sounds as back at the police station, but amplified many times. Earlier that morning, Mateo had been charged with Alexander's murder. The red-faced policeman who had formally charged him had showed as much interest as if he had been reading from the menu of a Chinese takeaway when he read the text from a laminated piece of paper. Mateo had asked for the detective from the previous day, only to be told he was tied up at a scene. He might come and see Mateo in prison later, but Mateo had been told not to hold his breath. His cell was much smaller than the one in the police station. When he had arrived, he'd been searched, which had included a man looking at part of Mateo no man had ever looked at before. Mateo should have been embarrassed, but he was too scared. Then he'd been given the same clothes all the other prisoners he'd seen were wearing, a slightly more comfortable version of the tracksuit he wore at the police station. The cell's interior was painted a utility green. It had a single bed, a stainless steel toilet and sink in the corner, and a tiny window that, even if he could stand up properly, was too high for him to look out of. The prison officers who had wheeled him to the cell had told him that as soon as a bed on the hospital wing was free, he would be taken there on account of the casts on his legs. In the meantime, they had said he would just have to make do with a regular cell.
But how do I get down the stairs for food?
Mateo had asked them. Their replies were just smirks. We'll think of something, one of them had said before they deposited him on the bed. That had been several hours previously, and Mateo had only his own thoughts for company since they had left. There were a series of metallic clunks, and Mateo's door swung open by a couple of inches. From the cheering that echoed around the prison's interior, Mateo guessed that all the other cell doors had also been opened. The sound of voices increased, and he was reminded of when he was at school and in between lessons. Mateo jumped as his door was pushed open. Standing in the door was a man, heavily built and wearing the same clothes he was wearing.
Mateo Ameti,
the new arrival said, speaking in Albanian. Mateo was surprised to hear his mother tongue being spoken.
Yes,
he replied.
It's me. Who are you?
Behind the man was another prisoner, his hands on a wheelchair.
We've come to take you to lunch,
the first man said. Behind him, the other prisoner just grinned. Mateo let out a sigh of relief. The prison guards had been true to their word. He'd imagined having to make his way down the staircase on his backside. At least that wasn't going to happen now. Mateo watched as the second prisoner wheeled the chair into his cell, taking care to put the handbrake on before taking a step back.
Can you help me?
Mateo asked the first prisoner.
Sure,
he replied, putting out his hands and gripping Mateo's upper arms. He pulled Mateo to his feet and swung him round so that he could sit in the wheelchair. But before the prisoner sat Mateo down, the other man punched him hard in the back twice. Mateo let out a breath as he was released, falling back and landing in the wheelchair with a thump. He looked at the two men now walking back toward his cell door and realized they were both wearing vinyl gloves. The prisoner who had punched Mateo was hiding something in the folds of his tracksuit top. Mateo felt something warm trickling down his back. He arched his shoulders to try to reach around, and the trickle turned into a torrent.
The bishop says hello, Ameti,
the first prisoner said as he exited the cell. But Mateo barely heard him. He was already losing consciousness. Chapter 114. Caleb watched as Katya made herself comfortable in the large branches of the oak tree. She was wearing the camouflage pattern clothing he'd been wearing earlier, which hung on her loosely, but it would still do what it was designed to do. She raised the spotting scope to her eye and adjusted the focus.
Wow,
she said a few seconds later.
This is really clear. I can see Martin.
Caleb raised the binoculars to his eyes and trained them on the front lawn of the house. As Katya had said, Martin was walking toward the summer house by the river. A few steps behind him was a woman that he didn't recognize. She was lithe, slimmer than Katya, and had dark hair that he thought was tied back into a ponytail. Her shoulders were stooped under her white top. She had her head down, and it was obvious to Caleb that she was unhappy. Martin opened the doors to the summer house and stepped back to allow her to enter. Then he closed the door behind them, and a few seconds later, the blinds were drawn. With a grim expression on his face, Caleb turned to Katya. "This will be over soon," he said, nodding at the summer house. "Martin's day of reckoning is upon him. It will indeed be a day of wrath." Katya didn't reply, but when she looked at Caleb, he could see the pain in her eyes.
"Who was that with him?"
she asked. "I don't know," Caleb replied. "But her pain will be repaid a multitude of times. This is my solemn promise."
"Is that from the Bible?"
Katya wiped her face with the back of her hand. "No. It's from me." Just under an hour later, after Caleb had pointed out all the elements of the house and terrain that he wanted Katya to be aware of, the door to the summer house reopened. The woman stepped out, and Caleb saw in his binoculars that she was disheveled. Her hair was now loose and wild, and she half walked, half ran back up the lawn. Caleb switched his attention to the door of the summer house, which was still open. Inside, Caleb could just make out Martin sitting in an armchair with a cigar in his hand. He watched as Martin leaned forward and lit it, puffing out a cloud of smoke. "Are you happy, Katya?" Caleb asked. Katya, who was also watching Martin through her scope, nodded in reply.
"Yes, I think so."
She put down the scope and turned to him.
"You're going at dawn?"
"Yes," he replied. "The event that Mateo told me about is not until tomorrow night, so we have time. I need some time alone, if I may."
"Sure,"
Katya said with a nod.
"I'll stay here and keep an eye out."
Caleb descended the tree and made his way from the small thicket, careful to keep the bushes and trees between himself and the house. He walked for perhaps 10 minutes until he found a small glade surrounded by hawthorn bushes. Then he sat, crossed his legs, and placed his hands on his knees. Around him he could hear the faint buzzing of bumblebees as they moved from one white flower to the next. Caleb inhaled sharply through his nose, relishing the vanilla and almond smells of the flowers. It was not the most pleasant of odors. Caleb recalled the distinctive element was called triethylamine, the same chemical produced when a human body started to decay. He had heard that there was an old superstition that suggested death would follow if a hawthorn blossom was taken into a house. He tried hard to clear his mind of such thoughts and to focus on the task at hand. As he did so, a variety of verses from Scripture flashed across his mind until it finally settled on the book of Daniel.
"Mena, mena, tekel parson,"
Caleb muttered under his breath, repeating the words that a disembodied hand had written on the wall of King Balthazar's house in the book. Caleb breathed in again deeply, this time focusing not on the smell of death that pervaded the air, but on becoming Daniel. At dawn, he would be entering a lion's den, but unlike in Daniel's case, he wouldn't have an angel to close the jaws of the lions. That was something that Caleb was going to have to do for himself. As Caleb continued his meditation, one thought kept returning to the forefront of his mind. The writing was indeed on the wall for Martin. Chapter 115. Katya continued to view the house through her spotting scope, eager for a glimpse of Anna or Elaine. But apart from the security guards Caleb had pointed out to her, there was no sign of anyone. Martin had disappeared not long after Caleb had left her alone. She had watched Martin walk up the lawn, a phone pressed to his ear, and Katya had wished for a lightning bolt to come from the sky and strike him down. One guard was smoking under the single tree in the garden, using the trunk to shield himself from the house. As she watched the guards smoking, Katya thought about the future and what it might look like. Her initial dreams of England were so far proving very different to the reality. At least now she wasn't in any direct danger. Caleb had seen to that. But Anna and Elaine were, and by extension, Caleb, if he went ahead with his plan. She thought back to when he had been fighting with the man in the hotel room. There had been a moment when she thought Caleb had been bettered, and if she'd had a clear shot at his assailant, there was a point where she would have taken it. But Caleb had prevailed. If Caleb was able to rescue Anna and Elaine, and Katya had every faith in the man that he would, what would be next for them? Where could they go? Where would they live? Even if they went to the authorities, and this was the only option that Katya thought they had, they would still be illegal immigrants. Katya thought that Anna and Elaine would be treated differently as they were children, but she was a grown woman, not related to the two girls in any way. Would they be separated? And what about Caleb? What would become of him? With these and other more depressing thoughts swirling inside her head, Katya forced herself to focus on the task at hand, which was, as Caleb had explained, reconnaissance. She switched her attention to the bridge that led across the river to Martin's house. It wasn't possible to tell how deep the river was from this distance, but it was moving, slowly. A few ducks were paddling around the languid surface. The bridge itself was a simple one, not much more than an extension of the road it served. On the other side of the river was a large gate which she thought was operated from the house. Earlier that morning, she had seen a black SUV identical to the one that had chased them the previous day approach. When it got to the bridge, the gate started to swing open. She and Caleb had watched as Martin emerged from the vehicle after it parked near the house, rubbing his chest as he made his way toward the front door. Katya hated Martin with a passion she'd never felt before for another human being. He was, in her opinion, at the root of Anna and Elaine's situation. In her mind, there was no blood on Caleb's hands. It was all on Martin's. If Caleb was right, he was the fulcrum for everything that had happened to her, Anna and Elaine. She wondered how many other lives he had ruined. Whatever Caleb had planned for the man was fine by Katya. If there was anything she could do to help, even if it was sitting in a tree, she would do it. And if for any reason Caleb failed in his mission, then she would walk down to his house herself. Katya summoned up an image of Anna and Elaine in her mind and remembered them laughing as they played a game of cards back at the farmhouse, before Mateo and Alexander had taken them away. If Caleb failed, then she would kill Martin herself. Or she would die trying. Chapter 116. Martin sighed as he looked at the burner phone. That call had been awkward, to say the least. He used his own phone to send Robert a text message asking him to come to his office. As he waited, he thought back over the conversation he'd just had. The caller had told him, his distinctive baritone voice showing no contrition, that because of a House of Commons committee meeting, he wasn't going to make the event the following day. At first, Martin was pleased. The man could be a royal pain in the ass at times. He was used to having people at his beck and call and getting what he wanted, when he wanted it. But on the plus side, he also had very deep pockets, which he had just offered to dip into even more. "Martin," Robert said a moment later after a brief knock on the door. "Everything okay?" "We need to change our plans a bit, Robert. One of the guests wants to visit earlier." "The politician? You already told me about that." "Nah, not earlier as in earlier tomorrow. He wants to visit this afternoon." "Ah," Robert replied. "That might be a problem." "Robert," Martin replied, his voice short, "I pay you a lot of money to solve my problems. Have Leica prepare the girls and weigh them. I'll speak to the pharmacist, so one of your team will need to go and collect their drinks." He stared at Robert, who, as always, remained impassive. "As you wish, Martin," Robert said a moment later. "What time will he be arriving?" 3 o'clock this afternoon." Robert nodded and left the office. Martin got to his feet and crossed to the door, flipping the lock so he wouldn't be disturbed. Then he crossed to the wall behind his desk and slid the painting of a random windmill to one side to reveal a safe built into the wall. There was a digital number pad in the door that he tapped a 6-digit code into, known only to himself. Martin was under no illusion that Robert knew about the safe, but without the code, he wouldn't know what was in it. The safe itself was the size of a mini fridge, but because of the twin walls with a fireproof composite sodium silicate layer between them, the interior was much smaller. It only held 2 items, a laptop and a power cable. Martin lifted out the laptop and returned to his desk, plugging the power cable in as the laptop booted up. He checked to make sure it was connected to the hidden Wi-Fi network that the house cameras were all connected to, and opened up the software to view them. He nodded as he cycled through the camera feeds. The one he was most interested in was in one of the basement bedrooms where his guest would entertain the girls. Martin set the camera's software to start recording at 2 o'clock that afternoon. His guest had an annoying habit of being early, and Martin didn't want to miss anything being recorded on the enormous twin hard drives on the computer. The footage wasn't stored anywhere else, but he'd paid a lot of money to ensure that even if the laptop was destroyed, the hard drives would survive. There was a lot of footage on them, of many people. People who would pay a massive amount of money for the footage to never be seen, should he ever need to exert that kind of pressure. With the bedroom cameras set up, Martin again cycled through the feeds until he reached the camera in the girls' bedroom. He watched for a few moments as Leica fussed around them. He turned the audio on for a moment, but was unable to understand anything they were saying. From the looks of it, though, the younger girl didn't want to get in the shower. It was the older girl who persuaded her, using a towel, to flick at her sister. Martin listened as the 2 girls squealed and laughed, watched by Leica. The woman had a strange expression on her face, somewhere between sadness and resignation. He had seen the look before in the summer house earlier that day, but had paid it no mind then. He paid it no mind now, as he closed the computer and replaced it in the safe. "Whatever will be, Martin muttered under his breath as he slid the painting back over the safe. Chapter 117. Caleb walked slowly back to the trees, feeling refreshed, both physically and spiritually. Having spent so much time focusing on what lay ahead, he allowed himself a moment to consider what would come after it, where he would go, what he might do. But he dismissed the thoughts as too uncertain to spend any time on. When he reached the trees, Katya was still up in the oak tree. He called up to her, and a few moments later heard her scrambling down. She jumped off the lowest branch, stumbling as she landed, and she laughed as he put out a hand to steady her. "Oops," she said, still giggling. Caleb was relieved to see her in good spirits. He'd been concerned earlier about her reaction to being told she would not be taking a more active role in the girls' rescue, but she seemed to have accepted it. "Anything going on?"
"Not really,"
Katya replied, adjusting the spotting scope which was slung around her neck.
"Not that I could see, anyway."
"Did the guards change their pattern at all?"
"I don't think so, no,"
she said. Caleb nodded. That was good.
"There's another man, though. Not one of the guards, but he was talking to Martin in his office. I was watching them through his window."
"Can you describe him?"
"Normal size, normal build. Maybe in his 30s? I'm not sure. It was difficult to tell."
"Hair?"
"Crew cut or shaved, I think."
Caleb nodded again. It was useful intelligence. The additional man could belong to the guards, so that would make 5 in total. It made sense if they were operating in pairs for there to be a leader of some sort. "Thank you," he said to Katya, and was rewarded with a broad smile. He gestured at the scope. "You want me to take a stint up there?"
"No, I'm good. You need to save your energy for the morning. I'll head back up there in a minute. I just need to find a bush."
"Find a bush?" Caleb asked. He pointed at the surrounding vegetation. "There's loads of them just here."
"No, I need a private one."
It took Caleb a few seconds to realize what she meant. "Ah, I see." Caleb passed the next couple of hours sitting in the car while Katya kept watch from the tree. He checked and double-checked his equipment, making sure he had everything he needed in Mateo's bag. Then he dozed for a while, nodding off to the sound of the wind whispering through the leaves. But he didn't dream. Caleb was somewhere between asleep and awake when he heard Katya calling him. "Caleb!" Her voice was sharp and insistent. Caleb's eyes snapped open, instantly awake. He grabbed the binoculars, got out of the car, and ran to the base of the tree.
"Come up here,"
Katya said, quietly but firmly. He clambered up the tree until he was sitting on the same branch that she was. The branch was so thick it could have taken 10 people without moving an inch. "What is it?" Caleb asked as he raised the binoculars to his eyes, but he could see why Katya had called him. The gate to the house was slowly swinging open to allow a car through.
"One of the SUVs left a while ago, driven by the man I saw in Martin's office," Katya said. "Then it came back around 30 minutes later, but this car's just shown up."
Caleb focused on the car as it crept through the gate. It was a sleek-looking vehicle, almost like a Lincoln town car back home. The metallic paint was a deep green color that glinted in the sunlight. He could see Martin standing by the front door to his house to welcome his visitor. The car stopped in front of the house, and Caleb watched as a man got out. He was sharply dressed in a suit and had gray hair that he used his hands to smooth over his head.
"Who is he?"
Katya said.
"Caleb? What if he's here for the girls?"
Caleb had been thinking the exact same thing that Katya had just said. He closed his eyes and prayed for guidance, but none came. He was on his own. "Katya," Caleb said, fixing her eyes with his. "I need to go." He saw fear bubble up in her eyes, and he placed his hand on hers until it subsided. She nodded, blinking back tears. A moment later, with Mateo's bag slung over his shoulder, Caleb made his way from the small copse toward the stone wall that would give him shelter as he approached Martin's house. But Caleb didn't look back. He never looked back. Chapter 118. Katya's heart thudded in her chest as she watched Caleb through the scope, crouching down but moving quickly, make his way toward the wall. She hadn't even wished him luck, let alone said goodbye. What if he never came back? She cursed herself under her breath. If something happened to him, she would never forgive herself. After Baudry had died, the worst thing was the fact that she'd never had a chance to say goodbye to him properly. She switched her attention to the house. In front of it, Martin was shaking hands with the new arrival. The man she had seen earlier stepped out of the house from behind Martin, and the visitor handed him something. A moment later, the green car was being moved around to the back of the house as the two men spoke more. Then Martin extended his hand, and the other man stepped into the house. Katya's eyes were drawn to some movement by the garage. The 4 guards she had seen previously were standing in a group in front of the garage door. She refocused the spotting scope, and what she saw filled her heart with dread. All 4 were carrying black, stubby guns slung across their chests. Katya reached into her pocket for Mateo's phone, and, her hands trembling, she tapped out a message to Caleb. They had agreed that she would only text the burner phone he was carrying in an emergency. This was an emergency.
"The guards have got guns."
She pressed send and held her breath as she waited for a reply. When it came, it was a single letter. K. Katya raised the scope back to her eye and tracked the guards as they set off on their patrol. To her relief, they followed the same route they had earlier, 2 of them making their way down to the river and the other 2 disappearing behind the house. Then she switched to Caleb, but after tracing the stone wall several times, she couldn't see him. Katya forced herself to relax. If she couldn't see him, even though she knew the route he was taking, then neither could the guards. Could they? Then she focused on Martin's office window to see if the 2 men were in there, but it was empty. She felt nauseated at the thought of that man and Anna or Elaine with him touching them, doing things to them that they wouldn't understand, shouldn't understand. Katya hiccuped, and when she felt bile rising into the back of her mouth, thought she was going to vomit, but the feeling subsided as she swallowed the bile back down with a grimace. Working methodically, Katya used the scope to inspect each of the windows in the house in turn to see if she could see any activity inside. There was nothing until she got to the last window on the first floor. When she had looked at it earlier, the blinds had been drawn, but someone had opened them to open the window. Katya could see a man sitting at a desk looking at a bank of monitors. He was smoking a cigarette and leaning back in the chair. Katya thought it was the man who had parked the visitor's car, but he had his back to her, so she couldn't be sure. Katya adjusted the scope back to the stone wall. She traced it again all the way from where it began to where it ended by the bridge. When she got to the bridge, she saw Caleb. Her heart fluttered as she watched him crouching by the river, using the bridge to conceal himself. He was taking things out of Mateo's bag and placing them in his pockets. Then he turned and looked directly at Katya. She knew he wouldn't be able to see her, but it was as if he had sensed her gaze. She watched as Caleb, his eyes still fixed on her location, put both hands in front of him, clasped as if in prayer, before pointing a finger at his own chest.
"I will, Caleb,"
Katya whispered.
"I will pray for you."
Chapter 119. Caleb crouched in the shade of the bridge, safe in the knowledge that he couldn't be seen from the house or its garden. He took a moment to scour the sky above him, alert for the sight or sound of a drone, but other than a few red kites soaring and the thermals calling to each other, he could see or hear nothing. He was perspiring heavily after making his way down the side of the stone wall to his current location. Moving that way was hard work, and his thighs were still burning from the effort. He spent a few moments transferring equipment from Mateo's bag into the pockets of his camouflage jacket, making sure the pockets were secure. The last thing he wanted to do was to reach in for something important, only to find it was at the bottom of the river. The gun he had taken from the man in the hotel was wrapped in plastic. It would get wet, but it would still work if he needed to use it. Caleb toyed with removing the silencer as it made the weapon awkward in his pocket, but he decided to keep it. The last object he removed from Mateo's bag was too large for his pockets, and since he was about to use it, he placed it down next to him. Caleb hadn't been this close to the house before, so he took a few moments to catch his breath. Then he raised the binoculars and shuffled forward a yard or so, taking care to ensure he didn't move any of the bushes near the bridge too wildly. He pressed them to his eyes and started an in-depth look at the house, moving methodically from left to right. The first things he noticed were the cameras. There were 2 in each corner of the building, both looking in opposite directions. He studied them for a couple of minutes, but they didn't move. That meant they would have wide fields of view, which was good, as the picture quality wouldn't be very good. But on the downside, it also meant there were no blind spots caused by the camera's movement. But a camera was only as good as the person watching the screen, and if no one was, then they became irrelevant. The windows of the house were double glazed with no fittings on the outside. That would make a quiet entry through any of them impossible. The only exception was the furthest window away on the first floor, which was open. As Caleb watched, a thin wisp of smoke emerged from it before being spirited away in the light breeze. Caleb focused his attention on the area immediately surrounding the window. It was perhaps 20 feet above the ground, and it wasn't obvious whether it opened all the way or whether it had a safety device that prevented this, like many hotels he had stayed at. Running up the side of the building was a downpipe fitted to the wall with solid metal fastenings. There were 3 in total, which made them just over 6 feet apart. He rehearsed climbing the pipe in his mind and tried to calculate how long it would take him to climb from the ground to the window. If anyone saw him doing this, he would be a sitting duck. There was also the problem of whoever was smoking inside the room, but before he could even begin to climb the pipe, he had to get there. 2 of the guards were walking away from him along the front of the lawn by the river. They already had their backs to him by the time he received Katya's text, and he wasn't able to tell what type of guns they had, but he could see the slings across their backs, which made them larger than pistols. Caleb checked his pockets were secure once more. He then placed the binoculars on the ground, as he wouldn't be needing them anymore. He picked up the item he had placed on the ground and crept to the edge of the river, where bulrushes helped conceal him. With a gasp at the coldness of the water, Caleb slid slowly into the river. It was time. Chapter 120. "How is our guest?" Martin heard Robert ask as he walked into the CCTV room. The head of security's eyes were fixed on the bank of monitors on the desk in front of him, and a cigarette was smoldering away in the ashtray. It was the only room that Martin allowed Robert to smoke in, on the grounds that if the cameras were being monitored, he could hardly slip away for a cigarette. "He's having a shower in the guest suite," Martin replied, looking at the screens. There were 8 in total, 2 for each side of the house, and they gave Robert a 360-degree view of the exterior. The only internal cameras were Martin's. On one screen, Martin could see 2 of the guards ambling along the rear wall of the property, while on the other, their colleagues were about to pass the summer house where he and Laika had enjoyed themselves that morning, or at least where Martin had enjoyed himself. Martin crossed the window, eager for some fresh air. The smoke from Robert's cigarette was irritating his eyes. There was a dull ache behind Martin's sternum, which he knew was from the stress of his visitor arriving early. Martin's plans were so detailed, they had to be, that any deviation stressed him out. He watched as a solitary duck made its way down the river and cast his mind back to the menu at the White Horse. Duck with quince puree and orange-infused endive, Martin muttered under his breath. Excuse me, Robert said. That's what I'm having for dinner, Martin replied, waving a hand at Robert to dispel another cloud of smoke. Any problems? Just let me know. Martin left the CCTV room and walked down the main staircase to get to the kitchen and find Leica. When he walked into the room, the lights were off. Martin tutted under his breath. He'd told her to start preparing some food for his guest as soon as the girls were ready. The guest would no doubt be hungry later. Alexa, turn the kitchen lights on, Martin said. They flickered into life, and he made his way across the kitchen to the door at the end that led to the basement. Down a further flight of stairs, he walked to the girl's bedroom and rapped on the door.
They're not ready,
Leica's voice came from inside. Open the door. The ache in Martin's chest pulsed in time with his heartbeat. A few seconds later, the door swung open. What's going on?
She didn't want her drink,
Leica said, pointing a finger at Anna, who was sitting on her bed with her head lowered. Beside her, Elaine was curled up in a ball. She raised her head at the sound of Martin's voice, but soon put it back down again. Has she had it now?
Yes, but only a moment ago.
Martin looked at his watch. The drugs in the syrupy drinks his pharmacist had prepared would take at least 20 minutes to kick in. It wouldn't do to keep his guest waiting, but he had no choice. One of the advantages of the pharmacological concoction Martin paid so much for was that it wiped his package's memories. Martin couldn't care less if they remembered what happened to them. He just didn't want them telling anyone else, in this case, his other clients. That wouldn't do at all. Chapter 121. Caleb kept his lungs half inflated to maintain a neutral buoyancy in the water, breathing shallowly as he lay on his back at a 45-degree angle. His feet were on the bed of the river, and only his face was above the surface. Caleb had one hand out to the side to balance himself, and with the other he was holding a plastic decoy duck from the outdoors shop between the house and his face to hide the only part of his body that was above the water. He propelled himself with his feet, trying to gauge how quickly a duck would move through the water. It took Caleb about 5 minutes to make his way along the front of the river, past the summer house, and into the lee of the oak tree in the corner of Martin's garden. The house and the tree were the only two blind spots where he could climb out of the river unseen by the cameras. Another reason for moving slowly was to stay behind the guards. If they followed their normal routine, they would turn at the end of the garden and walk up to the other corner of the grounds, but the other two guards were also walking along the rear wall of the garden, and they might be able to see him clambering out of the river if he didn't time it right. Caleb angled himself to see around the decoy duck. He'd almost gone too quickly, as the men were only just turning to walk up the side of the garden. He gave it a few moments, moving the plastic decoy a few times so it wasn't too static, and then approached the side of the river. The blind spot from the house created by the oak tree was only as wide as the trunk itself, and because of the dual cameras, there was a risk it was even thinner than that. But there was nothing he could do about it. He placed the duck in some bulrushes and eased his way through them. Caleb peered through the tall stalks at the backs of the two men, who were now around 10 yards away from the tree. He had perhaps 30 seconds before the other guards appeared at the top of the garden. Caleb parted the bulrushes and slipped through them, keeping a close eye on the retreating guards as he did so. Moving as quickly as he could, without making any noise, he made his way to the large base of the tree. Just above head height was a branch about the width of his forearm. He could use it as purchase to lever himself up into the relative safety of the tree's canopy. He jumped, grabbing the branch with both hands so he could pull himself up. When he had got his chest on the branch, Caleb started to swing his legs up. There was what seemed to Caleb like a resounding crack, and he felt himself falling back to the ground. He managed to pivot before he hit the deck so that he landed feet first, cushioning the impact with the soles of his feet. Caleb paused, crouching down. He looked back up at the tree. There was an alternate route into the canopy, knots and whorls in the bark providing hand and footholds. But had the guards heard the branch snapping? Chapter 122. Katya stifled a scream as she saw Caleb fall from the tree and land on the ground. He stayed stock still for a few seconds, his arms out to the sides. Beyond the tree, the guards had stopped walking, and one of them had half turned back to look in the direction of the river. To Katya's horror, the guard who had turned took a couple of steps back toward the tree.
"Climb the tree, Caleb,"
Katya said, her teeth gritted so hard her jaw was aching.
"Climb the tree."
As Katya watched, Caleb did just that. She saw him turn and place his hands on the bark of the tree, then raise a foot to lift himself off the ground. It was going to be close, but Caleb was swift. Once he started ascending, he moved like a cougar, never letting more than one hand or foot stay where it was for more than a second. By the time the guard was a few yards away from the tree, Katya could no longer see Caleb. She exhaled hard through her cheeks, not realizing she'd been holding her breath. Below the tree, the guard stopped for a moment. He looked down at the broken branch and kicked it with his foot, but he didn't look up into the canopy itself. As she watched, he leaned back against the trunk while, beyond him, his colleague continued ambling up the side of the garden. The guard under the tree reached into his pocket, and when he pulled his hand out, he had a pack of cigarettes in his hand. He pulled one from the pack and lit it before tilting his head back and exhaling a cloud of smoke with what Katya imagined to be a sigh of contentment. Katya scoured the leaves of the tree for any sign of Caleb, but he was invisible to her. But all the guard had to do was to look up, and he might be able to spot him. Katya could feel a bead of perspiration rolling down between her shoulder blades, but she knew it wasn't from the heat. It was from fear. This wasn't, she was sure, part of Caleb's plan. She used the spotting scope to scour the garden quickly just to see if there had been any other reaction to the branch breaking. In the far corner of the garden, the top right, from her vantage point, the remaining guard had met with his two colleagues. They were standing, guns slung over their chests, and appeared to Katya to be having a conversation. Nothing in their body language or demeanor gave Katya cause for concern. When Katya returned the scope to the oak tree, the guard who had been smoking looked different. He had dropped his cigarette and was leaning up against the bark of the trunk. His hands were scrabbling at his neck, and when Katya moved the scope to his feet, she saw they were almost a foot off the ground. His entire body was shaking, and his feet were drumming against the base of the oak. 10, perhaps 20 seconds later, the guard's hands dropped to his sides. His feet stopped drumming and became still. Katya could see that his head was at a strange angle in relation to the rest of his body, but his feet were still some distance from the ground. Then, with a jerk, his body moved up the trunk by a foot, perhaps more. There was a pause. Then he moved again. Up, and over the course of perhaps a minute, he disappeared into the canopy of the oak tree. Chapter 123. Every muscle in Caleb's upper body strained as he hauled on the paracord to drag the guard up into the canopy of the tree. One end of the cord was looped over a branch above his head to form a crude pulley system, but he was battling against both the weight of the man and the friction between the rope and the rough bark. He hauled again before glancing down. The man below him was only a few feet below the branch Caleb was standing on. Caleb had initially thought about using a heavy-duty fishing line for this task, but had soon realized that wouldn't work. Not only would he be unable to spool the line over the man's head, but he wouldn't be able to haul him up into the tree without either lacerating his own fingers or decapitating the guard. So he had opted for paracord instead. According to the packaging, it was good for up to 350 pounds, if not more, and he'd been able to tie a Honda knot in it with ease. The rope wasn't quite as stiff as he would have liked, but he'd been able to twirl it into a lasso to drop over the guard's head. "Like riding a bike," Caleb had muttered as he'd pulled the rope tight before the guard had even realized it was around his neck. With one last haul, the muscles in his shoulders and upper arms screaming in complaint, he pulled the guard up high enough for him to grab him by the scruff of the neck and pull him onto the branch. Caleb looked down at the young man. He'd noticed him earlier, using the tree as a smoking shelter while his colleague completed the patrol. The fact he did so told Caleb many things. The guards were nowhere near as disciplined as they should be, and they were complacent. The regular patrols, so similar they were predictable, made them vulnerable. But Caleb thought as he looked at the submachine gun slung around his neck, they were far from powerless. He reached down and unslung the weapon, examining it carefully. It was a variant of the Heckler & Koch MP5, a short-barreled carbine chambered with, Caleb confirmed as he disengaged the magazine to examine the rounds, 5.56 by 45 millimeter NATO rounds. The rounds and the collapsible stock told Caleb his earlier instinct about a military connection was correct. He reinserted the magazine, pushing it home with a quiet click. If he was correct, he had perhaps 2 or 3 minutes before the second guard returned. Caleb was counting on him not to look up when he realized his colleague wasn't smoking behind the tree. When the second guard eventually made his way back to the tree, he stopped directly under Caleb and looked around.
"Dave,"
Caleb heard him say in a soft voice, no doubt not wanting to get his colleague in trouble. Caleb looked down, judging his jump carefully. By the time he landed a few inches behind the guard, another length of paracord was already around the man's neck. This time the cord was wound around 2 unbreakable tent pegs to form a garrote. Caleb dropped to one knee and twisted his body, pivoting the man over his shoulder and face first onto the ground. The guard landed with a grunt, his weapon pinned between his body and the ground. Caleb put a knee in between the man's shoulder blades and pulled hard on the pegs. A moment later, when it was all over, Caleb rolled his body into the bulrushes next to the river, taking care to ensure it couldn't be seen from the house or the garden. Then he leaned the first guard's submachine gun against the tree and collected the magazine from the second before pitching it into the river's edge next to the body. 30 rounds would be more than enough. He wasn't planning on firing a single one, though. Caleb looked down at the cigarette butts sprinkled around the base of the tree and then up at the canopy where the body of the first guard could just be seen.
"Did no one ever tell you smoking's bad for your health?"
he said under his breath as he slipped back into the water beyond the bulrushes. Caleb retrieved the plastic duck and prepared to make his way to the summer house. It was time for a diversion. Chapter 124. Katya lowered the spotting scope, her heart racing. In the space of under 2 minutes, she had just watched 2 men die at Caleb's hand. Neither of them had stood a chance, and she wasn't sure how she felt about that. The other 2 guys, the one in the hotel and the one in the car, had at least had a fighting chance. She put the scope down on a branch and took a few deep breaths, trying to reconcile Caleb's savagery with the tenderness he had shown her. Forcing herself to think about Anna and Elaine and the predicament they were in, Katya took a few more deep breaths to calm herself. The men that Caleb had killed were all part of the system that had put them into that situation. They were hardly innocent bystanders. Those men were armed mercenaries who were being paid to facilitate pedophilia. They had chosen that course, not Caleb. If they hadn't, then they would still be alive. She watched as Caleb slipped back into the water and held the decoy up to disguise his face. If the situation hadn't been so desperate, it would have been comical. He started making his way back down the river, and she raised the scope to her eyes, determined to play her part in the mission. The man in the camera room was still there, staring at the screens. The tree had done its job and hidden Caleb from his view, but Katya couldn't see Martin. She found him a few moments later, back in his office. He had retrieved the laptop from his safe and was looking at it on his desk. There was nothing else that she could see, so she switched the scope to the decoy duck. A moment later, shielded by the summer house, Caleb slipped out of the water. He crawled to the summer house and slipped inside, closing the door behind him. Perhaps 3 minutes later, he emerged and crawled back to the water's edge, this time leaving the door open a couple of inches. Then he was back in the water and the duck was making its way back to the tree. A moment after that, Caleb was back in the relative safety of the tree's canopy. Katya returned the scope to the summer house. There was a thin wisp of smoke coming through the gap in the door. As she watched, it thickened and grew, becoming denser.
"Fire!"
a man's voice shouted.
"Fire!"
Katya brought the scope away from her eye for a moment and saw the remaining 2 guards running across the lawn toward the summer house. They ran past the tree, and she brought the scope back up to her eyes, searching for the camera room. When she found it, she saw the man who had been looking at the screens, standing at the window staring out at the summer house, which now had thick smoke billowing from the gap in the door. Then he disappeared back into the house, somewhere. As both the guards reached the summer house, Katya saw Caleb drop from the far side of the tree and sprint toward the corner of the house. The guards, their attention focused on the summer house, didn't see him as he leaped onto the drain pipe and started shimmying up it, his hands and feet moving quickly as he propelled himself up the side of the house. Katya held her breath as she watched Caleb reach the window and tug at it. For a heart-stopping second, she thought the window wasn't going to open. But then he tumbled through the open window, reaching back to pull it back to where it was originally. Caleb was inside the house. Chapter 125. "What's going on?" Martin shouted at Robert, who was sprinting down the stairs. He'd heard the guards shouting outside and looked up to see some smoke coming out of the summer house. Martin had slammed his laptop closed, cutting off the footage of his politician client as he made his final preparations to meet the girls. The man had been in the ensuite bathroom brushing his teeth as the two girls sat on one of the beds in the main bedroom. They had both looked groggy but compliant when Leica had brought them into the room a few moments earlier while the politician showered. Martin had watched as she hugged them before leaving the room. He wasn't planning on watching when things got started, though. He wasn't that sort of man at all. He just wanted to ensure that his cameras were up and running before the fun began. "The bloody summer house is on fire," Robert shouted back, running past Martin and into the kitchen. When he returned, he was carrying a large red fire extinguisher. "Your cigars, probably." "But that was this morning," Martin said, his voice plaintive. It couldn't have smoldered in the ashtray for hours, could it? "What else would it be?" Martin followed Robert at a distance. When he reached the front door, he could see smoke billowing out of the summer house. When he had looked a moment before through his office window, he had only seen a small amount. Now it looked as if the small wooden building was well on fire, but he couldn't see any flames, only smoke. By the time Martin reached the summer house, the pain in his chest was sharp. His cardiologist had told him to avoid any strenuous exercise, and Martin had never been a runner anyway. The guards had opened the doors, and Robert was directing the spray from the fire extinguisher into the building's interior. A few seconds later, he peered inside the building before disappearing for a moment. A metal container came flying out of the summer house, thick smoke pouring from it. As the smoke inside the summer house dissipated, Martin saw Robert staring at the container. It looked like a small saucepan, like one a camper would use. "What is it?" Martin asked as Robert directed a jet of water into the pan. Robert didn't reply, but was staring at the object on the ground, which was still smoking despite the water. In the summer house, one of the guards shouted, "Nothing in here!" Martin took a few steps toward the small wooden structure. He looked in the door and saw the guard, but it was what he couldn't see that surprised him. There were no signs of a fire at all. No blackened wood, no scorch marks, nothing. He turned his attention to Robert, who was still staring at the pan. Finally, he looked up at Martin, and for the first time since he'd met the man, Martin saw concern on his face. "Where are the others?" Robert shouted at the two guards. He pointed at one of them. "You, find them. And you," Robert looked at the other, "come with me to the house. We've got a problem." "What sort of problem?" Martin asked, putting his hand on Robert's forearm. "What's going on?" "It wasn't a fire, Martin," Robert replied. "It was a distraction. Someone's here." "Who?" "I don't know," Robert said, and Martin saw a look that hovered between disappointment and resolve on his face. Then Robert reached behind him, and when his hand reappeared, it was clutching a large pistol. "But I intend to find out." Chapter 126. Moving as fast as he could, Caleb made his way out of the camera room after a cursory but fruitless search for anything useful. Perhaps he should have just burned the summer house down properly instead of planting a smoke bomb, albeit a carefully constructed one, but he needed the time to get back to the tree. The previous day, he had spent some time mixing some stump killer, which was almost pure potassium nitrate, and sugar together over a small camping stove. When it was a thick, gloppy mixture, he put his shoelace into the pan for a few moments before pulling it partway out and hanging it over the pan's side to form a crude fuse. The fuse had given him more than enough time to get back to the oak tree, and the contents of the pan had done what he intended. But Caleb knew it wouldn't distract the security detail for long. He needed to hurry. The door in the camera room led to a long corridor that looked as if it ran the width of the entire house. Several doors led off the corridor, but Caleb paid them no heed as he made his way down the corridor, the submachine gun in front of him. Anna and Elaine would not be in an upstairs bedroom, of that he was sure. Caleb was betting they would be in a basement. Somewhat perversely, he realized he knew that because that would be where he would put them if he were Martin. In an ideal world, Caleb would know the interior layout of the house well before he breached it, but there had been no time for in-depth research, searching for architects' plans or real estate listings to orientate himself. He was going to have to work it out the hard way. At the top of a winding staircase that led to the lower floors, Caleb paused for a few seconds to consolidate what he knew. By now, the guards would know that the smoke was a decoy and would be on their way back to the house. He didn't have long. They knew he was here. They might not yet know their numbers were diminished, but Caleb knew that was irrelevant. He needed to get to the basement and secure Anna and Elaine. The rest he could worry about later. Caleb sprinted down the stairs, taking them two at a time. He was in a large hallway with an open door that led to the garden. As he ran past the door, he glanced through it to see two men running up the lawn toward the house. He thought for a split second about putting a burst through the open door. If he didn't hit them, and he rarely missed, at least it would give them something to think about. But Caleb decided against it. He didn't think there were any close neighbors to hear the distinctive burr of a submachine gun, and they would have to recognize it to call it in to the authorities, but his priority was the girls. The entire British police force heading for Martin's house wouldn't help them if they got there too late. It was a 50-50 decision. Left or right? Caleb chose left. In his experience, evil graduated toward the left. Satan didn't baptize people with his left hand for nothing, nor was salt thrown over the left shoulder to blind him by accident. The door he ran through led to a large kitchen full of industrial sleek aluminum cupboards. He ran past a large stove complete with 8 gas rings on the top. At the end of the kitchen was a door with a frosted glass window. Through the glass he could see a figure moving, but it was indistinct. Had he been surrounded? Caleb paused as he watched the figure through the glass. He shifted his position so he was behind one of the counters and slid the submachine gun behind his back. Then he pulled the pistol with the silencer from his waistband and raised it. Focusing on the figure beyond the glass, who could only be an adversary, his finger tightened on the trigger. Chapter 127. Katya watched through the scope as the 3 men started running toward the house, leaving Martin standing by the summer house. It was only a few seconds before she wasn't able to keep all 3 of them in her field of vision, but that wasn't important. What was important was that Caleb knew they were coming. Her hands shaking, she placed the scope on the branch to pull her cell phone from her pocket. As she did so, the scope tumbled off the branch and fell to the ground, bouncing off another branch as it did so. It took Katya a couple of attempts, which used up precious time that Caleb might not have, but she managed to get a message away. 3 men coming. She waited until the phone pinged to let her know the message had been sent and started climbing down the tree. At least Caleb was inside the house. But would he be able to find the girls before the guards found him? At least he was now armed with something more substantial than a pistol. Her ears alert for the sound of gunfire, Katya jumped from the lowermost branch to the ground below. Katya landed on the soft earth, but when she picked up the scope, she realized that the scope hadn't landed as softly as she had. The front lens was cracked, courtesy of a stone on the earth below the tree. She swore to herself. How was she going to be able to undertake any reconnaissance now?
"One job, Katya,"
she muttered to herself as she looked at the ruined lens. She held the scope to her eye anyway, but the field of vision was completely fractured. Katya stood where she was for a moment, considering her options. Caleb had asked her to remain at the vehicle in case anything happened to him. He could send the girls to her location. But how was he going to tell them where she was? They didn't speak English, and he didn't speak Georgian. She cursed herself for not thinking that through and wondered why Caleb hadn't made that connection either, unless he was so determined to keep her out of danger that he had given her a powerful reason to stay away from the house. He would know she would do anything not to jeopardize Anna and Elaine's safety. Katya remained where she was for a moment, thinking hard. Perhaps she could make her way to the bridge. She could hide at the spot where he had slipped into the water. It was the most natural escape route from the house. If the girls were running for their lives, with Caleb dead or wounded behind them, they would surely try to cross the bridge somehow, wouldn't they? But how would they get over the gate? It was too high for them to climb, as was the wall, and Katya didn't know if they could swim. She was on the verge of tears, unsure of what to do. Every scenario she thought about had holes in it. Some of the holes were enormous. There was so much that could go wrong, but she too had a pistol, and thanks to Caleb, she knew how to use it, although she had actually fired a gun only once in her life. But to her relief, and Caleb's, that time she had missed. Katya couldn't stand by and do nothing. The idea of staying at the car, unable to help Caleb at all, was not an option. She crossed to the vehicle and withdrew Mateo's gun from the bag. Then she made her way to the edge of the clump of bushes the car was hidden in. Her eyes traced the path that Caleb had taken, down the side of the stone wall and to the bridge. She could follow in his footsteps and at least be closer if he needed any help. Katya just hoped that he didn't need any. Chapter 128. Caleb's finger was perhaps an ounce or two of pressure away from pulling the trigger when something made him pause. The figure he could see through the frosted glass appeared to be wearing white. But Martin and the men he had seen tackling the fire at the summer house had not been. He waited for the door to open and to confirm that the person on the other side was a bad guy before he sent a bullet in his direction. The door flew open and a woman rushed through. When she saw Caleb, his arms extended with the pistol in front of him, she stopped dead and opened her mouth. Caleb waited for her to scream, raising the pistol toward the ceiling so she could identify he was no threat. But she didn't. Caleb had killed many times before, but he had never killed a woman, nor would he, unless the situation absolutely dictated that there was no other course of action. And there usually was. To his surprise, the woman asked him a question in a voice that was almost normal.
"Who are you?"
she asked, her voice accented. Caleb looked at her angular face and black hair tied back in a ponytail and recognized her as the woman he had seen running from the summer house earlier that day. She stared at him, and he saw a short lifetime of pain behind her cold eyes. "I'm here for the girls," he replied, keeping his voice neutral. She regarded him for a split second before nodding her head sharply.
"Follow me."
The woman turned and made her way back down the corridor. She led Caleb to the very end, passing the top of what he assumed was the main staircase to the lower level of the house. At the end of the corridor, she opened a door that led to a much narrower staircase. Her ponytail bobbing, the woman ran down the stairs, closely followed by Caleb. As he followed the woman, Caleb tried to figure out where the guards had gone. They would know by now that the smoke was a decoy, which meant they would also know someone was probably in the house. Caleb was hoping that was the case, at least. He was betting that the security detail wouldn't have expected an intruder inside the house itself. They would have been anticipating an assault from outside the grounds. But that boat had sailed. What it meant was that they would have to regroup, reconsider, and replan. At least, that's what Caleb hoped for. It would buy him time. Not much, but perhaps enough to get the girls to relative safety. The woman led Caleb down a further flight of stairs and halfway down another corridor. She stopped outside a door and nodded at it.
"In there,"
the woman said.
"He's in there, with the girls."
"Is it locked?" Caleb asked her. She shook her head, no, in response. There were a myriad of other questions that Caleb wanted to ask before he opened the door. Where were the girls situated inside the room? Was the man with them armed? Where were the exits from the room? But there was no time. Caleb regarded the door handle. It was a simple one, just a lever that would open the door. He motioned to the woman to step away from the door and to press the handle, flinging the door wide open. It took Caleb less than a second to orient himself to the interior of the room. It was a bedroom. Anna and Elaine were sitting on a large bed, the man he had seen earlier standing over them with his back to Caleb. Both girls were fully clothed, and Caleb felt a rush of relief wash over him, followed a split second later by a tide of anger and wrath. Elaine raised her eyes to meet his, but her dilated pupils and lack of response told him everything he needed to know. The man, whose life expectancy was now a lot shorter than 70 years and 10, turned to see who had entered the room. As he did so, Caleb rolled his weight back so that it was on his back foot. Then he raised his other leg from the floor, keeping it loose at the knee. The strike, when it came, was quicker than a scorpion. Caleb extended his hanging leg, his foot connecting with the cartilage in the front of the man's neck. Caleb felt rather than heard the crunching of the structures in the soft tissue. The man staggered back a couple of steps, staring at Caleb with wide eyes.
"Take the girls, get them out of the house,"
Caleb said to the woman, who looked just as surprised as the man, who Caleb had kicked in the throat. To Caleb's relief, she recovered quickly, barking instructions to the two girls that Caleb didn't understand. When they began to move, she hurried them first with words and then with her hands. A few seconds later, both girls were stumbling toward the door. Just before she left, the woman turned to look at Caleb. She reached out her hand and placed it on Caleb's forearm.
"Thank you,"
the woman said as Caleb closed his eyes to see a faint image of a man who had hurt her. Not Martin, or the man in the room with them, but someone else. When he opened them, the hardness behind her eyes that he had seen earlier was gone and had been replaced with something else that he couldn't process. Was it fear? Anger? Relief? He saw her eyes change again as she glanced at the other man in the room. This time, Caleb recognized the expression. It was hatred. Pure hatred. Chapter 129. Martin watched as the three men ran up the lawn and toward the house. He could feel a tight band across his chest, a sure sign of stress. What was going on? He didn't understand what Robert had meant when he had said that the smoke bomb was a diversion. A diversion from what? And by whom? The Albanians were out of the picture. One was dead, and the other, if his instructions had been followed, soon would be, if he wasn't already. And if Matteo had said anything to the authorities, then he would have been informed by his sources. So who was it who had planted the device? Frowning, he made his way up the lawn. To the side of the front door, he could see Robert giving the other two men instructions using his hands in some sort of military sign language. His movements were direct and exaggerated, and he saw the two men nod before they split up, each one heading in a different direction. One went left, the other went right, their submachine guns held out in front of them in a determined fashion. Robert remained where he was by the front door, apparently waiting for Martin to reach him. Or was he, Martin considered, letting the two men go first in case there was trouble? Perhaps Robert wasn't the man he made himself out to be. By the time Martin reached Robert, he was out of breath, despite the short distance he had just walked.
"You okay, Martin?"
Robert asked, a momentary look of concern on his face. Martin just waved his hand.
"I'm fine. What's going on?"
he asked Robert.
"I can't race the other patrol," Robert replied. "The other two are searching the house. We're being attacked, Martin."
Martin wasn't convinced that they were actually being attacked. Someone planting a smoke bomb was hardly an all-out assault, and Martin hadn't seen or heard anything. But Robert was his head of security.
"Are you sure, Robert?"
Martin asked.
"Have you considered that possibly your two missing men are playing games with you?"
He saw a flicker of uncertainty on Robert's face.
"How well do you actually know them?"
Robert's face said it all. His usual stoic demeanor was flaking.
"They both came highly recommended,"
he said a moment later.
"So, you didn't actually serve with them? In Afghanistan or wherever you said you did?" "We should check on the girls," Robert said.
Martin sighed, noting the change in the subject. Perhaps once all this was over, he would need a new head of security. But men like Robert, men with no apparent scruples at all, were hard to find.
"We can't disturb our guest,"
Martin replied.
"He could withhold payment if we do. But I have a way of checking on them." "The cameras?"
Robert asked. Martin looked at Robert carefully. He knew? If he knew about the cameras, did he also know about the recordings? If he did, then the dynamic had just changed significantly between them.
"I'm not stupid, Martin."
Without a word, Martin stepped past Robert and through the main door of the house. He made his way to his office, followed by Robert. As they entered the room, Robert made his way to the painting behind the desk, slid it to one side, and entered the combination to the safe. Martin was horrified. Not only did Robert know about the cameras, but he also had access to the safe. When Robert turned around, the laptop in his hand, there was a faint look of amusement on his face.
"What?"
Robert said as he placed the laptop down and flipped the screen open. He pressed the power button and a few seconds later entered the BitLocker code that was supposed to secure it. "Something wrong, Martin?" Martin could feel the resentment building in his chest as he watched Robert enter his password to the main operating system. The password he'd been careful not to write down anywhere. "In case you're wondering, Martin, I have copies. I've even got some footage of you enjoying yourself in the summer house." Robert's fingers flew across the keyboard. Martin saw his face, illuminated by the laptop screen, fall as he stared at it. "Ah," Robert said a moment later. "Martin, we've got a bit of a problem." "What is it?" Martin replied, all thoughts of Robert's treachery temporarily forgotten. He took a couple of steps around the desk to see the screen. Robert had brought up the camera to the guest room in the basement. On the screen, he could see the politician sitting in a chair. It seemed as if he was looking at someone out of the shot of the camera, but there was no sign of the girls. Chapter 130. "You've probably got about 2 or 3 minutes left of your miserable life," Caleb said to the man sitting in the chair. "So I would suggest you make the most of them. Reflect, perhaps, on your time in this world before you pass over into the next." He regarded the man, who had taken a few steps back and sunk into a chair. The only sound Caleb could hear was a high-pitched wheezing as he struggled for breath. Caleb thought for a few seconds about whether to say anything more, whether to tell the man in front of him that his trachea was fractured, that if he felt the skin around his neck, he could feel the air bubbles underneath crackling, that his airway was going to close up completely as the swelling from the injury compressed his airway. But given what he had been about to do to Anna and Elaine, Caleb wasn't going to waste another second of his own time in this world on a pedophile. He turned on his heel and hurried into the corridor, pausing for a split second to identify which direction the woman had gone with the girls. He angled his head on one side and heard a shuffling noise from the right-hand side, so he made his way down the corridor. When he caught up with the woman and the girls, they were climbing the staircase back up to the floor above. But their movement wasn't the only sound Caleb could hear. He could also hear footsteps, moving slowly and deliberately from elsewhere in the house. "You need to hide," Caleb said to the woman, who looked back at him with fear on her face. By contrast, both the girls were almost expressionless. Caleb knew they had been drugged with something from their dilated pupils and the lack of any response to their situation. They barely seemed to recognize him. "There's no time to get away." The woman nodded and grabbed the girls' hands. She led them toward a door, opening it with her hip. The interior was dark and foreboding.
"Alexa, turn the kitchen lights on,"
the woman said. A second later, there was a flicker of light before the fluorescent tubes in the ceiling buzzed into life. Caleb looked past them to see a large kitchen lined with cupboards. The woman led the girls to the cupboard nearest the cooker, which was, like the rest of the kitchen, enormous. Caleb counted 8 gas rings on top of it, but the adjoining cupboard was empty. The woman shepherded the girls inside the cupboard before turning to look at Caleb. He raised his finger at the lights on the ceiling. "Turn them off," he said, listening as the footsteps got louder. Caleb flashed his eyes around the kitchen, fixing in his mind the location of the cupboards, the stove, and the large central food preparation counter.
"Alexa,"
the woman said, her voice trembling.
"Turn the kitchen lights off."
The lights went off, leaving the kitchen in absolute silence and darkness. Caleb heard the cupboard door close, and he took a few steps back toward the door they had entered through before taking a couple of steps to the side. He was exactly where he wanted to be. In his mind, he counted down from 3. 3, 2. Just as he imagined the word 1, the door began to open. Chapter 131. A band across Martin's chest tightened further as he flipped through the camera feeds. There were none in the corridors of the house, only the rooms, but as he cycled through them, there was no sign of anyone. He returned the feed to the basement bedroom and looked at the politician who was still sitting in the chair. His head was slumped forward, as if he was asleep. "Could they be in the bathroom?" Robert said, glancing at the screen. "What? Both of them," Martin replied, his voice terse. But Robert was right. There were no cameras in the bathroom, and the door was closed, so they could be.
Come on, we'll go look. No, Martin, Robert shot back. You should leave. What do you mean, leave? You should go. Once my men have neutralized the threat, you can come back. But it's not safe here. You should get to a place of safety.
Martin paused before replying. What Robert said made sense, but at the same time, he wondered if he wanted to get himself to a place of safety.
What are you thinking? Anywhere but here, Robert replied. Somewhere we can take stock and plan our next steps.
There was a faint smile on Robert's face as he said this, and Martin knew he wasn't just talking about their current situation, but the fact he had what Martin had, the footage of his clients. Martin had an elaborate plan for a situation such as this where his house was compromised. There was a safe house, an apartment, technically, that he maintained in secrecy in the middle of Lincoln. It was clean, with several layers of deniability between the rental agreement and himself. He could, if necessary, hole up there for weeks, or he could use it as a springboard to leave the country to get to any one of 3 or 4 countries he considered as friendly, mostly because of their lack of extradition agreements with the United Kingdom. But if Robert knew of the cameras and his passwords, would he also know about the safe house? Martin had no way of knowing, short of asking him directly.
You're right, Martin replied a moment later. Do you have any ideas about where to go? No, Martin, Robert replied.
Martin studied his face for any signs that might tell him the man was hiding something, but he couldn't tell if he was or not.
Just get away. I'll call you when it's clear here.
Robert reached into his pocket, and when he withdrew his hand, he was holding the key fob for one of the SUVs.
Take this,
Robert said as he handed Martin the key. Martin closed the screen of the laptop and reached back into the safe for the power cord. Then he put the key in his pocket and looked at Robert.
We need to talk, Robert,
Martin said. Robert's faint smile returned.
Yes, I think we do, Robert replied. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Without another word, Martin left the office with the laptop tucked under his arm. He walked out of the hall before deciding to leave through the main door and walk around the house to where the cars were parked. If Robert was right, and there was someone inside the house, he didn't want to bump into them. Martin hit the key fob, and one of the black SUVs responded with a flash of its turn signals and a clunking sound. He opened the driver's door, sliding the laptop onto the passenger seat. As his finger hovered over the start button, Martin thought back to watching the security detail searching underneath the cars with a mirror on the end of a long stick a few days previously. For all Martin knew, there could be an explosive device under the vehicle. He paused for a moment, thinking. Was this all an elaborate sting by Robert? Perhaps he, Martin, was the ultimate target. Robert also now had the leverage that was on the laptop, but he wouldn't be able to exploit it in the same way that Martin could. Robert also had leverage on him as well. His superiors in the church wouldn't look too kindly on his activities in the summer house. Bishops weren't, after all, supposed to do that sort of thing with women, regardless of whether they consented. Martin closed his eyes and pressed the button. To his relief, the only sound he heard was the powerful engine of the SUV rumbling into life. There was no explosion, no mighty roar that lifted the car from the ground with a billowing cloud of smoke. As he put the car into gear and started down the drive, Martin let a smile play across his face. It wasn't ideal, but he could work with Robert as a business partner, at least until he found out more about the man. And then, when the time was right, boom. Chapter 132. Caleb's first rule of combat, drilled into him first as a child by his father and then by various other teachers, was to hit first and to hit hard. The best fights to be in, his father had always said, are the ones where only a single blow is thrown. He waited until the door had opened by a couple of inches, a narrow shaft of light illuminating a triangle on the floor, to see if the man outside would do what he expected. When he saw a hand snaking into the gap, patting the wall inside the kitchen, he readied himself. Wherever the light switches were, they weren't there. Caleb used the point of his elbow to drive hard into the man's wrist. The crumpling sensation he felt in his elbow, accompanied by a loud scream, told him he had hit the spot he'd been aiming for. Caleb wasn't sure which of the 8 bones in the man's wrist had just broken, or whether it was more than one. The scaphoid was likely, as was the unusually shaped hamate. They were 2 of the largest bones, and consequently the most commonly injured. The others, such as the smaller pisiform bone and the triquetrum that it sits over, were less likely to fracture, but equally disabling if they did. But with enough force concentrated through a hard and unyielding weapon such as Caleb's elbow, all that mattered was the effect. But a broken bone or 2 in a man's wrist wasn't the disablement that Caleb was searching for. He wanted something more permanent. A broken wrist would stop the guard using his gun, but as Caleb knew, having once finished a fight with a similar injury, but it wouldn't stop him completely. Depending on the man's skill as a fighter, there was a lot he might still be able to do. Aware that the scream could have alerted someone, Caleb opened the door with his other hand and half pulled the guard through it. Then he slammed the door as hard as he could, trying to adjust the man's position. The door bounced back off his sternum, protected by Kevlar plates, but it meant Caleb was able to move him so that the next time he slammed it, it was the guard's head that was between the edge of the door and the door jamb. There was a sickening crack, and Caleb realized that he'd overdone the maneuver as the man slid to the floor, unconscious before he even reached it. With a silent apology to the man on the ground, who had dark rivulets of blood streaming out of his ears, Caleb dragged him inside the kitchen proper and let the door close. He stood, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the darkness, when something happened that he wasn't expecting. The lights flicked back on. Caleb's head darted around. By the door at the other end of the kitchen was the other guard. He must have slipped in while Caleb was dealing with his colleague, and this man knew where the light switch was. He was clutching the submachine gun, aiming it directly at Caleb. Then the interior of the kitchen got very noisy. Chapter 133. Katya lay in the vegetation next to the river, peering through the bulrushes at the upper stories of the house. If she hadn't broken the spotting scope, she would have been able to see into the upstairs windows. As it was, she could just make out the top of Martin's office window, but the wall prevented her from seeing inside the room. She looked at the wall that ran around the outside of the house. It was constructed of brick, the sides smooth and without purchase. From her vantage point, she wasn't able to see the top of the wall. There could be broken glass set into the top. There could even be barbed wire. Even if she could get her hands on the top of it, which she thought she could probably do with a running start, she doubted she would have the strength to haul herself up and over, glass or no glass. And even if she conquered the wall, there were still the cameras that Caleb had pointed out to her. Cameras which would also see her if she crossed the river. There was no way for her to tell whether the man in the camera room had returned. Katya sighed. She wasn't any better than she had been back up in the copse. At least up there, even without the scope, she could see if people were moving around. But here, the bridge and the gate prevented her from seeing anything. She looked over the small road at the bulrushes and bushes by the river. Katya would have a better vantage point if she hid in them instead of her current location. At least then she could see across the lawn and up to the house. She wouldn't be able to see inside any of the upstairs windows. The angle would prevent that, but she could see the approaches to the house. Katya got to her feet, and moving slowly while she was crouched down, she inched across the road and into the bushes. She wasn't as well concealed, but she had a much better view. She remained where she was for a few moments, surveying the front of the house for any signs of movement, but there was none. It was almost as if the house was deserted. Then she saw a familiar shape appear from behind the house, a black, boxy shape. She watched the SUV come down the track. It was moving slowly, its driver apparently in no hurry. When the vehicle was about 50 yards from the gate, she recognized Martin behind the wheel. He had a look of intense concentration on his face. Katya saw the car approaching the gate, and as it did so, the gate started to swing open. Martin slowed the vehicle to wait for it to fully open. Katya wasn't sure what to do. She didn't know what was happening up at the house. She'd seen or heard nothing since the guards had run up toward the house. For all she knew, Anna and Elaine could be in the back of the SUV being taken away. Although she could only see Martin in the vehicle, they could be lying down on the rear seat or tied up in the trunk. If she didn't stop Martin, and he had the girls, who knew where they would end up? It only took her a couple of seconds to decide. As the car passed through the gate, still moving slowly, she emerged from the bulrushes with the pistol in her hand. Katya walked into the middle of the road and stood facing the car with one hand out in the universal symbol for stop. His face full of surprise, Martin did just that. Then he raised his hand and waved it to one side to motion Katya out of the way. When she remained where she was, he revved the engine a couple of times as if to indicate that if she didn't move, he would drive over her. Katya, her thoughts full of Anna and Elaine, wasn't going to budge a single inch. When the car moved forward another foot, she raised the pistol. The look of surprise on Martin's face only increased at the sight, but he kept moving. Using her thumb to flip the safety catch, Katya pulled the trigger and smiled as Martin disappeared behind the shattered windshield. Chapter 134. Caleb dove to the floor a split second before the contents of the MP5's magazine tore a left-to-right line of holes in the wall behind him. Small puffs of plasterboard coughed into the air, but Caleb's attention was on what he could hear. Keeping low behind the row of counters, Caleb shuffled forward to close the distance between him and the security guard. Was the submachine gun empty? The other guards had been carrying 15-round magazines, which emptied in a matter of seconds from a gun that could fire 800 rounds a minute. But Caleb couldn't take the chance that this guard had a larger 30-round magazine, not when the gun delivered such a devastating amount of firepower. As he shuffled forward, Caleb picked up a pan from a countertop, throwing it to the other side of the room. It hit the wall with a loud clang that was followed almost immediately afterward by 2 shots in close succession. Caleb got to his feet as he heard a magazine paddle being depressed, followed by a clattering noise as the empty magazine hit the floor. Knowing he had a couple of seconds before the guard could reload, even if he was using the much-derided HK slap method of reloading, Caleb sprinted forward, putting as much power into his legs as he could muster. Just as Caleb got to the end of the counter, the guard stepped into view. He was still struggling with the magazine when Caleb barreled into him, his head down like a battering ram. The guard slammed back and into the wall behind him with a grunt. To Caleb's satisfaction, he dropped the magazine, but he used the empty gun as a club, bringing the stock down hard on the back of Caleb's neck. Blinking away the pain in his neck, Caleb swept his foot out and hooked it behind the guards before bringing it back to force his legs out from under him. The guard slid down the wall as Caleb rose, using his knee to drive toward the man's face. Caleb's intent was to use his knee to drive the man's nasal bones into his forebrain, but at the last minute the guard moved his head and Caleb's knee hit the wall. Then the guard used the stock to drive it into the side of Caleb's other knee. Caleb needed to reevaluate his tactics. This man could fight. Caleb stumbled back, both knees screaming in pain, as the guard started struggling to his feet. Caleb thought about kicking him as he did so, but the man could grab Caleb's leg and force him back, off balance, and to the floor. He still had options, despite the guard's body armor. Eyes, ears, the face, the genitals, all were exposed and vulnerable, but not as vulnerable as Caleb was. Just as the guard got his balance, Caleb stepped forward and grabbed the top of the body armor beside the man's neck. He used the guard's rising momentum to pull him across the kitchen before slamming him into the stove. Then Caleb shoved hard, bending the man in the middle and smashing his face into the unyielding metal of the largest of the burner grates on top of the stove. Caleb put all his weight on the man's back to stop him from getting any purchase on the stove, and he reached down for the dial. Realizing what Caleb was about to do, the guard redoubled his efforts to shift Caleb's weight from pinning him down, but Caleb had his forearm on the back of his neck and his entire body weight behind it. His arm shook with the effort of keeping the guard in place, and with his other hand, Caleb pressed the ignition switch. The guard screamed as the blue flames enveloped his face, which Caleb knew, while involuntary, was the worst thing he could do. He kept the pressure on the back of the guard's neck for a few more seconds, but he could feel the heat from the burner on his own skin on his forearm. Not wanting to burn himself, Caleb released the pressure and took a few steps away from the stove. The guard slumped to the floor, a mewing sound coming from his mouth as the burner continued to hiss. Caleb looked at him, not without sympathy. The guard's face was reddened all over, the painful first-degree burns obvious, as was the faint smell of roasting pork. 1 or 2 facial areas had the yellowed look of deeper burns, and the man's nasal hairs were all singed away. He had no eyebrows or eyelashes left, but the sclera of his eyes appeared undamaged. Not that it would do the man any good at all. The moment he had screamed and inhaled the hot gases and flames from the stove, he had burned the inside of his airway. Over the next few moments, the delicate tissues would swell as a response to the damage until they closed completely. He reached down and hauled the guard to his feet.
No, no, no,
the man said as Caleb led him across the kitchen. His voice was high-pitched, and Caleb could already hear a wheeze in his voice.
I am being merciful, my friend,
Caleb said as he turned the faucet on and gently pushed the guard's face under the cold water.
Just as he is merciful. Luke, chapter 6.
He left the guard where he was, slumped over the sink, and returned to the cupboard where the woman and the girls were hiding. Caleb tapped softly on the door.
It's all clear,
he said. A moment later, the door opened, and Caleb saw 3 frightened faces peering out.
Come on,
he said, smiling at Anna and Elaine.
It's time to get you out of here.
He waited a few seconds for the woman to translate what he had just said. Then he saw a sight that filled his heart with love. Both Anna and Elaine smiled back at him. Chapter 135. Martin screamed as small slivers of the windshield glass bit into his flesh. He tried to slump down in the driver's seat in case the lunatic woman shot at the car again, but a few seconds later he heard the car door open.
Get out!
Katya screamed.
Get out of the car!
He turned to look at her. She was standing a few steps back from the door, the gun aimed squarely at his head. From the expression on her face, she wasn't in the mood for a discussion. Martin took his hands from the steering wheel and raised them in the air.
Okay, he replied. I'm getting out.
Moving slowly, Martin got out of the car. Katya stepped back further, keeping at least a yard between them. Not that Martin was about to try to disarm her. He knew he was far too slow for that. He saw her glance around him and into the car.
What's that?
She asked him, nodding at the interior. He turned to look in the car.
On the passenger seat.
That's my laptop.
Bring it.
Keeping his arms aloft, Martin turned and reached back into the vehicle for the computer. As he did so, he wondered if there was a gun in the glove box. He knew Robert often kept a backup piece in there, but Martin also knew that he would have a bullet in him long before he could open the compartment and get a gun out. Besides, he had never fired a gun in his life. It wasn't something the church taught its ministers to do.
Slowly,
Katya said, her tone taut and menacing. Martin picked up the laptop and tucked it under his arm. He turned to look at Katya, who angled the gun toward the house. Martin set off, walking slowly with Katya a couple of yards behind him.
The girls,
Katya asked.
Anna and Elaine, are they safe?
Martin thought for a moment before replying. Should he tell her the truth? That he had no idea where the girls were?
The last time I saw them, he replied, they were both fine.
If anything's happened to them, Martin,
Katya said,
I will shoot you, like the dog you are. Do you understand?
Martin turned and laughed at Katya, but his laughter didn't last long when he saw the look of resolution on her face.
I don't think you'd be able to shoot a man in cold blood, Katya,
Martin said, trying to inject some authority into his voice. It wasn't easy when a gun was being pointed directly at your face.
You're not a man, Martin.
Katya's face hardened.
Even calling you a dog is an insult to them. Now move.
Katya gestured again with the gun. Martin turned and resumed walking, keeping his pace slow to give him time to think. Somehow he was going to have to negotiate his way out of this situation. He wondered how much it would cost to make Katya go away. Not just go away, but to keep quiet. The alternative was to have her and the girls disposed of. Not impossible, but difficult. And what if there was someone else in the house, as Robert had said? If that was the case, then he was walking back into danger. Martin knew he had no choice but to keep walking. Hopefully by the time he and Katya reached the house, Robert would have dealt with whatever the problem was. Perhaps he would also be able to deal with the problem walking a few yards behind him. The band across Martin's sternum tightened even more as he approached the front door. While they had been walking toward the house, Martin had heard and seen nothing untoward. He stepped through the front door and stood in the middle of the hallway. Martin turned around to see Katya, a look of uncertainty on her face, glancing around from her position in the doorway.
She doesn't know what to do next, Martin thought as he watched her. No idea at all. Where now? Martin said, trying to take advantage of her uncertainty. Katya took a few tentative steps into the hallway. Martin caught some movement from the direction of his office door. Keeping his head where it was, he swiveled his eyes to see Robert inching through, a squat black pistol in his hand. Katya hadn't seen him, and Martin closed his eyes as Robert raised the pistol. The sound of the gunshot when it came still made Martin jump, even though he'd been expecting it. Chapter 136. Katya jumped so much at the sound of the shot that she dropped her own pistol. A few yards away from her, Robert did exactly the same thing. Then, as she watched, he clutched at his groin before slumping to the floor. On the other side of the hall, Caleb stood with a dark gray gun in his hand. "These are much more accurate on single shot," he said, smiling at Katya. There was a low moan from Robert as he brought his knees up into a fetal position. "Oh, Caleb, thank God you're okay," Katya said, forgetting about her gun on the floor and running over to hug him. She threw her arms around his neck as Caleb repositioned the gun to point at Martin, who was eyeing both Katya's and Robert's pistols on the floor of the hallway. "Don't move an inch, Martin," Caleb said. Katya could hear the steel in his voice. She disengaged her arms from Caleb and took a step back, looking at him to see if he was injured. He had a graze on his forehead, but other than that, he seemed unharmed.
"Anna and Elaine, are they safe?"
she asked him.
"They should be. There's a woman with them. I told her to head for the car behind the building."
Katya saw him looking at Martin.
"Your guest's car?"
Martin just nodded in response.
"He won't be needing it anymore."
"What happened to him?" Martin asked. From the look on Caleb's face, Katya knew the man who had come to visit the girls was dead.
"He got something stuck in his throat."
Caleb gestured toward the door of Martin's office, which Katya could see over Robert's prone form.
"Let's go in there. Make ourselves comfortable."
He nodded at Robert.
"Who's this? I think I've seen him before."
"His name's Robert," Martin replied as he rubbed at his chest. Katya watched as Martin stepped over Robert and walked into the room. Caleb gestured to her, indicating that she should follow him. As Caleb stepped over Robert, he reached down and grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck.
"Come on, Robert,"
Caleb said as the man groaned. Katya saw blood on his hands, which were pressed tightly against his groin.
"Man up. It's only a soft tissue injury."
When they were in Martin's office, Caleb dragged Robert into a chair next to the large mahogany desk Katya had seen through the spotting scope. He threw him into it before turning to Katya with a grin.
"I just wanted to make sure he didn't try to sneak into the Lord's Assembly House," Caleb said before turning his attention to Martin, who was still rubbing his chest. "What's the matter with you? Your ticker not good with all this excitement?"
"I have an aneurysm," Martin replied. Katya watched Caleb's eyebrows go up a fraction.
"Well, bless your heart,"
Caleb drawled.
"You think he might be trying to tell you something?"
he asked, raising his eyes to the ceiling for a second or two. Martin didn't reply.
"What's on the laptop?"
Katya asked, looking at the computer that Martin was still holding under his arm.
"Must be pretty important if you were taking it with you."
She watched as Martin's eyes bored into hers, then a look of resignation passed over his face. "Everything," he said a moment later.
"Open it up,"
Caleb said.
"Let me see."
"No," Martin replied, his look of resignation deepening. Katya looked at him and saw a defeated man. He knew that if he opened the laptop, his life as he knew it would be over, one way or another. "It's password protected. If I tell you what they are, you'll kill me." Katya waited to see what Caleb's response would be. She thought back to Mateo and Caleb's promise to him he wouldn't kill him, but it appeared Martin was to be offered no such mercy. "I can open it," Robert said, his voice tremulous. "If you let me go, I'll open it. I know the passwords." Katya turned to look at Robert. He still had his hands clutched to his groin, but he was looking at Caleb with a determined face. Caleb took a few steps across the office and took the laptop from Martin, who was just glaring at him.
He placed the laptop on the desk in front of Robert.
"Open it,"
Caleb said. Robert's hands were trembling as he fumbled with the screen.
"Katya, could you write any passwords down?"
Katya took a pen from Martin's desk and a small notepad. On top of the notepad in cursive black text were some words. She tore the top sheet off and handed it to Caleb.
"From the office of Bishop Martin Lockwood."
She saw Caleb's face darken as he read the header on the notepad before turning her attention to Robert. As he prodded at the keyboard, she wrote each character down. When the operating system whirred into life, she showed him what she had written on the pad.
"Are these correct?"
Katya asked. Robert just nodded in response, so she tore the top sheet off and handed it to Caleb.
"Are you going to see what's on there?"
she asked him.
"No, Katya,"
Caleb replied. His eyes were so dark they were almost black, and she felt a shiver running down her spine. It was as if the temperature in the room had just dropped by 10 degrees.
"I have no interest in looking at their depravity. There are others who would find that useful, no doubt. Why don't you go and see Anna and Elaine?"
"Can't I stay here?"
she asked him.
"No, Katya,"
he replied.
"Bishop Lockwood and I have some things we need to discuss."
As Katya left, she felt the temperature drop even further. Chapter 137. Caleb waited until the door closed behind Katya. Then he waited for a few more seconds before turning to Robert. Caleb had watched him close the laptop, leaving bloody fingerprints on the case, and his face was gray. Caleb wondered how long it would be before he passed out from shock. When he had grabbed the man a few moments previously, his hand had brushed against Robert's skin. The slight touch had been enough for Caleb to sense a lifetime of people hurt at his hands and confirmed Robert's journey.
"Robert,"
Caleb said, knowing that the man wouldn't be able to go anywhere under his own steam.
"Feel free to leave whenever you wish."
As Caleb had thought, Robert made no effort to move. He turned his attention to Martin, who, although he wasn't quite as gray as Robert, was also looking pale.
"So, Bishop Martin, is it?"
Martin nodded in response.
"How much?"
he said. Caleb threw his head back and laughed.
"How much? You think you can buy your way out of this?"
"Every man has a price,"
Martin replied.
"Name yours."
"How's your knowledge of the good book, Bishop Martin?" "It should be rather good, I would have thought."
Caleb waited for Martin to respond, but he said nothing.
"I'm thinking Timothy, the first book, chapter 6.
"Enlighten me,"
Martin said through gritted teeth. Behind the desk, Robert had pushed the laptop away from him and was resting his head on his arms.
"Command those who are rich in this present world not to be arrogant, nor to put their hope in wealth," Caleb said. "Does that sound familiar, Bishop Martin?"
Martin shook his head.
"Why, Bishop Martin?"
"What do you mean, why?"
Caleb threw his hands out to take in the opulent office.
"Why this?"
His face darkened.
"Why do you do what you do? Are you a pedophile?"
"No,"
Martin replied. Caleb looked at his face. To his surprise, the bishop was telling the truth.
"But you are a rapist."
It wasn't a question.
"What's the woman's name, the one I found in the house earlier?"
"Leica."
"You have lain with her, violated her?"
"Let he who is without sin cast the first stone,"
Martin replied.
"You too have lain with women. I saw how Katya looked at you."
Caleb felt his anger building at Martin's words, but he pushed it back, suppressing it in his mind and his heart. It wasn't his anger that he was about to deliver. It was his.
"I am not without sin, Bishop Martin. I am a man, a humble man. But what you have done, that is beyond sin."
Caleb focused on the man in front of him.
"That is surely the devil's work. How many lives have you ruined hiding behind the cloth of the church?"
Martin said nothing. Caleb knew there was nothing he could say. He reached out his hand and pressed it to Martin's sternum. He could feel his heart beating through his fingertips. It was racing, as well it might be. The time of Martin's deliverance was upon him. Caleb closed his eyes and focused on what he could feel, fighting against the bile rising in the back of his throat at the revelations. So many women and children in horrific pain. So many lives ruined by greed, both monetary and carnal. I am an agent of wrath, Bishop Martin, sent by him to bring punishment to the wrongdoer, Caleb said, his voice low and monotone, which in this case would be you. He put me here on this earth to seek people like you. He put me here in this country for a reason. Here in this room for a reason. To search for people who are beyond evil. People who are Satan's acolytes. Caleb took a breath to calm and channel his anger. You are not a bishop. You are not even a man. You are an abomination. Caleb closed his eyes as he withdrew his hand from Martin's chest. He kept his hand flat in front of him, a few inches from Martin's sternum. Leave room for the wrath of God, for it is written, Caleb said, intoning his words carefully. He paused a few seconds before he opened his eyes and looking into Martin's, drinking in the evil that the man emanated. Caleb raised his voice. Vengeance is mine. I will repay. With that, Caleb drove his palm forward and into the soft flesh just beneath Martin's sternum. Chapter 138.
Anna! Elaine!
At the sound of their names, Katya saw both girls throw the car door open and scramble out. They ran toward her, throwing their arms around her when they reached her. Katya felt tears stinging her eyes as she held them to her body. Behind them, a woman got out of the car and approached them, a broad smile on her face.
Hi,
the woman said in Georgian.
You must be Katya. They've told me all about you. I'm Laika.
Katya kept her arms where they were, not wanting to let the girls go for a single second.
Are they okay? Did anything happen to them?
Katya saw a dark cloud cross Laika's face, and for a horrifying few seconds she thought they'd been too late.
They are fine,
Laika replied, causing a sob to escape from Katya.
Your friend got here just in time. The girls were saying he is some sort of monk. He's a preacher,
Katya replied.
Of sorts, anyway. Are we safe now, Katya?
Elaine asked, her voice muffled by Katya's clothes.
Is it over?
Yes, Elaine,
Katya said, tears now streaming down her face.
It's all over. Then why are you crying?
Anna asked. Katya looked down at her, and the innocence in her eyes just made her want to cry even more.
Sometimes,
she replied.
People cry when they're really happy.
A few moments later, with both Anna and Elaine back in the green car, Katya and Laika walked out of their earshot. They talked for some time, Katya listening as Laika told her a familiar story. It was only familiar up to a point, though. Laika's story was much, much worse than Katya's. Like Katya, Laika had traveled to England on a small boat with promises of a new job and a new life. Both had come true, in a sense, but not in the way that Laika had imagined. When Katya told her of Alexander's death at Caleb's hand, Laika had laughed before she had cried.
Thank God that pig is dead,
Laika said as she looked at Katya.
Did he?
No,
Katya replied.
He tried, but nothing happened.
She reached out and took Laika's hand.
But it's over now, Laika. For you, as well as for the girls.
I feel awful,
Laika replied, glancing at the car.
If anything had happened to them, it would have been my fault. But I had no choice.
I know,
Katya replied as she pulled Laika into a hug.
There was nothing you could have done to stop them, Laika. Believe me.
I could have tried,
Leica replied through her sobs.
They would have killed you, Leica,
Katya said, rubbing the other woman's back.
It was you who brought them out of the house to safety. It doesn't feel that way to me, Katya. It will, Leica. Give it time. What will become of us now?
Leica asked.
Will they send us back home? I don't know,
Katya replied.
We'll have to wait and see. Caleb will know what to do. He always does.
Chapter 139. Martin staggered back and sat down heavily in the chair behind him. The blow had punched all the breath from his body. He looked up at Caleb, who was just standing there, looking at him. Martin closed his eyes for a few seconds and saw movement behind his eyelids, but when he reopened them, Caleb was where he had been.
They are coming, Bishop Martin,
Caleb said in a whisper that Martin struggled to hear. There was a tiny pinprick of pain between Martin's shoulder blades.
Who is coming?
He asked. The pinprick grew stronger, driving all the way into his chest.
The Dark Ones,
Caleb replied. Martin closed his eyes again and saw more movement. He could hear a rushing sound that he realized was his own heartbeat. The movement started to coalesce in his mind. Martin saw powerful legs, heard snarls. He opened his eyes. Caleb was looking at him with a serene expression.
You don't really believe all that nonsense, do you?
Martin said, trying to ignore the pinprick of pain. It was now starting to spread beneath his shoulder blades. Caleb said nothing. Martin had never been a man of faith. He had simply seen an opportunity within the church. There was a game to be played in that establishment, and it was one that he played very well. Once all the pomp and ceremony had been stripped away, the rituals that gave men and women hope where there was none, all that was left was a means of social control. But that wasn't an opinion that Martin had ever voiced. There was a sudden wrenching sensation between Martin's shoulders, and the rushing noise in his ears got louder. Every time he closed his eyes, the visions got clearer. He saw creatures of some description, like nothing he had ever seen before. Jagged teeth, eyes with gleaming red spots. Martin struggled to keep his eyes open, to keep them away from him. He blinked a couple of times, looking at the man in front of him. Caleb was just staring back, his own eyes dark and full of anger. There was a grayness encircling Martin's field of vision. He saw the creatures starting to dance into the darker edges of the grayness. Martin knew what was happening inside his chest. Caleb's blow had ruptured his aneurysm. One evening, when he had been feeling particularly morbid, Martin had looked up on the internet what might happen in that situation. He knew every heartbeat was sending blood, not to his vital organs, but into his thoracic cavity. He was bleeding to death without spilling a single drop of blood. Martin's eyes were becoming heavier. The ripping sensation between his shoulder blades had given way to the most unimaginable pain, but Martin didn't have the strength to cry out. The gray circle was getting darker and darker, the creatures becoming more distinct. He could still make out Caleb's form in front of him, but it had changed. Martin realized Caleb was no longer facing him, but had turned and was walking away. Martin tried to say something as the dark circle closed, and the creatures got closer and closer to the center of what was left of Martin's consciousness. But Caleb never looked back. Chapter 140. Katya was sitting in the plush leather seat of the green car, almost asleep when she heard Anna and Elaine's excited squeals. "Caleb!" one of them shouted. She thought it was Anna, but couldn't be sure. "It's Caleb!" Exactly as they had done when Katya had walked over to the car, the girls leaped out and ran to Caleb. As they approached, he dropped to his knees and held his arms out to envelop them both in a hug. He had been carrying Mateo's bag, which he had put on the ground beside him. "You came back for us," Katya heard Anna say, her voice high. Caleb didn't reply. He would have no idea what she had said.
but he just smiled at both of the girls as he ran his hands over their heads. Then he closed his eyes as a brief expression of what looked like pain appeared on his face. At the same time, Katya saw Anna's and Elaine's faces relaxing. Holding both Anna and Elaine by the hands, Caleb made his way over to the car. Katya looked at him and knew Martin was dead before he said a word. She just hoped it was painful. A faint smile played across Caleb's face, the previous trace of pain having vanished.
"It was,"
he said to Katya. She frowned, not having said anything.
"And he will hurt for eternity."
Katya took a step forward, and he let go of the girl's hands to put his arms around her. When he pulled her tight to him, she felt a wave of relief coursing through her body. It was over. Finally. It was all over.
"Katya,"
Caleb said a few moments later after she had properly introduced him to Laika,
"could you and Laika take the girls to the cops like we agreed?"
Of course,
Kayla said.
What about you? You're coming as well, aren't you?
"I need to run back to the house to get the laptop,"
Caleb replied.
"You and Laika can take them there, yes?"
Katya looked at him for a few seconds, wondering if he was actually going to join them. When he had hugged her just now, the sense of finality had been about more than Martin and the others. To her relief, he smiled at her.
"Yes, I'll be there soon."
She watched as he walked around the car and flipped down the sun visor over the driver's seat. A key fell down onto the upholstery.
"Take the car,"
he said.
"The gate is still open."
Then he turned and walked back toward the house. Around 20 minutes later, Katya was sitting in the tree from where she and Caleb had surveilled the house. Anna and Elaine, having pleaded with both Katya and Laika to let them, were sitting on the branch next to her. They had both solemnly promised not to wriggle, dance, or mess about. Elaine had the binoculars to her eyes and was looking through them at the house.
I see him,
she said, her voice excited.
I can see Caleb coming.
Katya looked down at the house to see Caleb making his way down the path. It looked as if he had a shopping bag in his hand.
Pass me those, Elaine,
Katya said, gesturing at the binoculars. She raised them to her eyes and adjusted them so she could see properly. Caleb was just making his way across the bridge, a large shopping bag in his hands. She saw him checking his watch before he looked up at the cops. Caleb raised a hand in greeting, although he wouldn't be able to see them. Then he continued walking up the path. Katya watched him, his focus on what was in front of him, and she felt a lump in her throat. A few seconds later, tears started streaming down her face again.
Katya?
Anna said from her perch on the branch.
Why are you crying? You're happy or sad?
Katya ruffled the girl's hair before she replied.
It's because I'm both, Anna,
Katya said with a smile. Chapter 141. Caleb sat on a small tuft of grass in front of the cops. Beside him were Anna and Elaine, and Katya and Laika were sitting next to them. In front of them was a veritable feast that he had told them he had liberated from the kitchen. Also in the shopping bag was Martin's laptop, wrapped in cling film and with a piece of paper with the passwords clearly visible through the transparent wrap. Caleb was talking to the girls, with Katya and Laika taking it in turns to translate.
So,
Elaine said, her mouth half full of chips.
They're all gone, the evil men.
Yes, Elaine,
Caleb said.
They've all gone a long, long way away. You'll never see them again.
As he waited for Katya to translate, he watched her and could see her beauty shining through. No matter what she had been through, Katya had never lost that. But it wasn't just physical beauty, Caleb knew. It ran far deeper than that. As she spoke, Caleb saw the look on Elaine's face change. The girl understood exactly what Katya was telling her. Elaine looked at Caleb with eyes wise beyond her years as she said something to Katya.
She wants to know if God will be angry with them,
Katya explained, prompting a smile from Caleb. He glanced down at his watch.
Tell her that yes, he will be angry. So angry that he's going to send a thunderbolt down to Martin's house.
Katya returned his smile as she translated for Elaine. Both Elaine and Anna started laughing. Anna said something to Katya.
Anna says don't be silly, Katya said. She says you're making fun of them.
Tell them to look at the house,
Caleb replied with another glance at his watch.
Any second now.
The explosion, when it came, wiped the smiles off the girls' faces in a heartbeat. They stared at the house as the windows blew out, the glass being propelled by roaring flames, and several large holes appeared in the roof. A few seconds later, the roar of the blast hit them, a low rumble full of power. Below them, the house started to fall in on itself, and Martin's car, still parked near the gate, was hit by several pieces of falling masonry. It rocked on its suspension as, behind it, flames poured out of the house. Caleb tried to hide his smile as the two girls turned to him, open-mouthed. He could also see Katya and Laika staring at him.
Tell them I told them so,
Caleb said, the smile breaking onto his face.
Now, nature calls.
He got to his feet, leaving the women to stare at the house below, which was now billowing acrid black smoke into the clear air. He walked around the bushes, thinking back to when he had gone to the kitchen to find supplies and the cling film to protect Martin and Robert's fingerprints. Just as he had left the darkened kitchen after turning all the gas dials on and the oven to full blast, Caleb had, for the second time in his life, spoken to a machine. The first time had been a few moments earlier when he had asked Alexa to turn the kitchen lights off.
Alexa,
Caleb had said,
in 30 minutes' time, turn the kitchen lights back on.
Chapter 142. Katya sat in the uncomfortable armchair watching the news scrolling across the screen. Anna and Elaine were sitting on a sofa opposite her and to one side. Laika was in another armchair. The woman who Caleb had introduced them to, Joan, was making a drink, and Caleb had gone to use the restroom. They were sitting in the offices of the British Red Cross in Lincoln. Caleb had brought them there, straight from the scene of the explosion. They had left soon after the house had been destroyed because Caleb wanted to avoid the firemen and police officers. When they arrived, he had introduced them to the woman who worked there, explaining that they were seeking refuge in England. The woman, a small but energetic person who must have been in her 60s, had welcomed them with open arms.
You've come to the right place,
she had said as she bustled them into the room where they were now sitting. Then Caleb had asked for a stamp and an envelope, and Katya had watched as he placed the night porter's key into it along with a piece of paper with the office's address on it. His car was in the lot outside. So, Joan said as she walked back into the room. She was carrying a tray with soda for Anna and Elaine and mugs of tea for Katya and Laika.
We'll need to take some details from you before we move you to our center. It's ever so nice, though. You'll be able to stay there until your asylum claims have been processed.
On the television screen, Katya could see an aerial shot of what was left of Martin's house. The ticker tape running across the bottom was telling viewers about a potential gas explosion at the house of a prominent bishop. Katya listened with half an ear as Laika translated for Anna and Elaine when she heard Joan calling her name.
I'm sorry,
Katya said, turning to look at Joan. She had gray hair, tightly permed against her head, and the kindest eyes Katya thought she'd ever seen.
I wasn't listening. I asked you where your friend was, my dear, the American chap who brought you here. He's gone to the restroom, I think. He's been an awfully long time.
Katya nodded in agreement and turned to look out the window. She saw people walking past on the street, going about their daily business as if there was nothing wrong with the world, which perhaps for them there wasn't. Then Katya saw a familiar sight on the other side of the street. It was Caleb, back in his gray robe and with his small bag slung across his shoulder. He was staring at her, and she could feel the intensity of his gaze even from that distance. She watched as he raised his hands and clasped them in front of him, as if in prayer. Then he pointed at her. She could see his lips moving, and then in her head she heard him speak.
I will pray for you, Katya.
Katya repeated the gesture, tears in her eyes as Caleb nodded in confirmation. Then he turned and walked away. She willed him to turn and look at her one last time, but Caleb never looked back. Chapter 143. Susie Whittle sat back in her seat, pleased that she and her daughter had managed to get 2 seats next to each other. The bus was crowded, as the ones to London normally were, but at least Leanne, her 6-year-old, wasn't acting up. But it was a long way to go until they reached their destination.
"Mummy,"
Susie heard her daughter say, tugging at her sleeve.
"What?"
Susie sighed. Perhaps it was going to be a long day after all.
"Mummy, look at the funny man."
"Shh," Susie replied instinctively as she looked up. A man had just climbed on the bus. He was wearing a gray robe, sandals, and had a small cloth bag slung over one shoulder. As he made his way down the bus, he looked at Susie and Leanne and smiled before he sat behind them. The bus had just pulled out of Lincoln bus station, and the driver was using the public address system to welcome them aboard, tell them of his hope that they enjoyed the journey, and to give them their arrival time in London. Susie was looking out of the window when she heard Leanne speak.
"Are you a monk?"
"Shh, Leanne," Susie said, turning to look at her daughter, who had turned to speak to the man behind them.
"Don't be rude. Leave the man alone."
"Are you a monk?"
Leanne said again, ignoring her mother. Susie sighed and started to apologize.
"I'm sorry," she said to the man in the robe. "She's just curious, that's all."
"That's fine," the man replied, and Susie caught his American accent. She'd not been expecting that.
"I know. I look a bit different."
"Are you a monk?"
"No, I'm not a monk,"
the man said with a smile at Leanne.
"But you're dressed like a monk."
"I'm not a monk."
"So why are you dressed like a monk?"
Leanne asked him, making Susie sigh. She was just about to apologize again when the man in the robe cut her off. He smiled at her, and she felt a peculiar sense of calmness.
"I'm a preacher,"
he said, closing his eyes to ward off any more questions.
"You hear that, Mummy?"
Leanne said in a conspiratorial whisper as she turned away from the man in the robe.
"Hear what?"
Suzanne replied, trying to work out where all her stress had just gone.
"He's the preacher."
First Rodeo. Chapter 1. Colonel Richard Brown. Colonel Richard Brown, technically Richard Brown III, had come up the hard way. His father had only made it to light colonel. His father before him had been medically retired as a captain. The colonel had no children, which was just as well, as if he had, they would need to get to brigadier general to continue the family tradition. He sat back in the rear seat of the Humvee, flexing his shoulder as he did so. Colonel Brown was a large man, partly due to lucky genes and partly due to sheer hard work in the gymnasium. He looked at the shaven heads of the 2 junior non-commissioned officers in the front seats, neither of whom had spoken a word since they had picked up their passenger. Like all good soldiers in the presence of a senior officer, they kept their eyes front and their mouths shut. The latter was particularly important to the colonel, given what he was there to do. The man sitting to the left of the colonel, directly behind the driver, was wearing the same battle dress uniform that they wore. Like the 2 men up front, he was much more junior than the colonel. He was wearing the same style of patrol cap. He was wearing the same tan army combat boots. The main difference between the man to the left of the colonel and the other occupants of the Humvee was that his wrists and ankles were fastened securely with zip ties. Colonel Brown leaned forward, studying the dirt road in front of them as the driver changed down a gear to maintain the Humvee's momentum on the incline. On either side, tall pines reached into the sky, and beyond them, jagged mountains reached further into the blue beyond. Brown could see the distinctive peak of White Mountain in the distance, the highest mountain in Mono County, and the 3rd highest in the state of California. He had climbed it on several occasions, the thin air at its 14,000 feet summit making it a strenuous, if not technically difficult climb. "Pull in just here," Brown said, his voice tired as he indicated to a passing place at the side of the track. "Yes, sir," the driver replied, putting his indicator on even though the track was deserted. Brown waited until the vehicle had come to a stop before he opened the door, stepping out into the fresh mountain air. Then he rounded the vehicle to open the other rear door, pulling the man in zip ties out by the scruff of the neck, the man staggering before standing as close to attention as was possible given his restraints. "Turn around and wait for me beyond the bend," Brown said to the driver. "Yes, sir." Brown waited until the Humvee had executed a textbook three-point turn on the dirt road. He watched it as it left the area, disappearing beyond the bend. Then the engine cut out, and there was silence. Brown turned to the man in the restraints. What he was about to do would earn him a court-martial if anyone ever found out about it. But no one would. The two men in the Humvee would have seen and heard nothing anyway, and the man in front of him wouldn't be listened to even if he did speak. Brown pulled out a small Leatherman, using the blade to cut the ties at the man's wrists and ankles. Then he took a step back, still holding the blade in his hand. "Strip," Brown said. "You don't get to wear that uniform anymore. Take it off." The man did as instructed, folding the blouse and trousers in the regulation fashion and placing them on top of his boots. Then he stood to attention, wearing only a brown t-shirt and boxer shorts. The sunlight glinted off the metallic dog tags around the man's neck. "You killed her," Brown said. The man said nothing, but focused his ice-gray eyes at a point a couple of yards beyond Brown's right shoulder. The colonel folded the blade away, not trusting himself not to use it. Then Brown arched his shoulder back before driving his fist as hard as he could into the side of the man's head. He fell to the ground, still conscious, before scrabbling back to his feet and resuming an approximation of standing at attention. "You killed her," Brown said again. The next blow was to the man's solar plexus. He fell again, now gasping like a fish on a dock. "She was all I had, and you killed her." The man said nothing, but Brown doubted he could speak even if he wanted to. Brown aimed one of his size 10 Army combat boots at the man's kidney region. Then he kicked him again, this time in the side of the abdomen. The man still said nothing. He didn't even cry out. 2 more kicks followed, and Brown thought he heard ribs cracking, but still the man remained silent. Brown used his boot to push the man onto his back and kneeled astride him. He alternated his fists, left then right, as he pounded the man's face, punctuating the blows with his words. "You killed her!" Over and over. Brown paused after perhaps 10 blows. He wanted to hurt the man, not kill him. But each punch was getting harder and harder. Brown got to his feet, dragging the man by the arms to the center of the road. He was semi-conscious and offered no resistance. Brown hauled him to his feet and watched as he stood, swaying like the pine trees around them. Twin streams of blood were pouring from his nostrils, and the skin around both his eyes was already beginning to color with bruising. The colonel leaned forward and grabbed the dog tags around the man's neck. He jerked his hand back, ripping the chain and dog tags away from his body. Then Brown took a step toward the man before arching his back and delivering a powerful headbutt to the bridge of the man's nose. He flew back, unconscious, before his body had even touched the dirt of the road. Brown used his boot to roll him onto his side as he slipped the dog tags into his pocket. Then he collected the man's boots and uniform before looking down at his broken body. "Consider yourself discharged," Brown said as he spat a globule of phlegm at the man. "Dishonorably." Chapter 2. Terence. Terence laughed at the sight of his daughter Andrea trying to lift a large sack of poultry feed into the flatbed of his truck. The sack was almost the same size as she was and must have weighed 100 pounds. "That's not helpful," Andrea said, adjusting her gray robe and trying again. But try as she might, she couldn't move the sack more than a couple of inches, much less lift it into the truck. "Move over," Terence said, still laughing. He adjusted his own robe before squatting down. He pushed one corner of the bag inside itself to create a spot to lift from. "You grab it here with your other hand, just below the Millard knot." Terence curled his body under the bag and hefted it into the flatbed with a grin at Andrea. "There you go," he said. "Now, come on. Think you can manage a straw bale?" "Very funny," Andrea replied, returning his grin with one of her own. Terence and Andrea were at the farmer's market in the small town of Dunker, a community originally made up of farmers. The United States Army had bought up a large tract of land next to it for an infantry training base just before the Second World War. The town, nestled in the foothills of the White Mountain Range, rarely visited by anyone who didn't have any business there. Terrence, Andrea, and the rest of their small community didn't live in the town, and their strange apparel had caused some ripples when they had arrived a few years previously. But the townsfolk of Dunker were friendly enough, more so when they realized Terrence and the others he lived with spent money in the town's few shops. "I reckon so," Andrea said, looping her arm through Terrence's as they wandered through the market. Terrence nodded to a few stall holders he knew. They stopped to look at some homemade breads and other locally produced foods. She managed to persuade Terrence to buy some cheese from one of the stalls. "Mary will love it," Andrea said, and he knew she used the phrase just to make him dig into his pocket. But Andrea was right. His wife, Mary, would love the cheese. As the stall holder wrapped their purchase, Terrence looked fondly at his daughter. At some point, he knew she would want to leave the area, spread her wings, leave her gray robe behind, and experience the world. But the thought also terrified him. She was 19 and naive to how evil the world and those who inhabit it could be. "What else do we need?" Terrence asked Andrea as they returned to their truck a few moments later, carrying a large bale of straw between them. He looked at her, noticing the twin spots of red in her cheeks from the exertion. They lifted the bale into the flatbed, and Terrence secured the tailgate as Andrea ran through their purchases. "We got something nice for Mary, chicken feed, and straw," she said, patting the top of the bale. "That's what we came for." "You want to grab anything else while we're here?" Terrence thought back to when they'd been looking at some cuts of meat, and Andrea's face reddening as she had spoken with the young man behind the stall. That time it hadn't been exertion that had caused her to blush. "Maybe pop back to the butcher stand, see if there's anything you like there." He let a smile play across his face as Andrea looked at him, her mouth open. "I don't know what you're talking about," Andrea said, returning the smile. She climbed into the truck without another word, and Terrence laughed as he walked round to the driver's door. As Terrence started the engine, the truck roared into life, revving itself way too much. He tutted as he prodded at the gas pedal to release it. It had been sticking a lot lately, and he made a mental note to have a look at the mechanism back at his workshop. The flatbed, a 2007 Dodge Ram with over 230,000 miles on the odometer, had seen better days, but she was a reliable old girl most of the time. He put the vehicle into drive, and they made their way slowly out of the parking lot. Terrence and Andrea remained silent as he made his way through the town. A few of the townsfolk waved them, a gesture which Terrence was quick to reply to with his own hand. Every year, they held an open house at their community and invited anyone who wanted to come up into the hills to look around. It was more about being open with them than anything else, and showing them that they were just as normal as they were, even though they dressed differently. The community normally hosted around 50 people on the days, and the most recent one a few weeks previously had been their most successful yet. "Terrence," Andrea said a few moments later as they were leaving the fringes of Dunker and heading toward the hills, "can I ask you something?" "Sure," Terrence replied. "Ask away." Andrea paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm thinking about studying for a bachelor's degree down in Arcata." Terrence glanced across at Andrea, but her gaze was fixed ahead of her. He thought for a few seconds before replying with a non-committal, "Uh-huh." Andrea had been homeschooled to the end of high school, but they'd not had a conversation about anything else. Arcata was a good 4-hour drive on a good day. He scratched his leg through his robe while he thought about how best to reply. "What would you major in?" he asked her eventually. "Biology, probably," Andrea replied. "They've got a really good pre-professional health program there, and it's a public university, so not stupid expensive." Terrence looked again at Andrea as, outside the windshield, the town gave way to open countryside. She'd given this more thought than Terrence had realized, but it was never about the money. It would mean leaving the community. In his heart, Terrence knew that day would come. He'd just hoped it was farther away. "You're thinking med school?" he asked. Andrea nodded in response. Terrence put the turn signal on to turn into the track that led to their community just as a military Humvee was coming out of the turnoff. He raised his hand at the driver, but the young man's attention was fixed forward, and he didn't respond. "Sure," Terrence said as they drove up the track. "Why don't we go down there and have a look?" He picked at his gray robe. "We might need to dress up for the day, though." When Terrence looked across at Andrea, she had a broad grin on her face, but she said nothing. They drove in companionable silence for several minutes, the truck making steady progress up the incline. Terrence rounded a corner and jumped as Andrea's hand reached out and grabbed his forearm. "Terrence, stop!" she shouted. He jabbed at the brake pedal but nicked the gas pedal at the same time. As the truck started fishtailing, he caught a quick glimpse of something lying in the middle of the road in front of them. It looked to be the carcass of a mountain lion or a large wild dog. Terrence gripped the steering wheel, more concerned about losing control of the truck and sliding into the ravine to their right than hitting the carcass. He jammed his foot back down on the brake pedal and used his other foot to free the gas pedal. The truck came to a halt as the carcass slipped out of Terrence's sight under the front of the car. But he didn't think he'd hit it. "What is that?" Terrence said as he opened the door. Andrea was several steps ahead of him. As he rounded the truck, he saw her kneeling down next to the carcass. But it wasn't a mountain lion or a large wild dog. It was a man. Chapter 3. Sergeant Ambrose. Sergeant Ambrose looked down at the small screen of his radar gun. The car that had just passed him was doing 35 miles an hour in a 30 zone, which he could pull the driver over for, but the car also belonged to his son's high school science teacher and had dropped below 30 as soon as the driver had seen Ambrose's black and white checkered car sitting in the parking lot of a takeout restaurant. As he had passed the police car, the teacher had raised a hand in greeting to Ambrose, which was accompanied by an apologetic grin. Ambrose wasn't trying to catch people like the teacher. His car was easily visible from several hundred yards in both directions of the road. He wasn't hiding behind a billboard and jumping out at cars as they passed. If he didn't issue a single ticket all morning, that was fine with him. His presence was having the required effect, which was slowing people down as they approached the outskirts of Dunker. He leaned back on the hood of his car, tilting his head back to catch the sun. The sky above him was blue and cloudless, with only a few contrails from airplanes that he could see. Far above him, a large bird of prey circled on a thermal. It was a raptor of some sort, a red-tailed hawk perhaps, but Ambrose was too far away to see the color of its tail or hear its call. In the distance, Ambrose heard the rumble of an approaching engine, so he stood up and readied his radar gun. It wasn't just one vehicle approaching, Ambrose realized a few seconds later. It was several. He squinted in the sunlight and saw 4, perhaps 5 large motorcycles approaching. He grimaced as he raised his gun. The only bikers in these parts were the self-styled Demon Disciples, a loose gathering of men who had headquartered themselves in a rundown ranch a few miles south of Dunker. They were suspected of involvement in pretty much every crime that took place in and around the town, from robberies to beatings, but Ambrose thought their bark was worse than their bite, and he'd never been able to arrest a single one of them for anything. As they approached, he pulled the trigger on his radar gun before glancing down at the screen. 29 miles an hour. The motorcycles approached, a mixture of Harley-Davidsons and choppers. There were 4 in total, their engines deep and powerful. Ambrose recognized a man he knew as Tommy at the front, the apparent president of the club. As the motorcycles passed Ambrose, Tommy raised a hand, followed by the other bikers. As he watched, the hands all extended a middle finger in Ambrose's direction. Ambrose was tempted to return the gesture, but he'd been wearing his uniform for over 20 years and never stooped that low. Yet. He just watched as the bikers drove past, not even looking at him as they did so. He looked at their backs and at the white skulls emblazoned with blood-red eyes on their cuts, the cut-down denim jackets they wore. The words Demon Disciples MC were above the skull, and the motto Respect Few, Fear None beneath. The 3-piece patch was augmented by a military-style shoulder patch with red text on a yellow background that read 1%. Ambrose's radio crackled into life as the bikers disappeared toward Gunker. "Control to Car 1, a female voice said. It was Sylvia, the police dispatcher in the neighboring town. Dunker wasn't large enough to have its own dispatcher. "Are you 10-8? Ambrose sighed as he reached into his car and picked up the microphone. 10-8 was code for "Are you available for assignment?" Of course he was 10-8. "This is Car 1, affirmative," Ambrose said. "We have a report of a 1054 on the northern track into the hills out of Dunker. Can you respond?" It took Ambrose a couple of seconds to recognize the code. A 1054 was a possible dead body. "You got any more details, Sylvia?" Ambrose asked. "Nope," the dispatcher replied, her voice sounding bored. "Anonymous call. Said there was a dead guy on the route a couple miles in, that's it." Ambrose acknowledged that he was responding and got into his car. It was early in the hiking season, but people frequently underestimated how dangerous the mountains could be. But Sylvia had said the body was only a couple of miles into the track. Most missing hikers were much further into the mountains than the track which led to the trailhead. He briefly considered putting his lights and sirens on, but a dead guy was a dead guy. He wouldn't be going anywhere in a hurry. Chapter 4. Andrea. Andrea knelt down to the crumpled body on the road. Just inches away from him was the front fender of Terrence's pickup, the engine of which was ticking as it cooled down. Another split second and the truck would have rolled right over the man on the dirt track. "Is he alive?" she heard Terrence ask. "I thought he was a dog or a mountain lion or something." She could hear the fear in his voice, but mentally told herself to focus. Just like she had practiced with one of her friends back at the community, Andrea put her index and middle fingers to the man's neck. It took her a couple of seconds, but she felt a pulse. It was slow, but steady. "Yes," Andrea said. "He's got a pulse." "What do we do?" Terrence asked. "Where are his clothes?" Andrea thought for a moment. Dunker only had a rural health clinic, and she was sure it was closed when she and Terrence had driven past it earlier. The closest hospital was all the way in Bishop at the northern end of Owens Valley, at least an hour's drive, if not more. But they had helicopters. The distinctive orange and black air ambulances were a common sight during the hiking season. As she watched, she saw the man's eyes starting to flicker. "We need to get him to a hospital," Andrea said. She examined the man. He was wearing a tan-colored T-shirt covered in blood and a pair of boxer shorts. His hair was cut short, almost shaved. "He looks like a soldier. Is there a hospital on the military base?" At her words, the man's eyes opened, making her jump.
"No,"
he said, his voice weak but firm.
"Not the base. Not the hospital."
He didn't sound local. Andrea thought she could detect a southern accent.
"Leave me here, if you have to. But I'd rather die than go there."
"What do we do?" Terrence said again. Andrea looked at her father and saw the look of fear on his face. "Let's take him to the compound," Andrea replied. "Mary will know what to do." She looked back down at the man whose eyes had closed. He appeared to have slipped back into unconsciousness. Had he been hit by a vehicle? Attacked by a mountain lion? They needed to move him to get him into the truck, but what if he had broken something? She knew they could make any injuries he had worse by moving him, but they couldn't leave him where he was, no matter what he said. "Terrence, come on, help me." Andrea looked up at her father, who suddenly seemed to snap into action. He knelt down next to her and put his hands underneath the man's armpits. With a grunt, he started dragging the injured man back toward the truck. "We'll put him on the rear seat," Terrence said as Andrea tried to help by taking the man's legs. As they moved him, he groaned once or twice, but his eyes remained closed. From the blood on his face and the way both his eyes were bruised, he must have a head injury. "Gently now." Between them, they managed to maneuver the injured man onto the rear seat of the pickup. At one point, his T-shirt slid up, and Andrea saw the clear imprint of the sole of a boot on his abdomen. He'd not been injured by a car nor a mountain lion. His injuries had been inflicted by another person, the thought of which made Andrea sick to her stomach. As Terrence got into the driver's seat of the truck, Andrea slipped into the rear seat next to the injured man. She gently lifted his head and placed it on her lap, causing a fresh rivulet of blood to flow from one of his nostrils. Andrea placed her hand on his forehead and started to pray. "Be strong and courageous," Andrea said, her voice so low it was almost a whisper. "The Lord himself goes before you and will be with you." The man's eyes flickered a couple of times as she continued. "He will never leave you or forsake you." She paused as his eyes opened again. He looked at her with icy gray eyes that were full of confusion. As he closed them again, she continued, "Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged." "How's he doing back there?" Terrence called over his shoulder as he put the truck into drive.
"He's alive, Terrence,"
Andrea replied.
"but only just."
Chapter 5. Mary. Mary picked up the mixing bowl and removed the plastic wrap from the top. The dough inside had doubled in size since she had put it aside to rest a couple of hours previously, and the surface was dotted with bubbles. She used a finger to prod the surface. It felt like jelly and was super sticky, so she knew she was on the right track. But she had done this so many times before, she could probably do it blindfolded. She crossed to the oven and turned it on before placing her cast-iron Dutch oven in it to preheat. Then she lightly floured a work surface and used a spatula to scrape out the dough. After sprinkling the mixture with some more flour, Mary started to fold it on itself, working the dough into a rustic round shape which she placed on a sheet of parchment paper. The oven needed a few more minutes to heat up, and then she could lift the parchment paper and dough into the pot. Mary glanced at her watch. The bread would take 30 minutes to bake and then another 15 without the Dutch oven lid to brown, by which time the soup she was about to prepare would be done. She clapped her hands together, laughing at the cloud of flour the action produced. Mary smiled to herself as she thought about the look on Terrence's face when he came back from the farmer's market to the smell of freshly baking bread. It was, she knew, one of his favorite things. That was what she liked so much about him. His ability to appreciate the simple pleasures in life. She wondered if Andrea had broached the university idea with him yet. The two women had spoken about it at length the previous evening while Terrence had been busy fixing some holes in the fence in the north of their small holding. Mary wasn't Andrea's birth mother. That privilege had gone to Terrence's first wife, a woman whom she had never met. But Mary was a mother to the girl in every other way. The noise of a car horn disturbed Mary's thoughts. When it was repeated a few seconds later, this time with more urgency, she crossed to the kitchen window to look out at the front yard. Beyond the yard, barreling up the driveway from the track, was Terrence's truck. She could only see him in the driver's seat. Where was Andrea? Mary felt the first flutter of fear in her chest. Had something happened to the child? Mary ran across the kitchen and out of the simple wooden door to the front yard. The truck skidded to a halt, sending a shower of small stones across her sandaled feet. It had barely stopped moving when Terrence leaped out of the vehicle. "Mary, we've got a casualty," he said, his voice tense. "Found a man on the side of the road. He's badly injured." Mary took a couple of steps toward the truck and peered through the rear window. She could see Andrea sitting in the back with a man lying motionless across the bench. His head was on her lap, and she could see the blood on his face.
"Terrence, go and get Seth and Joshua," Mary said, keeping her voice even. "They're in the prayer room."
A few moments later, with the help of the other two men from the community, Mary was back in the kitchen looking down at the man on the heavy wooden table. She had cleared it of her baking implements so they could use the table as a makeshift treatment table. After dismissing Terrence and the two other men on the basis that they were just cluttering the place up, Mary turned her attention to her casualty.
"We just found him," Andrea said. "He was on the track, like roadkill."
The young woman lifted up the man's T-shirt to show Mary the boot print on his abdomen.
"See? He's been beaten. He must be from the base," Mary said as she examined the man's head.
She peeled his eyes open to make sure they were both equal and reacting to light. Mary had no medical training, but back before she had joined the community, she had been a huge fan of ER and other medical shows.
"We should take him back there. They'll have medics. They might even be out looking for him."
"He said he'd rather die than go there or to a hospital," Andrea replied. "It's the only thing he said."
"So, he's been conscious?" Mary asked. "That's a good sign, I think. Fetch some warm water and a cloth. Let's clean him up a bit. Do we know his name?"
"No," Andrea said as she crossed the kitchen to fill a mixing bowl with warm water. "There was nothing with him." As she mopped the blood from the man's face, Mary estimated he was probably not that much older than Andrea. Early 20s, perhaps. With Andrea's help, she removed his T-shirt and cleaned his battered torso. Livid, purple bruising crisscrossed his chest, but she couldn't feel anything broken. But he could have internal bleeding in his body somewhere. There was nothing they would be able to do for the man if that were the case.
"Is he going to die?"
Andrea whispered. Mary looked at her, and for the first time saw how scared she was. "No, Andrea," she replied. "He's not going to die." Mary hoped her words would turn out to be true.
"He can't die without a name,"
Andrea said, as if Mary had remained silent.
"We should give him a name to die with, so God knows who he is."
"God already knows who this man is," Mary replied.
"Terence thought he was a wild dog or a lion when we first saw him on the road."
Andrea reached out and placed her hand on the man's brow.
"We were studying Hebrew last week. The Hebrew word for dog is keleb."
"What are you talking about, Andrea?" Mary asked with a gentle smile.
"Keleb translates as Caleb, which also means wholehearted."
Andrea moved her hand to the man's chest.
"Until we know what his given name is, we should call him Caleb."
Chapter 6. Sergeant Ambrose. By the time Ambrose got to the dirt track leading to the trailhead, the sun was just beginning to set. It was almost 2.5 hours since the anonymous call had come into the dispatcher's office, but a fender bender on the intersection of 1st and 4th had delayed him. One of the vehicles had a cracked axle, so there had been a delay while they waited for a tow truck from the next town over. Despite the driver's protestations, Ambrose was pretty sure it was the cracked axle that had caused the collision rather than the other way around, but it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Ambrose had asked the dispatcher to email him a copy of the anonymous call, and while he waited for the tow truck, he had listened to it a couple of times. According to the caller, a young male, the body was around 2 miles up the track just after a sharp left-hand bend. Ambrose had only been up the track a couple of times recently. There was nothing of interest for him on or near it, but the bend was quite distinctive. He made his way round it and parked his black and white in a passing place just beyond the turn. With a sigh, Ambrose got out of his car. He considered getting his flashlight from the trunk, but although the light was going, he could still see plenty in the light that was left. What he couldn't see was a dead guy. He walked up and down the track a couple of times, his eyes looking at the rough surface and into the ravine to the side. Other than a multitude of tire tracks, there was nothing to see. Ambrose couldn't see very far into the ravine, so he returned to his car to grab the light. Then he wandered along the side of the road for 100 yards or so, shining the light into the heavy vegetation to see if there was any sign of a body. There was nothing. Having concluded that the anonymous call was most likely a hoax call, Ambrose was returning to his car, sweeping the flashlight over the surface of the road. Although a hoax call was irritating, it was a lot less paperwork than a dead body. The light glinted on something on the road, and he paused to take a closer look. Ambrose crouched down to see a metal chain, silver-colored but not silver, in the dusty track. He used the flashlight to examine the surrounding area. There were boot marks and what Ambrose was sure were spots of blood. Perhaps something had happened here after all? Ambrose's knee cracked as he stood back up, making him wince. He laughed as he walked back to his car, imagining what would happen if he ever found himself in a foot chase. That was another reason for liking Dunker. In a town where everyone knew everyone, there was never any chasing to be done. Ambrose reached into the trunk for his evidence kit. He could bag the chain and take a soil sample from the blood-stained earth, as well as some photographs of the various footprints. Ambrose was sure they would come to nothing, but being thorough had done him no harm in the past. A few moments later, the evidence of who knew what safely stowed in the trunk, Ambrose sat in the driver's seat and replayed the anonymous call again on his laptop. Maybe he could recognize the voice. Ambrose knew most of the young men in town, and if he could work out who might have made the call, he could have a quiet word with them. But he didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't a local accent, sounding more Midwestern than Californian. He played the call a couple of times, skipping back to the beginning before letting it play through to the end. Just before the caller hung up, there was a noise on the call that he'd not heard previously. It was the first few notes of a bugle call. Ambrose checked the time of the anonymous call. It was right on the nose of 5 in the afternoon, the time when the military base's giant voice system would sound the retreat. The sound couldn't be heard from Dunker unless the wind was blowing in the right direction, and even then it was indistinct. But on the call, those notes were quite clear. Ambrose imagined the young man making the call, ending it at the sound of the speakers and turning to face the flag, standing stiffly to attention. Maybe a quick visit to the base tomorrow was required? Ambrose closed his laptop and turned his vehicle around. He glanced at his watch and realized that he had plenty of time to go home for supper before the bars opened. It was only a few days after most people's paychecks had come in, and he had heard there was a detachment of soldiers just back from overseas at the base, so it could be a busy night. There might be a few busted heads before the bars shut, and while the military police took care of their own, having a local presence was never a bad idea. Chapter 7. Tommy. Tommy shut down the engine of his Harley-Davidson and kicked out the stand, making sure it wasn't on a patch of soft ground before he put the motorcycle's full weight onto it. He ran his fingers through his long blonde hair to get rid of the worst of the knots from the wind. Many of the demon's disciples wore helmets, but Tommy preferred not to. For him, his Harley was about freedom, and a helmet would stifle that. Besides, he'd never come off his motorcycle in all the years he had been riding. In the distance, away off to the west, the sun had just disappeared below the horizon. The air was just beginning to chill, but he knew it would be warm inside the clubhouse. Sure enough, when he pushed open the door, a blast of heated, fetid air swept over him. The clubhouse, in reality the original caretaker's quarters on the small ranch that the club owned, was a single-story building that was badly in need of repair. The shingles needed replacing, and the white paint was peeling from the walls. The original farmhouse, which sat looking out over a lake that teemed with trout and bluegill, had been sold previously to a private buyer, along with the original barns. Tommy was on nodding terms with the man and was careful to keep him happy. His neighbor's fondness for cocaine helped with that relationship. Of the original farmland, the demon's disciples owned around 150 acres, which had originally been used for mountain hay and cattle. Now all that remained of the original purpose was a set of rundown corrals, a squeeze chute and a loading chute, as well as a large barn with a cellar on the other side of the farmland. The main advantage of keeping the land was the property tax relief that the Williamson Act gave them in return for not developing it. The last thing that Tommy wanted was unnecessary attention from the authorities, so he kept much of his business operations legal and above board. That helped hide where the disciples' main source of income came from. "Doug, Jared," Tommy said as he nodded at two men sitting in the corner of the front room, engrossed in a card game. He received two grunts in return. On the other side of the den, his sergeant-at-arms, an enormous brute called Rex, was deep in conversation with Tommy's treasurer, Jeff. Rex was just a slab of muscle, whereas Jeff was the brains of the entire operation. A former accountant, he was an expert at cleaning and hiding the money that the rest of the club brought in from their various enterprises. Both men were clutching bottles of beer, and judging by the pile of empties in the corner, they weren't their first of the evening. "How you doing, Jeff?" Tommy said as he walked over to the two men. "Rex, you good?" Both men nodded in reply. The fact Rex said nothing didn't surprise Tommy. He was a man of few words. "Pretty good, Tommy," Jeff replied. Tommy grabbed a beer from the cooler and slapped his treasurer on the back, harder than he'd intended. Jeff spilled some beer on the wooden floor where it joined a whole bunch of other stains. Some new, some old. "How's my profit margin?" Tommy said as he cracked open his beer and took a long pull from the bottle. Jeff laughed in response while Rex just stared at Tommy with a look of bemusement. "It's where it should be, Tommy," Jeff replied with a grin. "You want me to go through your profit and loss statements with you? Show you your bottom line?" "Nah, I'm good. Should be a lot better this time tomorrow. It's collection day." Jeff nodded in response. Tommy took another pull of his beer. The day after tomorrow, Jeff would transform himself into a suited and booted businessman before visiting Fresno, the closest large town. There he would travel from bank to bank, depositing cash into various accounts, all owned by the disciples. It would be a few $100 here, a few $100 there, but all under the radar. Jeff's only stipulation was that the club also paid for a hotel room in Fresno for the night on the basis it was a 5-hour drive. Tommy didn't care, as long as the club wasn't also paying for the whores Jeff spent his evening with while he was there.
"You going downtown tonight, Tommy?" Jeff asked. "I heard there's a whole bunch of grunts just back from overseas. Should be a lively one." Tommy looked over at Jared and Doug, who couldn't look less like soldiers if they tried. During the last rotation, they had gotten into some trouble in town. It turned out a woman who Jared had been seeing was also being overly intimate with one of the soldiers from the base. When the soldier had returned from his detachment early and objected to Jared's presence in the woman's bed, the resulting argument had seen Jared in the emergency room. "Not tonight, Jeff," Tommy replied. "Got a busy day ahead tomorrow. Don't want to have a sore head in the morning." He nodded at Jared. "Neither does he. So, we'll stay here this evening. Let the soldiers have their fun. All they're doing is filling the tills up for us."
Chapter 8. Terrence. Terrence lay in bed, thinking back over the events of the evening. He could tell from Mary's breathing that she wasn't asleep either, but he didn't want to disturb her. Between them, they had carried their new arrival, now named Caleb by Andrea, at least until he regained consciousness, into one of the spare rooms in their house. Andrea had offered to sit with him through the night and had promised to come and get him or Mary if the man came too. With their new arrival as comfortable as he could be under the circumstances, Terrence had called for a community gathering in the faith room. There were 14 of them altogether, including he and Mary. He was technically the leader of the group, although that wasn't how he saw himself. Terrence had described what had happened earlier and asked them what they thought the best course of action would be. He was still in favor of taking the injured man to a hospital. None of them were medically trained apart from Mary, and that training had been a first aid course all the way back when she was a Girl Scout.
"He said he didn't want to go to the base hospital, is that right?"
A young woman named Elizabeth had asked. She was Seth's partner, one of the men who had helped carry Caleb into the kitchen.
"But perhaps if we took him to another hospital farther away, that would be okay?"
Her partner had disagreed. "He said he'd rather die than go to a hospital. Isn't that what you told us?" Seth had asked Terrence. "If those are his wishes, then so be it. We should respect them." To Terrence's chagrin, the others had agreed. He'd not been in a position to do anything. One of the central tenets of the way they lived their lives was that a person's wishes and beliefs were always to be respected. It was one of the things that made the small community what it was, and was a condition of entry. "If he dies," Terrence had said, "then we return his body to the authorities. He will have a family somewhere who will wish to grieve him." This statement had been unanimously accepted by the group. Next to him in the bed, Mary stirred. "Can't sleep, huh?" she said, her voice low. "No," Terrence replied. "Can't stop thinking about that poor man. He's been beaten to within an inch of his life, and for what?" "We may never know, Terrence," Mary said, rolling over to face him. "I don't understand." Terrence took a deep breath. "I came here to escape from violence, and yet it still follows me." He felt Mary's arm slide across his chest, and he adjusted his position for her to hug him. "It's not your fault, Terrence," Mary said, her mouth only inches from his ear. "You know that. What happened today, what happened back in L.A., none of it." Terrence felt his breath catch in his throat at Mary's mention of Los Angeles. What had happened there was something that defined him and who he was, but was also something they rarely spoke of. Even though it was years since it had happened, it was still an open wound as far as Terrence was concerned. Terrence closed his eyes, and, as he always did when he thought about his old life, a familiar face appeared. A woman, long, dark hair flowing over her shoulders with a smile that could light up the darkest room. The woman who had given birth to Andrea. The woman who had died in his arms on a sidewalk in downtown Los Angeles. The unintended victim of a drive-by shooting. Ruth, Terrence's first wife, was never far from his thoughts. He had tried to continue as he had following her death, but hadn't been able to. A year to the day following her death had been the day he had finally decided to change his life, and
hopefully others for the better. He had sold everything he had and put the money together to buy the land they lived on now. With Andrea in the temporary care of Ruth's sister, he had relocated to the mountains and started building their community. The only thing that had kept him in L.A. for so long was the hunt for Ruth's killer. But no one was ever brought to justice for the murder. He turned his head to one side so Mary wouldn't see the tears that he could feel building. She must have sensed his distress as she snuggled closer to him. Chapter 9. Andrea. Andrea looked down at the man in the bed, Caleb, as he was now known, for the time being at least. Since they had placed him on the bed, he had barely moved an inch, but his breathing was deep and regular, which she took as a good sign. She thought back to her earlier conversation with Terence about going to college. His initial reaction had been much more positive than she had expected. When she had discussed it with Mary previously, Andrea had been warned that he probably wouldn't like the idea. Mary's advice, and her advice was almost always correct, had been to sow the seed in his mind and let it germinate for a while. But from what he had said earlier, there didn't seem to be much in the way of resistance. The appearance of a casualty so soon after the conversation could be a sign, an opportunity to prove to him she had what it took to become a doctor. Andrea knew there was more to it than her intellectual ability to study. Attending college and then medical school would take her away from the community he had struggled so hard to establish. But the reality, as far as she was concerned, was that there was nothing here for her. There was an entire world outside the fences that defined their land, and she wanted to see some of it, to experience it. All the other people in the community were couples, and she was the youngest by several years. Andrea would never admit it to Terence, but she was lonely. She noticed a thin rivulet of perspiration on Caleb's brow, so she crossed to the sink to wet a cloth. After wringing it out, she leaned over him and pressed the material to his brow. His eyes flicked open, making her jump. "Oh, my Lord," Andrea said with her hand to her chest. "You scared me." Caleb blinked twice, regarding her with the gray eyes that had made such an impression on her back in the truck. Andrea remained still for a few seconds, not wanting to startle Caleb.
"Where am I?"
Caleb said. His voice came out like a croak. "You're safe. That's the main thing," Andrea replied. She crossed back to the sink to fill a glass with water and returned to his side, perching on the side of the bed. She held the glass to his lips, placing her hand on his shoulder to help him sit up a little.
"What happened?"
Caleb said a few seconds later.
"Was I injured?"
"You were in some sort of accident, yes. Do you not remember?" Caleb shook his head before wincing.
"No,"
he replied, easing himself back into the pillows and frowning.
"No, I don't remember."
Andrea got to her feet. She should wake Mary or Terence. "I just need to tell someone you're awake." Caleb raised his hand, and she felt his fingers encircle her wrist. As his skin touched hers, she felt a jolt like a static electric shock before a warm sensation flowed up her arm. It was unlike anything she'd felt before, but there was something incredibly reassuring about it.
"Please,"
Caleb said, his gray eyes boring into hers.
"Please stay."
A look of confusion crossed his face, and he opened his mouth before closing it again, saying nothing. He dropped her wrist, and the sensation in Andrea's arm faded. She rubbed at her arm.
"What's your name?"
"I am called Andrea," she replied with a smile. "What's yours?"
"Are you a doctor?"
Caleb asked.
"Or a nurse? You look more like a doctor to me."
Andrea's smile broadened. The fact he had mistaken her for a doctor could be another sign. "No," Andrea replied. "I hope to be one day, though." She watched as Caleb closed his eyes, screwing them shut as if he was in pain. She took a step toward the door. Mary or Terence needed to be here to speak with this man. "You didn't tell me your name."
Caleb's eyes opened and he looked at her, his expression still one of confusion.
My name,
he said, his voice almost a whisper.
Yes,
Andrea replied.
What are you called?
She saw him take a deep breath before replying.
I don't know.
Oh, my,
Andrea said, putting her hand back to her chest.
What can you remember?
Nothing.
Andrea could feel tears prickling at her eyes as she looked at the man in front of her. What on earth had happened to him?
Well, we've given you a name, just until you remember you're given one.
What is it?
We've called you Caleb.
Chapter 10. Caleb. Caleb opened his eyes, trying to ignore the tight band of pain that was crushing the back of his head. It had been some hours since he last woke, but he remembered the brief conversation. It had been dark when it had taken place, but he could now see sunlight streaming through the window. He looked around the room he was in. It was a simple bedroom, rough wooden walls and a bare floor with a large rug covering it. There were no pictures or decorations on the wall apart from a simple wooden crucifix opposite the door. In the room's corner, a few yards away from the bed he was lying in, was a young woman on a chair. She was fast asleep, a book on her lap and her head tilted to one side. Caleb blinked as he looked at her, trying to recall what her name was.
Andrea,
he whispered. That was what she had said her name was. Moving slowly with his hand over the left side of his chest, Caleb maneuvered himself into a sitting position. He looked again at Andrea. She was a few years younger than he was, so early 20s in his estimation. One thing Caleb did know for certain was that she was beautiful. She had fine blonde hair that was currently covering half of her face. When she took a shallow breath, her hair moved as she exhaled, briefly revealing a button nose sprinkled with freckles. Andrea was slim, but the gray robe she was wearing did nothing to show off her figure. Caleb sighed, pushing his thoughts to the back of his head. It was a young woman, not unlike Andrea, that had got him into the mess he was currently in. He sighed again, knowing he was being unfair. It wasn't the woman's fault. It wasn't his either, although he had to share some responsibility for her death. He knew he was lucky to be alive. He had 3 possible courses of action. He could do nothing but remain here. Claim amnesia and remain as Caleb. The lie he'd told Andrea about not being able to remember his name had come easily. Caleb could claim complete amnesia. He knew he'd taken a severe beating to his head, so that course of action wouldn't be unreasonable. He could return to the base and report what had happened to the base commander. But then it would be his word against the colonel's, and who was the base commander going to believe? A full-bird colonel or a senior non-commissioned officer like him? Caleb knew the 2 soldiers who had helped the colonel beat him so badly would not say a word. His 3rd course of action was to just leave. He had some money in the bank, but no idea how he would get it. When he'd been dragged out of his barracks, he'd left his wallet behind. He had no bank cards, no identification. Caleb realized he wouldn't even be able to get back on the base without his military ID card. But perhaps he could persuade someone on the base to get his wallet for him? Caleb decided for the moment to do nothing while he developed one of the other courses of action. Whoever these people were, they had taken care of him so far. Caleb didn't know how many of them there were, but Andrea had mentioned she needed to tell someone he was awake. She looked too young to be married and wore no ring, so a parent was more likely than a partner. Moving slowly and supporting his aching ribs with his hand, Caleb swung his legs over the edge of the bed. He paused, an unexpected wave of dizziness and nausea sweeping over him. He had more pressing issues than developing his preferred course of action. The base of his abdomen was a hard, painful ball. He needed a bathroom. Caleb tentatively got to his feet. He was wearing a similar garment to Andrea, a simple cloth robe that fell to his knees. He looked down to see a pair of sandals on the floor next to the bed. Caleb slipped his feet into them. They were perhaps a size too large for him, but were more than adequate. Ignoring the fact the room was spinning gently around him, he shuffled toward the door. As he passed Andrea, he looked down at her. She was even more beautiful than he had realized, and he remembered the peculiar sensation he had felt when he had taken her hand during the night. He paused at her side for a moment, wondering what had caused it. When their hands had touched, he'd experienced a maelstrom of emotions, all somehow interlinked with each other. Grief, hope, fear, excitement had all come and gone in an instant. The moment he had released her hand, they had disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Caleb opened the door to the bedroom, hoping that the hinges wouldn't squeal and wake Andrea. She looked so peaceful that he didn't want to disturb her. The corridor outside was as rustic as the bedroom, with bare wooden walls and a simple carpet that was just laid on the floorboards. There were several other doors off the corridor, all of them closed. Caleb hesitated, unsure what to do. He didn't want to just burst into someone's bedroom if they were sleeping. At the end of the corridor, a door was ajar. He walked up to it and peered through to see a kitchen with a wood-burning stove in one corner and much more modern stove with an oven in another. The centerpiece of the kitchen was the table. It was a thick, heavy piece of furniture with a top scarred from use that was surrounded by equally ancient chairs. They were built more for endurance than comfort, but each one had a cushion tied to it. Caleb could see a wooded area through the kitchen window, which was next to the door that led outside. Caleb crossed to the door to find it unlocked. He opened it, the cold air outside instantly contracting his bladder. He looked over at the woods. There was nothing else he could do. The call of nature was too pressing for any other course of action. He needed to find a tree. Chapter 11. Tommy. Tommy shifted the gear of his Harley-Davidson down to help the motorcycle cope with the incline of the dirt road that led into the foothills of the mountains. Behind him was Rex, who was no doubt doing the same thing on his own chopper. Although the sun had risen an hour ago, it wasn't high enough in the sky to reach the road, and Tommy wished he'd put an extra layer of clothing on. His crew had a busy day in front of them, but by the evening they would be several $1,000s richer, and the various businesses of downtown Dunker would each be a few $100 poorer. But that was the price they had to pay if they wanted the protection that Tommy and his crew offered. Not all the businesses were signed up to the scheme, but the mom-and-pop ones all were. The hardest thing about the arrangement had been setting it up in the first place, but a fire in a small bakery that burned it to the ground one night had helped. Tommy was careful to make sure that the enterprise was profitable, but didn't bankrupt the stores and businesses. It wasn't out of any sympathy for the owners, but to keep the income stream alive. A bankrupt store owner couldn't pay them anything. It wasn't just the local businesses that Tommy had an arrangement with, which is why he was heading up the dirt road. The community he was paying a visit to had plenty of income, so much so that Tommy was considering increasing their contribution to the Demon's funds. Tommy didn't know or care where the money came from, but he suspected a wealthy benefactor was somewhere in the background. The man who was in charge, Terrence, hadn't seemed to care when Tommy had put the original business proposal to him. It was almost as if he just accepted it as a way of life, which, in much of Dunker at least, it was. Tommy angled his wrist to look at his watch. It was a few moments before 7 in the morning, and Tommy knew Terrence would be waiting for him at the end of the short driveway that led to the compound the community lived in. He paid an extra $100 per month to keep Tommy and his crew away from the compound itself, which was fine by Tommy. The one time he had visited the actual community, the folks there had given him the creeps. They all wore gray robes and had weird looks on their faces. Sure enough, as Tommy leaned his motorcycle into a sharp corner, the man was waiting in his customary spot. "What a fine day it's turning out to be," Tommy said when he had gotten off his bike. A few yards away, Rex was still astride his, performing his role to perfection. His only job was intimidation, which he was currently carrying out with a hard stare at the man in the robe.
"It was,"
Terrence said with a look of resignation as he adjusted his robe. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a bundle of notes, handing them to Tommy. Tommy put the money away, not bothering to count it. If it was wrong, then he would be back for more. They were the rules, and the man in front of him knew them, as did all the other people Tommy did business with.
"Will that be all, sir?"
Terrence asked. Tommy paused for a few seconds before replying. There was something that didn't feel right, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. The only sound he could hear was the soft ticking of his and Rex's motorcycle engines as they cooled. There was no bird song, no normal sounds of the mountains, but their engines would have scared any of the local wildlife away. Tommy slowly turned in place, taking in his surroundings. Other than the surrounding trees, there was nothing to see that explained why he felt as if someone had just walked over his grave.
"Well,
Tommy said, turning to face the man in the robe,
I was hoping to have a chat with you about your community's contribution."
He saw a frown darken Terrence's face.
"You were?"
he replied.
"I don't know that we're going to be able to afford that. We're a small community with no income to speak of."
Tommy raised his eyebrows, not believing the man in the robe for a minute.
"Cost of living's going up," he said. "It's only right that the cost of protecting it goes up as well. So as of next month, you'll pay an extra $200 a month."
Tommy saw Terrence looking at him with a look that was somewhere between disgust and resignation.
"That will be difficult for us,"
Terrence replied. Tommy just waved his arm in the rough direction of the community beyond the trees.
"It would be a shame if anything happened to any of your buildings, your livestock."
Tommy let his own face darken, and he glanced at Rex, who hadn't moved a muscle.
"Your people."
He watched as Terrence adjusted his robe again, nodded, and turned to walk up the dirt road leading back to the community. Tommy could still feel a strange sensation of something being not quite right. After a few seconds, though, it started to fade. Tommy shook his head as if to clear it.
"That went well, don't you think?"
he asked Rex as he got back on his motorcycle. Rex just looked at him and shrugged his shoulders. That was one of the things Tommy liked about Rex. He knew when to speak, but more importantly, he knew when to remain silent. Chapter 12. Mary. Mary looked at Terrence as he sat at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. She knew what was going through his head. She also knew they were about to have a conversation they'd had many times before.
"We have to do something, Mary,"
he said eventually, as he always did. Mary put her dishcloth down and crossed to him, putting her hands on his shoulders. "You say that every month," she said as she squeezed her fingers, massaging the tension she could feel in his muscles. He sighed deeply and was about to say something when the interior door to the kitchen opened. "Hey, Andrea," Mary said, looking up and giving Terrence's shoulders a sharp squeeze to stop him saying anything else. "How's your patient?" "He's back in bed, sleeping," Andrea replied. She walked over to the coffee pot, stifling a yawn. "I got such a fright when I woke up. I thought he'd run away."
"He's awake?"
Terrence asked with a sharp look at Andrea.
"Why didn't you come get me?"
"She didn't know," Mary replied, kneading his shoulders again. "He was looking for the bathroom and Andrea was sleeping, so he went outside into the woods." "He woke up during the night, but not for long," Andrea said, spooning the coffee grounds into the pot.
"Did you get his name?"
Terrence asked. Mary could sense the tension in his voice, but couldn't understand where it was coming from. "No," Andrea replied. "He said he couldn't remember, so he's still Caleb for the moment. Do you both want coffee?" "No, thank you," Mary replied, "and neither does Terrence." She knew he'd had several cups already, and too much caffeine made him jittery.
"Are you going back to sit with him?"
Terrence asked Andrea. Mary saw her look at him, surprised. "Yes, I was," she said, a frown appearing on her face. "Is that okay?"
"Just leave the door open."
There was a hint of anger in his voice. As if she sensed it, Andrea said nothing until the coffee was done. Then, with a confused look at Terence, she left. "What's up with you, Terence?" Mary asked when she was sure Andrea was out of earshot.
"I should never have let her sit with him last night," he replied with a sigh. "I should have gotten one of the men to watch him. We know nothing about the man."
"We know he was injured and needed our help." Mary took her hands from his shoulders and walked to the chair opposite. She sat down, taking his hand in hers. When he looked at her, she saw the weight of the world on his shoulders. "This isn't like you, Terence. What's the matter?" He sighed again before replying.
"It's everything, Mary. First, a badly beaten man is delivered to us, then a vile man visits to threaten us."
He withdrew his hands from hers and spread them apart.
"This place is supposed to be a sanctuary, but it's surrounded by violence."
"He threatened us? The biker?"
"Indirectly, yes. He wants more money."
"What are you going to do?"
"I don't know."
Terence looked away from her for a moment, and when his gaze returned, his eyes were full of uncertainty. Mary's heart sank. He was such a good man, but every once in a while a darkness came over him as he doubted everything that he did. She forced a smile onto her face. "Stop doubting and believe," Mary said, her voice low. They both looked up as the interior door to the kitchen opened. It was Andrea, and Mary could see someone behind her. It appeared their new arrival wasn't asleep after all. "Mary, Terence," Andrea said as she walked into the room. "Can I introduce Caleb?" Mary got to her feet, followed by Terence. She watched as Caleb took a couple of steps toward them. He seemed unsteady on his feet and stopped a yard in front of them.
"This is Mary," Terence said, "and you've already met my daughter Andrea."
He extended a hand for Caleb to shake.
"Sir, I owe you a debt of gratitude,"
Caleb said. His voice was soft, and Mary couldn't place his accent. As the two men shook hands, she saw Caleb's expression change briefly, almost as if he was in pain, but it passed as quickly as it had appeared.
"The only debt you owe is the continuing one to love one another,"
Terence replied. Mary smiled. She knew what was coming next.
"It's from Romans chapter 12, verse 8. Do you read Scripture, young man?"
Caleb shook his head in response.
"Not for many years, sir, no,"
he said. Mary gestured at the chairs surrounding the table. "Sit, sit," she said, looking at Terence and Caleb. "Andrea, perhaps our guest would like some coffee? There are cookies in the jar as well."
"Andrea says you can't remember anything,"
Terence said as Andrea filled a fresh cup of coffee. "Is that correct?"
"It is, sir, yes," Caleb replied. "The only thing I remember is waking up here."
"You remember nothing?" Terence pressed him, and Mary tried to shoot him a glance to make him stop.
"Not even your name?"
"It's not unusual," she said before Caleb could reply. "You've had a blow to the head. Give it time, and things might start to return." But Terence wasn't going to give up so easily.
"Not even your name,"
he said, his voice doubtful. "Terence, enough," Mary said. She smiled as she spoke, but left enough steel in her voice for Terence to recognize. "Leave him be." She saw Terence glance at her with a nod to indicate he understood.
"The only thing I remember is a darkness."
Caleb's voice was so low it was almost a whisper.
"A darkness that's blacker than the darkest night."
He looked up at Mary, his eyes apparently full of fear. Mary watched as Andrea placed a cup of coffee in front of Caleb. The girl reached out her hand as if to touch his shoulder, but then paused, glancing at Terence for a second. If Terence had noticed, he said nothing.
"Thank you,"
Caleb said. He was looking at Andrea as he spoke, but then his eyes turned to Mary and Terence in turn.
"Thank you all."
"Well, Caleb, if we may call you that," Terence asked. Mary saw the younger man nodding in reply. "You will stay with us until you have recovered.
Our house is your house." She looked at Terence, whose earlier doubt seemed to have been replaced with something else. She stifled a smile as she recognized the expression. It was one of resolve. She saw him glance at the interior door and realized he wanted to be alone with Caleb. Mary got to her feet. "Andrea, come with me. We have things to attend to." She ignored the pleading look the girl gave her and beckoned her with her hand. The two of them left the kitchen, Andrea trailing after Mary like a petulant child. "What things do we have to attend to, Mary?" Andrea asked a moment later. "We don't, my child," Mary replied, smiling at her. "Now shoo. The two men will have things to discuss. Let's leave them be." Mary's smile broadened as she saw Andrea's look of exasperation. As the young girl made her way down the corridor, Mary's smile faded. She thought about returning to the kitchen door to see if she could overhear what Terence and Caleb were talking about. There were many things she wanted to know about the young man talking to her husband. In Mary's opinion, at least, there was something not quite right about Caleb. Chapter 13. Caleb. Caleb waited, looking at the cup of coffee in front of him as Terence sat with his eyes closed opposite him at the kitchen table. His lips were moving almost imperceptibly. A moment later, they stopped and he opened his eyes. "Mary says I'm not to press you on your memory," Terence said, regarding him with a curious expression, "so I won't. But do you have any idea how you came to be beaten so badly?" Caleb closed his eyes and a familiar face appeared behind his eyelids. A female face, oval with high cheekbones and full lips that he'd kissed many times. The look on the woman's face was pure ecstasy, frozen at the point of her utmost vulnerability. Then a split second later, her expression changed to one of hate, those full lips now screaming at him with pure venom. Caleb opened his eyes, blinking twice to dispel the memories, both the welcome and the unwelcome. "No, sir, I do not." Caleb looked at Terence carefully. If he had caught Caleb's lie, he hid it well. "Okay," Terence said with a nod of his head. His face was resolute. "Okay." He nodded again, and Caleb thought back to when they had shaken hands a few moments before. The sensation when Caleb had touched him had been almost painful. Caleb didn't understand what had happened, but as their hands had moved up and down, each movement had been accompanied by almost feral emotions. It had been the same when he had touched Andrea, but the feelings he had got from Terence had been much stronger. Over the course of the brief handshake, the impression had coalesced into an agonizing sense of injustice. Caleb didn't know how or why, but he sensed he had glimpsed Terence's soul itself. But had Terence glimpsed his? "Where am I?" Caleb asked, parking the memory in his mind to examine later. "Just outside Dunker, California," Terence replied. Caleb kept his face neutral and just looked at him. "We are a small community in the foothills of the White Mountains." "A religious community?" Caleb glanced down at his robe. When he looked up, Terence was smiling. "Not religious as such, but a faith community," Terence said. "There are 15 of us all together at the moment. Sometimes there are more, sometimes fewer." "People come and go?" "As they please." Terence nodded, the smile on his face gradually fading. "Do you have faith, Caleb?" "In God?" "If that's what you choose to call him, yes." "I think there must be something, but I don't know what to call it." Terence smiled in return. "Then there is something to work with. Would you care to stay for a while? You said when we picked you up that you didn't want to go to the base or a hospital. Do you remember saying that?" "No, I don't," Caleb replied, allowing himself to frown. He looked at Terence to see if he was trying to trip him up, but there was nothing in his face to suggest that he was. "Which base do you mean?" "There's a military base not far from here. We think you're probably from there based on your clothing, Terrence said. Caleb frowned again, aiming for a perplexed expression. He felt bad lying to this man, but he was going to have to get used to it to maintain his cover, at least for the time being. He shook his head slowly. As I said, Caleb, you're welcome to stay here for as long as you want. Once you're recovered from your injuries, we could certainly do with the help around here. Caleb sipped at his coffee to buy some time. He needed to change the subject. How long have you lived here? He asked Terrence a moment later. A few years now, Terrence replied. I moved here from Los Angeles. Caleb watched as Terrence's expression fell. Something must have happened there to make the man move all the way out here. And from the look on Terrence's face, it was something bad. Terrence got to his feet, scraping the chair back as he did so. I'll leave you to your coffee. We have a community meeting in the faith room at 10, if you feel well enough. He briefly placed his hand on Caleb's shoulder as he walked past him, and the previous impression of injustice returned for a split second. Andrea will bring you if you want to come and meet the others. As the door shut behind Terrence, Caleb let out a deep breath he'd not realized he'd been holding. He thought back to the courses of action he had formulated earlier. The first one was looking the most likely. He could stay here and be known as Caleb, the man with no past. He would never have to look back, and there was something very appealing in that thought. Caleb liked the idea of living and working in a small community, but he wasn't sure he had the right type of skill set to be much use. He thought back to earlier that morning, in the woods outside Terrence and Mary's house, about the conversation he had overheard between Terrence and the biker. One type of person that Caleb had always hated was a bully, and the biker was, without a doubt, a major one. The man's implicit threat to Terrence had made Caleb feel nauseated. In Caleb's experience, the best way to defeat violence was to meet it head-on with a level of violence that was overpowering. Perhaps he did have some skills that would benefit the community after all.
Chapter 14. Sergeant Ambrose. Ambrose shuffled in the uncomfortable plastic chair, staring at the bulletin board in front of him. He was in the waiting area of the military police section at the Army base on the outskirts of Dunker. The bulletin board had a variety of posters and information pinned to it. The bulletin board had a small section labeled Know Your Drill that showed a variety of self-defense techniques. How to undertake a wrist grab with both hands, what to do if someone got you in a front chokehold. Ambrose read them with interest, wondering if the MPs would let him take a photograph of the board to show his civilian colleagues. Above the bulletin board, a white round clock ticked loudly. The second hand was approaching the hour, and Ambrose knew that the moment it touched 12, he would be seen by the MP's commanding officer. Sure enough, on the nose of the hour, the young soldier behind the desk shuffled into life. "Major Grant will see you now, sir," the soldier said, not even looking at Ambrose as he spoke. "Thank you," Ambrose replied, earning a slight nod from the soldier. He made his way down the corridor to the major's office, knocking twice on the door. When he heard a barked command from inside the door, he opened it and walked in. As he did so, the man behind the desk got to his feet. Major Grant, the senior MP at the base for the last couple of years, was a tall man. He towered over Ambrose by at least a foot, his Army combat uniform hiding a thin frame. Ambrose had seen him out of uniform once at a supermarket in Dunker, and he'd been surprised how thin the man was. "Sergeant Ambrose, good to see you," Grant said, extending a hand for Ambrose to shake. "Major Grant, thank you for your time." "No problem," Grant replied, gesturing to a visitor's chair. "Please, have a seat. Can I get you coffee or anything?" "No, I'm good, thank you," Ambrose said. He'd visited this office many times, only accepting the offer of coffee once. Nothing had been said, but he had sensed his acceptance of the offer hadn't gone down well. Apart from a desk, a couple of chairs, and a gray filing cabinet, the office was sparsely furnished. Ambrose looked over Grant's shoulder and through the window where he could see a squad of soldiers marching in formation outside.
How can I help you?
Grant asked, the small talk obviously over. Behind him, a large crest was affixed to the wall. It was yellow and green with a complicated section depicting a sword, a key, and a pair of scales above the words assist, protect, defend.
We had a hoax call from the base, Ambrose said, reaching into his pocket for his phone. About a dead body up in the hills.
Ambrose fiddled with his phone to find the recording of the call, and the two men listened in silence as it played through to the end.
I take it you didn't find a body?
Grant asked when the recording had finished.
You said it was a hoax call.
Ambrose shook his head.
No, there were signs of a disturbance at the location. Some blood, perhaps. How do you know the call was made from the base? You can hear the giant voice at the end. So it could be on or near the base?
Grant emphasized the word near. Ambrose nodded to concede the point.
It could. We've not tracked the call.
He shrugged his shoulders.
Limited resources. You know how it is.
Major Grant gave Ambrose a brief conciliatory smile as if they were both in the same situation. But Ambrose suspected the Major had a lot more resources at his disposal than he did.
So it's just a hoax call? Grant asked. With no body to back it up?
Ambrose sensed the Major was winding the conversation up, so he changed tack.
You got any missing soldiers, Major Grant? He asked.
This time, Grant's smile was more genuine. He gestured at a small pile of tan-colored folders on his desk.
Every time a rotation comes back from being away, at least 4 or 5 soldiers go AWOL. That's probably 90% of my team's workload right there.
Ah,
okay. Where has the latest rotation been?
Ambrose watched as Grant's smile thinned.
Classified, right?
Uh-huh, Grant replied with a none too subtle look at his watch. Ambrose got to his feet, pushing the chair backward as he did so. They shook hands over the Major's desk, and Ambrose thanked him again for his time.
Always a pleasure, Sergeant Ambrose.
As Ambrose made his way back to his car, he reflected on the conversation. Major Grant had told him nothing, given him nothing. They were supposed to be on the same side. Not exactly brothers in arms, but they were both law enforcement officers. The Major hadn't lied, but Ambrose's years of experience told him one thing. Major Grant certainly hadn't told him the truth. Chapter 15. Andrea. Andrea laughed as she saw Caleb squinting in the bright sunlight. They were outside the main house of the compound, walking across the graveled yard toward the woods. It had been a busy morning. Caleb had been introduced to the rest of the community by Terrence at their usual meeting in the faith room. As Terrence had explained Caleb's amnesia, she had seen looks of confusion on the other members' faces, but Terrence had asked them not to talk of it. Caleb had been painfully shy at first, but as the meeting had progressed, he'd come out of his shell and spoken to quite a few of the other members of the community. "There's a path that leads through the woods here," Andrea said, pointing at a gap between the trees. "It leads to a bluff where you can see for miles."
"How far is it?"
Caleb asked. Andrea looked at him, concerned. "About 15 to 20 minutes," she replied. "Will you be okay?" He nodded in response. It had been Mary's idea for them to go for a walk. Fresh air would do Caleb good, she had told them both after lunch. Andrea was carrying a small bag with a couple of water bottles. She would keep a close eye on Caleb, and if he looked to be struggling, they could stop and rest along the way. As they walked into the trees, she saw Caleb taking a deep breath in through his nose before frowning. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked again.
"I'm fine,"
Caleb replied.
"It's the smell. It's really strong."
Andrea took a breath in through her nose as well. She could smell the pine trees, but she wouldn't have called it a powerful scent. "Pinene," she said with a smile.
"Sorry, what?"
Caleb returned her smile, pleasing Andrea no end.
"That's what you can smell. It's called pinene. It's from the bark of the trees. They're a type of terpene."
"Ah, I see,"
Caleb said, his smile broadening.
"There are 2 types in pine trees, alpha pinene and beta pinene.
Alpha-pinene has anti-inflammatory properties and has been used in medicine for thousands of years.
Every day's a school day, Caleb replied. How do you know so much about them?
I read a lot, Andrea replied, her own smile faltering. She suddenly felt foolish and turned to walk away. Caleb reached out and took her hand.
Hey, Andrea, he said. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm impressed.
He squeezed her hand briefly before letting it go. Really?
Really.
They walked on in silence for a few moments, Caleb a few steps behind her. She turned every few yards to make sure Caleb was okay. Andrea hadn't been convinced when Mary had told them the fresh air would do him good. The last thing she wanted was him collapsing on her, but he seemed fine. At one point, he stopped to touch the bark of an enormous bristlecone pine.
How old do you think this is?
He asked her. Andrea looked at the trunk, which had to be at least 3 yards across. I don't know, she said, but it's pretty old. There's one in the Inyo National Forest that's supposed to be nearly 5,000 years old.
I didn't know trees lived that long, Caleb replied. Kind of puts our 70 years and 10 into perspective.
Where did you hear that phrase? Andrea asked, looking at him.
I don't know, he shrugged his shoulders. I guess I've just heard it around.
It's from the Bible, Andrea replied. Psalm 90, the days of our years.
Okay,
Caleb replied, a soft smile playing over his lips.
Maybe I read it sometime.
It took them almost 30 minutes to reach the bluff, a stony outcrop that jutted out over the valley below. It was one of Andrea's favorite places, and she came here several times a week. Below the bluff, the forest stretched out before them and reached the White Mountains themselves. Only the very tops of the mountains still had their white snowcaps.
This sure is some view,
Caleb said as Andrea sat down on the rock. He sat next to her, pointing at a couple of birds that were circling on a thermal high above them.
What are those?
Eagles, I think, Andrea said, raising her hand to block the sunlight. The birds were too far away for her to be able to identify them properly, but she couldn't see that they had white heads. Probably golden eagles. They're more common than bald eagles.
Let me guess. You read it somewhere?
Caleb asked. She looked at him, again unsure if he was kidding with her, but she didn't think he was. Yes, she replied, closing her eyes and tilting her head back to the sun. Did you know they mate for life?
Well, I do now.
She could tell from his voice that he was smiling. They sat for a while in companionable silence, Caleb seemingly content to just take in the view. There was a gentle breeze, and the only sound Andrea could hear was the calling of birds to each other. She had been sitting with her eyes closed for a few moments, and when she opened them, she saw Caleb looking at her with a strange expression on his face. Are you okay? Andrea asked. It almost looked as if he was in pain. She sat up, concerned.
Yes, sorry,
Caleb replied, looking away.
You kind of look familiar, that's all.
Are you remembering something? Someone, perhaps? He shook his head in reply.
No, I don't think so.
The sound of a car engine could be heard in the distance. Andrea looked down at the dirt road that wound its way up the mountain. Few people used it unless it was hikers heading for the trailhead. But when the car came into view between the trees, she could see it wasn't a hiker. It was a police car. Chapter 16. Sergeant Ambrose. Ambrose hummed a tune to himself under his breath, tapping the steering wheel in time with his fingers. He'd not been up the dirt road to the trailhead since last fall when a couple of hikers had gotten lost, and now he was driving up it for the second time in as many days. His destination was the small community that had been established here for some time. Ambrose had never needed to visit them before, certainly not in an official capacity. They kept to themselves and had never captured the authorities' attention. He had seen them occasionally in Dunker, where their unusual clothing made them stand out. He slowed, looking for the turnoff that led to the compound. Ambrose wasn't expecting to find anything, but they were the closest residents to where he had discovered the chain and the bloodstains on the road, so he needed to speak to them, even if only for completeness.
When he saw the turnoff, he maneuvered the police car into it, the bushes on either side scratching against the side of the vehicle as he did so. A few yards down the thin and heavily rutted road, he tapped the brakes to stop the car. A young woman was walking toward him. She was wearing a gray robe and sandals, and as she approached Ambrose's car, her face broke into a broad smile. "Afternoon, ma'am," Ambrose said after he got out of the car. He raised his hand to his forehead as he did so, an approximation of a hat tip. "Good afternoon, officer," the girl replied, still smiling. She was younger than Ambrose had first thought and didn't look to be out of her teens. If she was, it wasn't by much. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?" Her smile broadened, and Ambrose found himself grinning back at her. "I'm just doing a routine investigation," he said, choosing to filter what he said to her, "into a missing person." "Oh, no," the girl replied, her smile faltering. "Is it a hiker?" "We're not sure, to be honest. Have you or any of your people seen anything, anything unusual?" "No one said anything, no," she replied. "We have a prayer meeting every morning. It would have been mentioned." Ambrose looked at the girl. She seemed nervous, but that could be because she didn't often speak with people outside her community. He was acutely aware that he had a gun holstered on his hip, and as he watched, she glanced at it before pressing her lips together briefly. "Could I come up to speak to the others?" Ambrose nodded his head in the direction of the road leading up the hill. "They'll all be at work," the girl replied. "After lunch is when we tend to our livestock, but I could ask my father to come down to Dunker later today to speak with you if it would help." Ambrose thought for a moment before replying. "He could call me, perhaps, save the trip." He dug his hand into his pocket for a card, but before he could find one, the girl spoke. "We don't have a phone," she said. "Only a satellite phone, but that's for emergencies. I can ask him, though." Ambrose pulled a dog-eared card out of his pocket and handed it to her. "Would you mind? I mean, it's not an emergency as such, but I'd appreciate a call." "Of course," the girl replied, glancing at the card. "I'll speak with him." She held the card in her hand, and Ambrose realized the robe she was wearing didn't have any pockets. "Can I help you with anything else?" "No, I don't think so," Ambrose replied. He looked past his car and up the road. "Is there a turnaround?" Ambrose asked. The road was too narrow for a three-point turn. "There's a small one about a mile up the road," the girl said, following his gaze. "Or you can drive up to the compound and turn there." Ambrose looked behind him. The main road was less than 100 yards away, and the road to the compound was full of potholes. He didn't really want to drive a mile along it if he could help it. "I'll just back up." He raised his hand to his head again. "Thank you, ma'am," he said. As he backed his car toward the road, he looked back a couple of times to see the girl just standing there, watching him. She raised a hand to wave as he maneuvered the car onto the road. Ambrose drove back toward town, thinking about the conversation he had just had. He felt sorry for the young girl, in a sense. It couldn't be much of a life living in the hills like that. She was the first young person he had met in years who didn't have a phone, much less a phone without their eyes permanently glued to the screen. "To each their own," he muttered as the first building on the outskirts of Dunker appeared a few moments later. Chapter 17. Caleb. Caleb watched as Andrea remained in the center of the road. She raised her hand to wave to the police officer. When he was sure the car was out of sight, he emerged from the tree he had been hiding behind and walked over to her. She turned to look at him, and to his surprise, she had a furious expression on her face. "Don't you ever ask me to do anything like that again!" Andrea punctuated her words with a couple of hard prods to his chest with her index finger. On her cheeks were 2 red spots, almost like circles. "Do you understand? If Terrence or Mary ever found out what I just did, do you know how angry they would be?" "I do," he replied, trying to look chastened. "I'm so sorry." "We need to talk, Caleb," Andrea said, "or whatever your name is." She turned and started walking up the road toward the compound. "Andrea, please," Caleb said. She stopped and turned to look at him, her hands placed firmly on her hips. Behind her, the afternoon sun was shining through her blonde hair, almost like a halo.
So?
Talk, she said, her tone still conveying her anger.
Can we go back to the bluff?
Caleb asked. It would give him time to think, and he didn't want to have this conversation standing in the middle of a dirt road. By the time they got back to the bluff, Caleb had decided that he had to tell Andrea the truth, or most of it, at least. He briefly considered what courses of action he might have, but couldn't come up with anything else. He couldn't continue the lie, not with Andrea, at least. He owed her that much. If she chose to tell Terrence and Mary, then so be it. They both sat on the rock, this time facing each other. Andrea was sitting cross-legged, her arms folded over her chest. She still looked angry and hadn't spoken a word as they walked back. Caleb took a few moments to compose himself before he spoke.
I was a soldier, he said, his voice low. On the base, outside Dunker.
Andrea said nothing, but just looked at him. She nodded her head almost imperceptibly.
There is a man on the base who beat me.
For good reason? Andrea asked. Caleb paused as an image flashed across his eyes, the same image that had been haunting him since he had come round from the beating. Her face.
Yes,
he said, nodding.
I was in a relationship with his daughter.
He didn't approve, I take it?
He didn't know, until it was too late.
Caleb saw Andrea frowning.
What happened?
She asked.
She died,
Caleb replied. He watched as a range of emotions passed across Andrea's face. The anger was replaced by compassion, which was in turn replaced by fear. Too late, Caleb realized she perhaps thought he had killed her.
What happened?
She asked again, this time with a tremor in her voice.
She wasn't well, Caleb said, but I didn't understand at first how unwell she was. The relationship got more and more intense.
He paused, not for effect, but because he was finding this more difficult than he'd anticipated.
She got more and more intense, and not in a healthy way.
When you say unwell, you mean psychiatrically unwell?
Yes,
Caleb replied.
I asked her to get help. I begged her to get help, but she couldn't see how sick she was. So I did what I thought was the best thing to do and ended the relationship. I didn't know.
He could feel a lump building in his throat, but he swallowed it back. He wasn't going to cry in front of Andrea. That could wait until he was alone.
What didn't you know, Caleb?
Andrea asked, her voice softer than it had been. She had moved her hands to her lap where she was wringing her fingers.
I didn't know she would take her own life.
A solitary tear ran down Caleb's cheek. He made no move to wipe it away, not wanting to draw Andrea's attention to it.
Her father blamed me and beat me. I thought he was going to kill me.
He nearly did,
Andrea replied, her voice now calm and more reassured.
You were unconscious for hours.
I deserved it,
Caleb said. Andrea just shook her head.
No, I don't think you did,
she said, moving her hands as if she was going to take his before returning them to her lap.
So you do remember your name?
I do,
he replied.
But I prefer Caleb.
He took a deep breath and looked at Andrea, who was staring at him with a deep frown.
Will you tell them? Terrence and Mary, I mean?
Do you want me to?
No.
In which case, I won't.
Her frown softened.
I won't say anything. But I won't lie to them, not to my parents.
Is lying a sin?
Caleb asked Andrea. The ghost of a smile appeared on her face.
You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, she replied. It's one of the 10 Commandments, so yes, lying is a sin. But the policeman asked me if I'd seen anything unusual, so I said no.
Her smile broadened.
I don't think you're unusual, so I wasn't lying.
Caleb laughed at her interpretation of the conversation.
I think that's stretching it a bit.
I will keep your secret, Caleb, Andrea said, shuffling onto her knees. Who knows? Perhaps one day I will have a secret I need you to keep. As she got to her feet, her gown dropped away from her chest, and Caleb looked away. When he looked back at her a moment later, Andrea's face was full of excitement, as if his revelation had pleased her. Or was it that she'd never had a secret to keep before? Chapter 18. Terence. 1 month later. Terence stood, arching his back to try to release a knot in the muscles from leaning over his car's engine for so long. He looked down at the butterfly valve, part of the throttle body that was attached to the engine's intake manifold. When he and Caleb had started working on the engine an hour previously, the valve had been covered in gunk, but it was now shiny and glistening.
"All good?"
Caleb asked him. He was holding a bottle of throttle body cleaner in one hand and a soft, bristled brush in the other.
"Looks that way,"
Terence replied.
"A lot better than when we started, that's for sure. Come on, let's get cleaned up. It's almost lunchtime."
As Terence washed his hands, he thought back over the other various components that could be making the gas pedal stick. None of the sensors or springs were fried, so he didn't think the entire throttle body needed replacing. Hopefully the clean valve would sort the problem out. If not, he would have to take it to a shop in Dunker.
"Can you think of anything else we should look at?" Terence asked Caleb.
When he had asked the younger man the previous evening to help him in the workshop, Caleb had taken the workshop manual to his room. At breakfast, he had told Terence that he'd read most of it and understood some of it. Terence smiled, knowing that he wouldn't just have read it once, and certainly understood more than some of the thick book. The man's memory and capacity to absorb new information was astounding, as they had found out over the previous weeks since his arrival.
"No, I don't think so,"
Caleb replied, handing Terence a soft towel to dry his hands.
"We could replace the throttle cable and gas pedal assembly if it's still sticking. I can take it for a drive later if you want." "That would be good," Terence said. "We need some more straw for the chickens. Can you pick some up in Dunker? There's a roll of fencing wire to be collected from the Western Ranch shop as well."
"Sure." 30 minutes later, Terence was sitting in the community's dining hall in his customary spot at the head of the table, with Mary at his side. With the exception of Elizabeth and Seth, who were at the hospital, the entire community was there. Terence offered a quick, silent prayer for the young couple, although he didn't know why they were at the hospital. Mary had told him it wasn't serious, but she wouldn't be drawn on divulging anything else. He smiled when he remembered her response to his question. "First book of Thessalonians, chapter 4, verse 11, Terence," she had said. "You should mind your own business." He looked down the table at the rest of the community. At the far end of the table was Caleb, with Andrea sitting next to him. He watched as Caleb said something to his daughter, making her throw her head back in laughter. Several of the other members also laughed at whatever it was Caleb had just said. "It feels like he's been here a lot longer than just a few weeks," Mary said, putting her hand over Terence's.
"Sure does," Terence replied. "I just hope he sticks around."
"Why do you say that?" Mary asked, dropping her voice to just above a whisper. "Has he said something to you?"
"No, not directly. I just get a sense of restlessness from him sometimes."
He tapped a fork on the table to bring the community to silence. Almost as one, the voices faded away to hear him speak.
"Folks, before we eat, Caleb is going to Dunker this afternoon if anyone wants to go with him."
He wasn't surprised when Andrea's hand shot straight up, and he saw Mary smiling out of the corner of his eye. "I can go, Terence," Andrea said. "I'm expecting something in the mail." Terence nodded. It would be her university application paperwork, and the mail delivery didn't extend to their community. He'd not quite come round to the idea of her leaving the community to study, much to Mary's frustration, but he was the girl's father, and it was his job to worry about her, as he had explained to Mary several times. He thought back to a conversation he'd had with Caleb a couple of weeks previously, when Terence had become concerned about the way Andrea was acting around the young man. Caleb had reassured Terrence that their relationship was entirely platonic. "If that changes, Caleb," Terrence had said, "and these things can, just respect our ways. That's all I ask." Caleb had nodded solemnly in reply and promised Terrence that he would. "Anyone else?" Terrence asked, looking around the table, but there were no takers. He nodded and clasped his hands in front of him, noticing a conspiratorial glance between Andrea and Caleb. "Caleb, would you do us the honor of saying thank you for the meal we are about to eat?" Caleb cleared his throat before speaking. "For the meal we are about to eat," he said. "For those that made it possible, and for those with whom we are about to share it." Terrence saw Caleb looking directly at him, his eyes piercing even across the entire length of the table. "We are thankful." Chapter 19. Tommy. Tommy stared at the large television screen in the corner of the living room, his hand so tightly wrapped around a bottle of beer that his knuckles were as white as a dead man's. On the screen, an attractive female anchor was telling her viewers about a major drug bust in Orange County. The screen cut to an overhead shot from a helicopter where 3 men could be seen running away from police officers. From the vantage point the helicopter had, it was obvious the men would never escape. "This is the moment the 3 men, all of Mexican descent, were captured by law enforcement officers earlier today," the anchor said over the footage, barely able to keep the excitement out of her voice as the police officers caught up with the fleeing suspects. The FBI later said that the bust was one of the largest in recent years, and it followed a meeting in a local Denny's restaurant in El Segundo. The men were unaware that the people they were meeting, supposedly to set up an enormous deal for fentanyl pills, were in fact a confidential informant and an undercover Hawthorne police officer working as part of the federal and local drug task force. "Shit!" Tommy shouted, raising the beer bottle in the air. He was tempted to hurl the almost empty bottle at the screen, but thought better of it. The police went on to recover a significant number of fentanyl pills, thought to be as many as 1 million, from the trunk of a Jetta parked outside a Holiday Inn where a 4th man was arrested. Tommy swore again at the television, but the anchor continued. A large amount of money was also recovered. "What's up?" Tommy heard a male voice say. He turned to see Jeff had entered the lounge. "You seen the damn news?" Tommy replied, pointing the neck of the bottle at the television. Jeff walked over to where Tommy was sitting, but the anchor had moved on to a piece about a local Dodgers star and his first at-bat against the Atlanta Braves. "They busted Denny's." "In El Segundo?" "Where'd you think?" "Yes, in El Segundo." Tommy looked up at Jeff to see the color had drained from his face. "But I was there only yesterday," Jeff said, his voice almost a whisper. "What happened?" "A confidential informant," Tommy replied, emptying the bottle of beer onto the carpet. "A damn snitch." "I bet it was that Ramirez. I never trusted him an inch." "We can deal with that later, Jeff. What the hell are we going to do now?" Tommy could feel the anger building in his chest. "They've got our product and our money." He watched as Jeff sat down opposite him, processing the situation. "This isn't good," Jeff said a moment later. "This isn't good at all." Tommy laughed sarcastically as he got to his feet to fetch another beer. That was the understatement of the century. The demons had brokered a deal with the Mexicans, led by a man called Vicente Osuna, for a large shipment of fentanyl. The plan had been to sell the pills, with a significant markup, to an Italian-American family in Illinois, almost 2,000 miles to the north. Tommy knew the family would also be selling them, and also with a markup, but that was how the world worked. The problem was that the family had already paid the demons, and Jeff had used their money as payment for the drugs. Now the drugs and the cash were in the hands of the feds, which, as Jeff had just so eloquently put it, wasn't good at all. "How much cash can we raise?" Tommy asked Jeff. "We could go to the Armenians in San Francisco. I heard they've got some product." "We can't raise that much that quickly," Jeff replied, his head in his hands. "I mean, it's collection day tomorrow, but that won't even begin to cover it." "We sure as hell need to do something, Jeff. I don't want to spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder for wops with guns, do you?" "No." Jeff's voice was almost a whisper. "No, I don't." "They won't let it go," Tommy said. "Not that amount of money. They'll want a blood payment for sure." "Where are the others?" Rex is in the garage. Jim, Doug, and Jared are down by the creek fishing. Go and get them, Tommy said, staring at his accountant. We need to work out what we're going to do. Chapter 20. Andrea. Andrea laughed to herself as she climbed into the truck. When Terrence had asked the rest of the community if any of them wanted to go into Dunker, she'd had her fingers crossed so hard under the table that they hurt. To her delight, though, which she was careful to hide, none of them had, which meant it was just her and Caleb. You all set? Caleb said as he opened the driver's door. Sure am, Andrea replied, watching out of the corner of her eye as Caleb hitched his robe a little to climb in. His legs, which had been so pasty when he had arrived, were now tanned, a deep brown color from working outside so much. Andrea had no real frame of reference, but she liked Caleb's legs a lot. He glanced over at her as he started the engine. Where to first, then? We need straw from the farm shop, and I need to get to the post office, Andrea replied. Terrence asked me to get some fencing wire as well. How about we get the straw, and I'll drop you at the post office? You know how much the old boy who works there likes to talk, so how about I get the wire and come back for you? Sounds like a plan to me. Andrea would have preferred to stay with Caleb all the time, but what he had suggested made sense. Do you think your friend will have replied to your letter? I don't know, Caleb replied. I hope so. 10 days ago, they had hatched a plan for Caleb to get some of his things back from the base. Caleb had a friend there that would have access to some of his personal effects as they shared a locker. Andrea's idea had been for him to write to his friend, asking him to mail them to her. Caleb had agreed to, as long as she promised not to look at what was sent. He still didn't want anyone to know anything about him, such as his name. He had told her in no uncertain terms, not going to look back. Only forward, and only as Caleb. Are you waiting for something as well? Caleb asked as he put the truck into drive. At the post office. I'm going to apply to college in Acarda, she said. I'm going to be a doctor. The application paperwork should have arrived. You'd make a superb doctor, Caleb replied, smiling as he navigated the large truck down the narrow road. It bounced once or twice in the deep potholes. I wasn't sure you were serious about it when you mentioned it before. Andrea thought back to their conversation on the subject. They had been sitting on the bluff, looking out over the valley. She had told him she was thinking about going to college, and his response had been encouraging, but at the same time, she had sensed something else in his tone. Won't you miss being here? Caleb asked her a moment later. Andrea thought before nodding her head. She turned to look out of the window at the trees as they passed by. One of her favorite daydreams for the last few weeks had been living in Acarda, wearing normal clothes and doing normal things. But in her daydreams, she wasn't alone. Caleb was with her. They were sharing an apartment. He was working somewhere in the city, coming home each evening to share a meal with her, and on occasion, when Andrea couldn't sleep and the only things she could hear were owls calling to each other in the forest, she imagined what it might be like for she and Caleb to share a bed. Andrea, Caleb said, interrupting her concentration. You okay there? Sorry, I was just thinking. About what? Andrea could feel the color rising in her cheeks. There was no way she could tell Caleb what she had just been thinking about. She glanced at him briefly, and he smiled at her. Did he know what she had been thinking about? She thought from the way his eyes seemed to twinkle meant that he might. Was that how men looked at women when they were interested in them? Nothing important, Andrea said, waving a hand in the air. They drove on in silence for a while, Andrea content to just look out the window. As the buildings on the outskirts of Dunker started to appear, Caleb turned to look at Andrea. Are you serious about studying? He asked her. He looked almost sad. Because I'll miss you if you do go. I am serious, yes, Andrea replied. She bit her lip, desperate to ask him to come with her. I've been thinking about moving on as well. Andrea felt her heart skip a couple of beats in her chest. Really? She asked, her voice almost a croak. I didn't know. I thought you were happy with us. Caleb pulled the truck onto the side of the road.
When he had put it into park, he shifted in the driver's seat so he was facing her. He leaned forward a couple of inches, and for one glorious moment, Andrea thought he was going to kiss her. But he was just adjusting his position in the seat. "I am happy with everything, Andrea," Caleb said, the ghost of a smile playing on his face. "I never thought I'd say this, but I like wearing a robe. I like the things I've learned from the community, how to live differently, meaningfully." He sighed, shifting again in his seat. "Please kiss me," Andrea thought, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. "But there's a whole world out there. If I can get my things, if I can get access to my money, then I can go into it the way you want to go into it." Andrea could feel tears pricking at her eyes, and she tried to blink them away. How was she supposed to react to that statement? Yes, she wanted to go out into the world, but with Caleb, not without him. "What's the matter?" Caleb asked. "Are you crying?" Chapter 21. Caleb. By the time Caleb dropped Andrea off at the post office, whatever it was that was troubling her seemed to have passed. He definitely noticed a tear on her cheek, but she had wiped it away and turned to look out the passenger window. Caleb had wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He'd never been very good at reading women. That was one of the reasons he was in the position he was in. "I'll pick you up out front," Caleb had said as he dropped her off at a single-story building. The old man who had been there previously wasn't sitting in his usual spot in front of the bright white building, sheltering from the sun by the door underneath the lettering that identified the building. His place had been taken by a much younger man. Caleb hadn't cared for the way the young man had looked at Andrea when he dropped her off, but he focused on the tasks Terrence had asked him to complete. All he hoped was that Andrea's plan had worked, and there would be an item of mail for him, as well as for her. Caleb had a mutual agreement with his friend to look out for the other's personal effects should something happen to them. It was more about hiding pornography so it wasn't returned to their families than anything else, but he was pretty sure his friend would fulfill his end of the bargain. His friend hadn't known about Caleb's relationship with the colonel's daughter. No one had. The most important thing that Caleb needed was access to his money. With that, he could make some firm plans for the future. And to get access to his money, he needed his passport and driver's license. Caleb hadn't thought about what he would do if he wasn't able to get them, but had vowed to cross that bridge if he came to it. Caleb pulled into the parking lot in front of the Western Ranch shop. When he entered the small store, the proprietor had already put Terrence's roll of fencing wire on the counter.
"Kind of easy to spot you fellas,"
the store owner said with a smile. He was an older man whose weathered face suggested a life spent outside.
"What with the robe and everything."
"Thank you, sir," Caleb replied as he picked up the roll. It was heavier than he'd anticipated, and he almost dropped it on the floor.
"You new?"
the owner asked.
"Don't recall seeing you before."
"I am. Yes, sir."
"Well, welcome to Dunker. Anything you need, just holler. If we don't have it in stock, we can get most things from the city in a day or so."
Caleb looked around the interior of the store. There wasn't much in the way of product that he could see on display, and the store didn't seem large enough to have a stock room. He nodded at the man and thanked him before leaving, looking down at the ground as a police car passed by. The next local he met, a much younger man than the previous one, was nowhere near as friendly. The only thing he added to the conversation was a series of grunts as Caleb asked him for a couple of bales of straw. Caleb assumed that not everyone welcomed people like Terrence. He hefted the bales into the bed of the truck with no offer of assistance from the store employee. It wasn't just people like Terrence, though, Caleb thought as he got into the truck. It was people like him. Caleb drove back to the post office, keeping a wary eye out as he did so. He knew the routine of the base very well, and there wouldn't be anyone from it in Dunker at this time of day, but he couldn't predict whether any of the regular base personnel were taking a day's leave, and the last thing he wanted was to be recognized. Caleb knew he looked very different now. His hair was no longer as short as it had been and was certainly too long for the regulations the U.S. Army imposed. Plus, he was wearing a robe which, while it made him stand out against the regular population, also served to hide him. When he arrived at the post office, there was no one sitting outside it and no sign of Andrea.
Caleb pulled into the parking lot and switched the engine off. He got out of the truck but couldn't see anyone. Given the post office's location on the edge of town, this wasn't a surprise, but Caleb thought there would be some passers-by. He walked up to the closed front door of the post office, but when Caleb tried the handle, the door was locked. To the side of the door was a notice with the opening times. As he read the times, he realized that the office was closed on Wednesday afternoons and had shut while he'd been at the other stores. Caleb turned on the spot, taking in the surrounding area. He could hear a car engine in the distance, but saw no one. He frowned as he sensed a tension starting to tighten his chest. Where was Andrea? Chapter 22. Sergeant Ambrose.
Sergeant Ambrose, Dunker PD,
Ambrose said as he answered the phone. All the switchboard had said is that it was someone from the PD down in Orange County.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Ambrose,
a male voice replied. It was deep and definitely local.
This is Lieutenant McCullough from down in Orange County.
Good afternoon, sir, Ambrose replied, sitting up slightly straighter in his chair. Maybe his day was about to get a bit more interesting.
I head up the intelligence unit of the Regional Narcotics Suppression Program. I understand you're on point up in Dunker.
Yes, sir, I am.
What can you tell me about a group called the Demon's Disciples?
Ambrose thought for a moment before replying. The truth was there wasn't a great deal to tell the lieutenant.
They're pretty small fry, to be honest. Not many of them, and they keep their noses clean as far as we can see here.
He heard the lieutenant tapping something, a pen perhaps, against his teeth.
Have they popped up on your radar?
Kind of, Lieutenant McCullough replied.
You heard about the bust we had down in El Segundo?
I did, yes, sir.
So, we're going through the details, but there's a strong link between the perps we have and a couple of your demons.
The tapping was replaced by the sound of paper rustling.
Thomas Reed and Jeff Scheel. You know them?
I know Thomas Reed, sure, Ambrose replied. He goes by Tommy.
In addition to the cell phone links, we also have this Scheel character here in El Segundo the day before the bust, interacting with our guys.
Interacting?
The footage we have shows him handing over cash. Quite a bit of cash.
Right, Ambrose said, leaning back in his chair. There was only one reason he could see for the demons handing over cash to a drug ring. But Dunker had little, if any, in the way of a drug problem.
You think they're running? That's our working assumption, yes,
McCullough replied.
What do you want me to do? Nothing at this stage. It's just for your situational awareness.
From the tone of his voice, Ambrose knew the lieutenant was winding up the conversation.
We're still going through the evidence from the bust, and there's a lot of it. Then we'll prioritize it, but at some point we'll be sending some people your way.
There was a pause on the line.
You okay with that?
Sure am, sir, Ambrose replied. He knew he didn't have a choice in the matter, and the lieutenant was just sounding him out to see how friendly the locals were. He also knew there was no point being anything other than friendly.
Whatever I can do to assist, just let me know. Appreciate that, Sergeant,
more rustling.
Sergeant Ambrose.
Ambrose disconnected the call and got to his feet. He crossed to the corner of his office where a coffee pot had just finished gurgling. Ambrose poured himself a cup of coffee, added some cream, and stared at the sugar for a few seconds. Then he heaped 2 spoons into the cup, grinning as he heard his wife's disappointed voice in his head. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt him. He returned to his desk and wiggled his mouse to wake up the large monitor that sat in the center. Ambrose navigated to Google Maps and zoomed his way to the ranch where the demon's disciples lived. He took a few screenshots of the satellite view, but the area was way too remote for street view. At least he could start to build up a briefing pack on the gang for the out-of-towners. Ambrose knew that someone from the intelligence unit would be doing the same thing, but they didn't have the local knowledge that he did. He also knew that although the demon's disciples kept their noses clean, they were definitely not as pure as the driven snow they rarely saw, unless it was on the mountains. Perhaps the arrival of a task force would be a good thing. Chapter 23. Mary. Mary watched through the kitchen window as Terrence used a sledgehammer to reseat a fence post on the edge of the compound. He had stripped to his waist, and she smiled as she saw him raise the hammer high into the air. For a man in his 50s, Terrence was in pretty good shape. She teased him often about the slight paunch that he had developed over the last few years, but he paid her no heed. Mary thought back to when he had first arrived in Dunker. She had been working in Dunker's only realtor at the time. It was a small office, just her and the man who owned the company. Her role was fluid, everything from office manager to filing assistant, but she had enjoyed the work. It was just living in Dunker that got her down. Then Terrence had arrived, and all that had changed. She remembered when he first walked into the office, obviously from out of town. He was thin and pasty. There was also a look behind his eyes that had intrigued her, an almost palpable sense of loss with an underlying fierce determination. As she had guided him through the few weeks that it took for him to buy the parcel of land they now lived on, they had grown closer. Finally, on the day she drove him to the compound with the deeds to the land, he asked her if she would consider moving in with him when the first buildings were constructed. Mary prepared a pitcher of iced tea, placing it on a tray with a couple of glasses. She took the tray to him, placed it on the ground, and filled the glasses. "You must be a mind reader," Terrence said, resting his sledgehammer against the post, which was still askew in the ground. He took one and sipped from it gratefully. "Shouldn't it be straighter than that?" Mary asked with a smile as she nodded toward the post. "It will be," Terrence replied, mirroring her smile. "I'm not done yet." "Are Andrea and Caleb back yet?" Mary asked, although she thought she would have heard the truck if they were. "No, but they should be soon. Why?" "I was going to go to the supermarket." "You should have gone with them." "I could have gone," Mary said, "but there are some things I need to get that I'd rather buy on my own." "Ah," Terrence replied. "I see." Although Mary could tell from the look on his face that he hadn't got a clue what she was talking about, she nodded in agreement. "Are you okay about Andrea's plans to go away to school?" she asked him. Terrence's daughter, sending for the application paperwork, had made the possibility a lot more real, in her opinion. "Yes," Terrence replied, his jaw set firm. "Yes, I am." He raised his eyes to the sky for a few seconds. "He will look after her. Of that, I'm sure." Mary looked at him closely for a moment. His voice sounded convincing, but she could still see doubt behind his eyes. "She will miss Caleb." "As I said, I think he will be on his way soon as well," Terrence said. "There is nothing really for him here. I think we've taught him all we can. The rest is up to him." "He's a quick learner," Mary replied. That was an understatement. Caleb appeared to have the ability to suck information into his head at a phenomenal pace. "That he is." Terrence drained his glass and held it out to Mary with his eyebrows raised. She smiled and refilled it. "But as I said earlier, he's a restless soul. My concern is that he's not anchored because of the amnesia that's still afflicting him." "Apparently so," Mary replied. She'd not pressed Caleb on the subject, but she was sure there was more to him than met the eye. The most logical person to ask would be Andrea, but Mary didn't want her to be in a difficult situation if he'd told her something in confidence. Like she and Terrence, when they had first met, Andrea and Caleb had grown close. But how close were they, exactly? Time, Mary was sure, would tell. Chapter 24. Tommy. "This your guy?" Tommy looked up at the sound of Jeff's voice. He saw his accountant with his laptop in front of him. Jeff swiveled it round on the table so Tommy could see the screen. On the laptop was a newspaper article from the Los Angeles Times with a photograph of a familiar face. Tommy leaned in to see the headline on the article. "Local philanthropist bids farewell to Studio City." Tommy glanced at the photograph next to the article. He recognized the man in the picture, but the last time he had seen him, he had been wearing a robe. He pulled the laptop closer to read the article accompanying the photograph.
Local philanthropist Terry Clarkson has decided to quit Studio City for a new life. Clarkson, 51, is a well-known face around the city and was the founder of a local initiative, Studio Success, for people in addiction recovery that has helped hundreds of local residents. After he made his fortune as the founder of several tech startups down in the valley, Clarkson is one of Studio City's richest men, but is now putting all that behind him. "It's time to move on," Clarkson told our reporter Jennifer Cambridge. "Time for a new chapter. Studio Success will continue, but without me at the helm." Terry Clarkson was in the news a year ago when his wife Ruth was killed in a drive-by shooting in the City of Angels. No one has been prosecuted for the killing, with a source at the Los Angeles PD saying they are still actively looking for the shooter. "That's him. Well done, Jeff," Tommy said as a smile crept across his face. He'd been right about a mysterious benefactor, but not realized that it was the man himself. "How'd you find him?" "Land registry search," Jeff replied, "and a Google search for his name. Easy." Tommy's smile broadened. That was exactly the reason why the ranch they lived on was in the name of a shell company. "What do you think?" "About what?" "This man here could be the way out of our problem. If he's got as much money as this article says, we just need to persuade him to lend us some. He's a businessman, or at least he was. It would be an investment for him." Tommy watched as Jeff's smile matched his own. "It would indeed," Jeff said. "Doug says he's got a daughter. Most fathers would pay a lot to make sure they're safe." "No, I'm not touching a child," Tommy replied, his smile fading. Tommy didn't have many morals, but children were off limits. "She's not a kid. She's a grown woman. Doug saw her at the market earlier in the week." Jeff ran his hand over his chin. "He reckons she's in her teens or early 20s. "Even so," Tommy said, "we'll find some other leverage. How much do we need for the Armenians?" 100,000 should do it. That would put us back on track." "Okay," Tommy said. "Here's what we're going to do. Have Doug and Jared go to the barn and get it ready for a guest. While they're doing that, can you go to the Walmart out of town and stock up on provisions?" "For how long?" Jeff asked. "A couple of days should do it. He either pays or he doesn't." "What if he goes to the police?" "He won't," Tommy replied, his smile returning. "He strikes me as a pragmatist. Besides, there's a lot of land in those mountains, lots of places to hide things where they'll never be found. I'll make sure he understands that." He glanced at his watch. "Meet me with the others at the bottom of the road leading to the trailhead at 2. I'll take Rex with me." "What are you going to do?" "We're going hunting, my friend." Chapter 25. Andrea. Andrea wanted to scream, but she was hyperventilating too much to take a deep breath. She was pinned against a table, both wrists held by meaty hands, and her legs were being forced apart by the man's hips. His face was only inches from hers, his cheeks flushed with exertion. He gasped, and small specks of spittle landed on her face where they mixed with the tears streaming down it. The man had seemed nice enough when Caleb had dropped her off. He had led her into the post office and watched as she opened the box. To her delight, there were 3 items of mail inside, 2 for her and 1 for Caleb. The mail was now on the floor of the post room. Andrea had dropped it when he had grabbed her from behind. He had spun her round, grabbing one of her wrists with his hand, the other on the buckle of his belt.
"Y'all think you're so high and mighty,"
the man had said as he had pushed her back toward the table she was pinned against. Andrea had turned her face away from his breath. It stunk of tobacco and stale alcohol. With her free hand, she had tried to slap his face, but the blow was weak and he hardly seemed to notice it.
"Let me go!"
Andrea had shouted.
"Please, let me go!"
The man had paid her no attention at all, but had moved his free hand from his buckle and was using it to force her legs apart. She looked up at his face now to see him grimacing. His eyes were starting to roll back into his head, and she felt his grip on her wrists start to slacken.
"Stop!"
Andrea gasped.
"Stop it now!"
He was baring his teeth in a bizarre parody of a grin.
"Caleb,
Stop it now! You're going to kill him!
The man let go of Andrea's wrists as Caleb, his arm locked tightly around the man's neck in a chokehold, took a few steps back. She saw Caleb looking at her, his eyes almost expressionless.
He deserves to die,
Caleb said as the man's legs started to buckle.
No, Caleb, he doesn't.
Andrea pushed herself off the table, rearranging her robe as she did so. It had ridden up her legs as the man had attacked her, but he'd not even managed to get his buckle undone before Caleb had arrived through the rear door to the post office. Andrea had been so focused on what was happening to her that she had barely registered his arrival. Caleb had punched the man twice in the small of the back. As he had reared up in response to the blows, Caleb's arm had snaked around his neck and locked on.
Let him go. You're going to kill him.
A reluctant expression appeared on Caleb's face as she saw him ease up on the pressure. The man took a deep breath, his eyes still rolled back and barely visible. Andrea looked at him, realizing that he was about the same age as she was. He was wearing jeans and a red check shirt, almost the uniform of the men who worked in Dunker and the surrounding farms. Caleb continued to drag Andrea's assailant back toward the door he had burst through only seconds before.
Where are you taking him?
She asked Caleb. He didn't reply, but dragged the man through the door which closed behind him. Andrea took a few seconds to try to compose herself. Her entire body was trembling with adrenaline, and she didn't trust herself to stand, let alone walk. A few seconds later, she heard a couple of muffled thuds followed by a metallic clanging noise. Then Caleb returned through the door. He walked over to where Andrea was still leaning up against the table and looked at her.
Are you okay?
Caleb asked her.
Did he?
He let his voice trail away.
No,
Andrea replied, shaking her head.
but he was going to.
Her voice was starting to crack, but she swallowed hard, determined not to let what had almost happened get to her. As Caleb wrapped his arms around her, Andrea nestled her face into him. They stood in that position for some moments until Andrea trusted herself to stand. She looked at Caleb.
What did you do to him?
She asked Caleb. Andrea saw a smile playing across his face, but it didn't reach his eyes.
He'll be sore for a day or two, and we'll probably need a ride to the hospital to get his legs fixed up, but he'll live.
What was that clanging noise just now?
Caleb's smile broadened.
That was me,
he replied.
Taking out the trash.
Chapter 26. Mary. Mary reached under the seat for the lever to pull the seat of the truck forward. It had been put so far back she wasn't able to reach the pedals. Then she adjusted the rearview mirror and started the truck. After waving at Terrence, who was still hard at work fixing the fence posts, she navigated her way through the potholes in the road leading through the forest. Every time she and Terrence drove down the road, he made a comment about needing to fill them in, but he'd not yet managed to do it. There was always something else to be done, but she didn't know why he didn't delegate tasks like that and the fence posts to the others. When she reached the main road leading down the mountain to Dunkers, she slowed for the turn, although she didn't think she'd ever seen another vehicle on the road this early in the year. In a couple of months' time, there would be vehicles full of hikers heading for the trailhead and the mountains beyond, but it was too early for them. As Mary drove, she thought back to when Andrea and Caleb had returned from the town. Something had happened. Of that she was sure. Mary had asked Andrea if everything was okay, and she had replied in a voice that was far too cheery before rushing to her room. Perhaps they had argued over something? Mary made a mental note to speak again to Andrea later and maybe ask Terrence to have a quiet word with Caleb just to make sure everything was okay. She was also curious as to why, when Andrea was expecting one piece of mail, she had been carrying 3. Mary sighed, knowing that Andrea was a grown woman, not a child anymore. She thought back to what she had been up to when she was the age Andrea was now. Mary smiled at the memories. They were mostly good ones. Some were awful, but one or two made her smile, even now. A few of the things she had done would have horrified her parents, if they had known, but she had managed to convince them she was all sweetness and innocence. Perhaps studying at college would be a good thing for Andrea in terms of spreading her wings. She was a sensible girl, and Mary was sure that she wouldn't fly too close to the sun. She slowed again for a sharp turn around the mountain and was about to accelerate when she realized there was something on the road ahead just before the next bend. As she approached, she could see it was actually 2 things. There was a large motorcycle on its side, and a few yards away, the crumpled figure of a man. He was lying on his side, seemingly motionless. "Oh, my," Mary said as she stopped the truck a few yards from where the man lay. He must have taken the bend too quickly and lost control. She put her vehicle in park and got out. "Are you okay?" There was no response. Mary approached the man lying on the ground. He wasn't wearing a motorcycle helmet, so perhaps he had been knocked unconscious during the accident. She paused to think for a few seconds, wondering what the best thing to do would be. Was Dunker closer than returning to the compound? There was room enough to maneuver the truck around the fallen motorcycle, and she could stop at the first house she saw to call for assistance. But was he even alive? She knelt down by the man and put a hand on his shoulder, careful not to move him. To her relief, he groaned in response and started to move onto his back. Then Mary heard footsteps behind her and looked up to see another man walking toward her. He was enormous, far larger than any of the men in their community, and appeared to have been hiding in the woods at the side of the road. But it wasn't the man's size that brought fear to Mary's heart. It was the small black revolver in his hand that was pointing directly at her. Chapter 27. Sergeant Ambrose. Ambrose peeled back the bread of his sandwich to inspect the contents. By doing this, he could report back to his wife how much he had enjoyed the, in this case, egg salad, lunch that she had prepared for him. He wrinkled his nose at the smell of the egg before folding the bread back down. No doubt the eggs would be 100% organic and gathered from chickens that lived like kings, and he could tell from the bread that it was sprouted grain bread. He could almost hear his wife eliciting the benefits of it on his digestive tract. Fortunately for Ambrose, there was a Frosty Queen drive-thru on the outskirts of Dunker that did a mean Philly cheese combo on much more palatable bread. Ambrose considered patronizing that establishment an important part of his community engagement, but in a nod to his wife's obsession with his waistline, he would forego the shake that he usually had with the combo. He wrapped his sandwich back up, cracking the window of the patrol car to let some fresh air in and egg odor out. As he did so, he heard the deep rumble of a motorcycle in the distance. Ambrose looked up to see one of the demon's disciples approaching. He glanced down at his notebook. A motorcycle with two of the bikers on had passed in the opposite direction less than 30 minutes previously, and he had made a note to that effect. Following the conversation with the lieutenant from Orange County, Ambrose was keen to monitor what the demon's disciples were up to. That was one reason he was parked where he was. The road his car was sitting behind was the primary route to the ranch where they lived. The motorcycle slowed down as it approached, and when it was a couple of 100 yards away, he saw a truck on the road behind it. Ambrose wasn't 100% sure, but he thought it belonged to the community up in the hills. He'd driven past one just like it earlier and seen a young man in a gray robe about to get in. As Ambrose watched, the man on the motorcycle raised one of his hands to his ear momentarily. Ambrose considered getting the radar gun, which was on the passenger seat next to his lunchbox, but he estimated the motorcycle wasn't speeding. Even if it was, he would be reluctant to pull the man over. He stared at the motorcycle as it went past, the rider not even glancing in his direction. Behind him, the truck had stopped and was pulling a U-turn. Ambrose frowned, wondering why the truck was turning around, but there was no law against it. The truck driver had a clear view in both directions, and apart from his patrol car and the motorcycle, the road was deserted. He shrugged his shoulders and picked up his notebook. "Control to car 1. Ambrose sighed at the sound of the radio crackling into life. His Philly cheese was going to have to wait. "Control, this is car 1. What you got?" "Can you proceed to the post office, Ambrose?" Sylvia, the police dispatcher, said. "There's a 1046 been called in?" Ambrose furrowed his brow to remember what a 1046 was. He clicked his fingers when he remembered. A 1046 was a sick or injured person. "Is it Wyatt again?" he asked. The guy who ran the post office, Wyatt, wasn't in the best of health, but the police wouldn't normally be called for a medical emergency. "No," Sylvia replied. "It's one of the farmhands from out west. He's in the dumpster round the back of the post office." "What's wrong with him?" Ambrose asked as he started the car. "He says he fell in." "Can't he just climb back out?"
Apparently not, Sylvia replied. He's managed to break both his legs falling in. Chapter 28. Tommy. Tommy pulled the motorcycle into the parking lot in front of the barn where Jeff was waiting for him. He disconnected his Bluetooth headset and placed it in his pocket. Everything okay? Jeff asked as Tommy walked over to the barn.
All good, Tommy replied. We got his wife. She's as quiet as a mouse. Rex is coming the long way around with her, but he'll be here soon. Then I'll go back for Doug.
Tommy had positioned him in the trees just by the turnoff to the compound to see who came out. When Doug had called Tommy with the news it was Terrence's wife, Tommy and Rex had got into position for the ambush. Why is he coming the long way round? Jeff asked.
There was a cop car on the route, Tommy replied.
He had seen it on the way out, but had hoped it would be gone by the time they returned, even though he doubted the woman would have been able to do anything from her position wedged on the floor of the rear seat. Driving her right by the police wasn't something Tommy was going to risk.
Is everything ready?
Sure is, Jeff replied. Me and Jared got everything just how you said.
Where is Jared?
Tommy asked. He was minding the post office for the old man. It's closed Wednesday afternoon, so he should be back soon. Tommy nodded. It was a useful arrangement and gave them the opportunity on occasion to divert items of mail away from their intended recipients. He would have preferred Jared to be here, not babysitting a business, but there was enough of them without him for the time being. In the distance, Tommy heard a truck engine, and he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He walked over to the barn doors and started pulling them open, ready for the truck to drive straight in. Both the husband and the woman would know where she was and who had taken her, but Tommy was counting on their reputation keeping them silent. A few moments later, they were inside the barn with the door closed. A solitary incandescent bulb in the ceiling was swinging to and fro, casting a meager light over the truck as Rex opened the door and helped the woman get out. Tommy watched as she looked at each of them in turn, nodding her head each time as if she was committing their faces to memory. My name is Mary, she said, her voice low and even. Her expression was neutral as her eyes turned back to Tommy. And you're Tommy.
I am,
Tommy replied with a grin. He put his hands out, palms up.
I apologize for this inconvenience. Please rest assured we wish you no harm.
If you can call being kidnapped at gunpoint an inconvenience, Mary said. I take it you want money.
Alone. Nothing more. We've, run into a cash flow problem.
And what makes you think we can help with that? Mary asked, folding her hands over her chest. Tommy was instantly transported back to his childhood. His mother used to do just that when she was angry or disappointed with him. He didn't mind the anger, but the disappointment always stung. Tommy didn't say anything, but pulled out a piece of folded paper from his pocket. It was a copy of the article Jeff had found on the Los Angeles website. He unfolded the article and handed it to Mary, watching as she scanned it. I see, she said a few seconds later, handing the piece of paper back. How much do you want?
$150,000,
Tommy replied, seeing Jeff's eyebrows go up out of the corner of his eye.
Alone, just to tide us over for a few weeks, then we'll pay it back. It's a business proposition rather than a ransom.
Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, Mary said, shaking her head.
I don't understand,
Tommy replied, but Mary didn't reply.
Rex here will show you to your quarters. They're reasonably comfortable.
Tommy saw a look of surprise on Mary's face when Rex crouched down and pulled open a trap door in the floor. She peered into it, and Tommy saw the steps leading to the cellar over her shoulder. Is this really necessary? She asked him. How long do you think it'll take the police to come here looking for me?
That'll only happen if the police know you're missing,
Tommy replied, aiming for an edge of steel in his voice.
And if your husband says so much as a word to them, he'll be long gone before they get anywhere near here. By the time they find you, all that'll be left is whatever the coyotes haven't eaten.
If what Tommy said frightened Mary, it didn't show on her face.
We just want the money. Then you'll be home."
Tommy laughed as he thought of something.
"Doesn't it say that in the Bible?"
"Doesn't it say what in the Bible?" Mary asked.
"Money is the root of all evil."
"That's not what it says," Mary replied. "The love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Quite correct in this case."
"Just get down the stairs, woman,"
Tommy replied, not liking the way she had corrected him.
"I need to go speak to your husband."
Chapter 29. Terence. Terence glanced at his watch, wondering where Mary had got to. It wasn't like her to spend so long in town, but if she had got talking to someone, perhaps she'd lost track of time. He looked over at a sack of potatoes in the corner of the kitchen and sighed before walking out of the kitchen and into the main house. When he reached Andrea's room, he paused, but could hear her shower running through the door. Terence continued to Caleb's room and rapped his knuckles on the door.
"Caleb,"
Terence said.
"are you free?"
A few seconds later, the door opened and Caleb looked out.
"Sure,"
he said.
"What do you need?"
"Mary's been caught up in town, gossiping, most likely.
"Could you help me with the prep for dinner?" "Of course,"
Caleb replied. The two men returned to the kitchen and a few moments later had settled into a routine of sorts. Caleb was peeling the potatoes before handing them to Terence, who rinsed and cut them before...
Hi, just a quick pause. Take a moment to relax and breathe. Here's a short musical interlude, and remember, this audiobook is completely free for you. Thanks for listening.
placing them into the large cast-iron pan on the stove.
"Terence, I've been thinking,"
Caleb said, not looking up from his work.
"I am going to move on."
"Okay," Terence replied, trying to hide the disappointment in his voice.
"What are your plans?" "I've learned so much over the last few weeks."
Caleb raised his eyes to the ceiling briefly.
"I've got a much clearer idea of what he wants me to do." Mark chapter 16, verse 15.
Terrence's disappointment turned to joy when he heard Caleb's words. The young man's ability to recollect Bible verses was much better than Terrence's was, but he knew exactly which verse Caleb was referring to in this case. "Go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation," Terence said. "What an excellent vocation that would be for you."
"I believe it's one of the things he needs me for."
"One of the things?" Terence watched as Caleb paused, the knife in his hand, 1 or 2 strokes away from completing another potato. "What are the others?"
"That's between he and I,"
Caleb replied, looking at him. Terence felt a small shiver going down his spine, but he didn't know why. There was something incredibly ominous about the light in Caleb's eyes. "Well, you're welcome to return at any time," Terence said, feeling the need to change the subject. Caleb nodded.
"I will. Thank you."
"Does Andrea know?" Terence asked.
"Not yet,"
Caleb replied.
"But I will tell her. Would you mind if I kept the robe? I've grown pretty attached to it."
"Of course," Terence said with a laugh. "I'll speak to Mary. I'm sure she'll make you up some to take with you. Do you know where you're going?"
"No. I'll put myself in his hands to go where I'm needed most."
Terence nodded and was about to say something else when he heard the deep roar of a motorcycle through the open kitchen window. He looked through it to see Tommy pulling in, the sunlight gleaming off the chrome of his vehicle. Terence frowned. This was not what they had agreed. The man had been told not to come to the compound itself. He watched as the biker got off the motorcycle after putting it on the stand and stood next to it, his hands clasped in front of him. "Let me go and speak to this man," Terrence said. He left Caleb where he was and walked out into the graveled area in front of the house. "What do you want, Tommy?" "Good afternoon to you too, Terrence," Tommy replied. Terrence didn't like the expression on his face one bit. He glanced back at the house to see Caleb watching them through the kitchen window. Knowing he was there was reassuring. "Good afternoon, Tommy," Terrence said, lowering his voice so that Caleb wouldn't overhear their conversation. "What do you want?" "I need to discuss a business proposition with you." "I'm not interested in a business proposition, Tommy. I'm sorry. You have the wrong man."
"I wasn't asking if you were interested in it,"
Tommy replied, his face hardening.
"You will be when I've finished."
Terrence watched as the biker reached into his pocket. He stiffened slightly as Tommy withdrew his hand, but all he had in it was a phone. Tommy swiped at the screen.
"I'm looking for a short-term business loan of $150,000.
If it wasn't for the steely expression on Tommy's face, Terrence would have laughed in it. "What makes you think I might be interested in loaning you a single nickel, let alone that amount of money?" Tommy turned the phone round and held it to Terrence's face. On the screen was a photograph of Mary in what looked to be a cell of some sort. She was sitting on a rough wooden chair, and he could see the figures of two of Tommy's gang on either side of her, although their faces were cut off in the photograph. Terrence felt his bowels loosening at the sight of his wife wearing the same clothes she had left the house in not 2 hours ago. Tommy pressed something into Terrence's hand. He looked down to see Mary's watch.
"Because, Terrence, or do you prefer Terry Clarkson?"
Tommy's face had hardened even more, and Terrence knew he was deadly serious.
"Because if you don't, the only thing you'll have left of your lovely wife is memories."
Chapter 30. Andrea. Andrea was still toweling her hair when she walked into the kitchen. She had spent so long under the shower, trying to wash away the stink of the man who had attacked her, that she'd used up the entire tank of hot water. The moment she walked into the room, she could tell something was wrong. Caleb was standing at the window, staring out. In his right hand was a small paring knife that he was gripping so hard his knuckles had turned white. "What's going on?" Andrea asked as she crossed to join him at the window. Caleb just held his other hand up in the air to silence her. Andrea looked through the window to see Terrence talking to a biker. She could barely hear what the man was saying to her father, but from the way Caleb had his head inclined to one side, perhaps he could hear him? As she watched, the biker got back on his bike and started it up. "Caleb," Andrea said, now that there was nothing to listen to, "what's happening?" When he turned to look at her, his eyes were full of menace.
"Let's wait and speak with Terrence,"
Caleb replied. Andrea saw him looking back through the window. When she followed his gaze, she saw that Terrence had sunk to his knees on the gravel. "Terrence!" Andrea shouted as she ran through the door, almost tripping on the threshold. She skidded to a halt and dropped to her knees. "What is it?" Terrence looked up, and she saw his eyes were full of tears.
"They've taken her,"
he said in a whisper. "Taken who?" Andrea asked with a frown.
"Mary,"
Terrence replied.
"They've taken Mary."
A few moments later, the three of them were sitting round the kitchen table. Andrea had offered to make a pot of coffee, more to keep her hands occupied than anything else, but both Terrence and Caleb had declined. Andrea had settled for 3 glasses of iced water instead. As Caleb related the conversation he had overheard, after being given permission to do so by Terrence, Andrea's heart had sunk lower than she had thought possible.
"What am I going to do?"
Terrence said, but he didn't appear to be aiming the question at either Andrea or Caleb. From the expression on his face, he appeared to be completely lost. Andrea had seen it before, when her mother had died. He was wearing the exact same expression as he had done back then.
"Terrence,"
Caleb said,
"look at me."
Andrea saw Terrence raise his head and look at Caleb, who had reached his hands across the table. He then took Terrence's hands in his own. "We should go to the police," Andrea said quietly. Terrence shook his head.
"No,"
he said.
We can't do that. They'll kill her. Terrence, Caleb said, if we can't go to the police, there are 3 courses of action we could take that I can see.
Andrea saw him staring at Terrence until her father nodded.
We could do nothing, but that's not really an option. 2, you could pay them the money if you have it and hope they'll keep their word.
He fell silent as Terrence and Andrea processed this.
I do have the money, Terrence said.
Andrea caught a flicker of surprise on Caleb's face. It would take a day or so to get it, and I'd need to go into the city, but I have the money, and they know that.
What's the 3rd course of action? Andrea asked a moment later.
The 3rd one is the most radical.
He paused, looking at her with cold eyes.
We fight back. They're a man down already.
He was one of them?
Andrea asked, ignoring Terrence's look of confusion.
I believe so, yes,
Caleb replied. What are you 2 talking about? Terrence asked, his eyes flicking between them.
We'll tell you later, Terrence.
Caleb gave Andrea a quick look as if to silence her.
We can fight these men, Terrence.
Terrence shook his head from side to side. We can't do that, he said. We have no weapons, and we're not fighters. They'll be armed and ready for anything.
They're just men, Terrence,
Caleb replied. Andrea saw him glance over at the paring knife on the counter. She thought back to what had happened earlier in the post office, how he had disabled her attacker with his bare hands. Terrence and the other men might not be fighters, but the same couldn't be said for Caleb, at least in her opinion. But the thought of him being in danger filled her with fear.
Where do they live?
On a ranch on the outskirts of Dunker, Terrence replied.
Let's think this through before we decide anything, Caleb said a few seconds later. Terrence, do you have any local maps? One that shows where this gang lives, perhaps?
Terrence nodded. Andrea, would you fetch them from my office? There are a bunch of walking maps on the bookshelf. Andrea got to her feet and walked to the kitchen door. Her legs were shaking as she did so. When she reached the door, she turned, meaning to ask Caleb which maps he needed. She saw both men with their heads bowed, hands still clasped across the table. By the time she returned with the maps, the 2 men appeared to have reached some sort of consensus. Terrence's look of futility had waned, and Andrea wondered what Caleb had said to him while she was out of the room. Whatever it was appeared to have injected a degree of determination into her father. She sorted through the maps until she found the one that showed the ranch where the bikers lived and the surrounding countryside.
Thank you,
Caleb said as he took the map from her. He smiled at her briefly as he unfolded the map, turning it round on the table.
Could you show me where the property is?
Andrea leaned forward, her arm brushing against Caleb's. She let it rest where it was for a few seconds, but he didn't move while she studied the map. Then she pointed at a small rectangle on the map. Right here, she said, tapping her fingertip on the map.
Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, Caleb said as he smiled at Andrea. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps.
Chapter 31. Caleb. Caleb rolled in his bed, trying to make himself comfortable. It was almost midnight. An hour earlier, he had helped Terrence to bed. After their discussion earlier, he had sent his daughter to bed and fetched a bottle of whiskey from his office. Caleb had a small glass, more for politeness, and watched as Terrence had several. Before they had done that, Terrence had taken Caleb to one of the sheds where a small quad bike was garaged. He had spent a few months going over it with Caleb to ensure he understood how to operate it. 24 hours, Terrence had told him. After that, I'm going to the bank to get their blood money. Caleb had nodded to confirm their agreement. He'd not told Terrence the full story about his background, only that he had memories of a skill set that would be useful. When he realized that this skill set included violence, Terrence had paled. No one dies, Caleb, Terrence had said.
Not unless it's absolutely necessary, Caleb had replied.
That was as far as he could go.
Outside the window, he could hear an owl calling out, advertising its territory with a deep, soft series of stuttering hoots. He listened for a few moments before he heard something much closer. It was his door opening. Caleb kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep, and listened as tentative footsteps made their way across his room. The next thing he heard was a low rustling sound. It was the same noise he made earlier when he took his robe off. Then his covers were moved, and Andrea slipped into his bed. Her arm snaked across his chest, and he felt her naked body pressing lightly against his.
"Caleb,"
Andrea said, her mouth so close to his ear that he could feel her breath.
"Are you awake?"
"I am now,"
he replied, smiling as he did so. But he kept his eyes closed, and his smile didn't last for long. Caleb knew this was not a good idea.
"Do you mind me being here?"
"I think it's probably better if you were in your own bed, not mine,"
Caleb said.
"What if Terrence realized you were here?"
"He won't,"
Andrea replied. He could tell from her voice that she was smiling.
"He's drunk.
He's snoring like he always does when he drinks from the whiskey bottle he thinks I don't know about."
"Even so, Andrea, you should go back to your room."
"I was lonely and couldn't sleep. Besides, I like being here. With you."
She moved her legs so that their thighs were touching under the thin bedclothes.
"May I ask you something?"
Andrea asked.
"Of course."
"You've been with a woman, right?"
"I have, yes."
"Have you ever been with a woman who has never been with a man?"
Caleb paused before replying. His body had reacted to Andrea's within seconds of her climbing into his bed, and there was nothing he could do about it.
"No, I've never had that privilege."
They lay in silence for some moments, Andrea's arm draped across his chest. Caleb remained as still as he could, knowing that if he moved, the situation could change rapidly.
"I want it to be with you, Caleb,"
Andrea whispered. She shifted her position by a couple of centimeters, and he felt her breast rub against his upper arm.
"Will you teach me?"
"No, Andrea," Caleb said. "It can't be me. You deserve better than me."
"I don't, Caleb," she replied. "It has to be you."
He felt her hand on his chest move down his chest slightly, and he almost flinched. If she touched him where he wanted her to, he would be lost. There would be nothing he could do but respond.
"Please,"
she whispered, her lips brushing against his ear. Unable to stay still any longer, Caleb reached up and took the hand on his chest in his own.
"Andrea, I'm sorry, but no, we can't do this."
"But I want to,"
Andrea replied, sounding almost petulant. Her tone only served to remind Caleb that although she was a grown woman, she was still very young.
"I sent for something in the mail. Something to keep us safe."
Caleb sighed. That explained what was in Andrea's second parcel. It also told him that this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing or a reaction to Mary being taken. Andrea had been planning this for some time. She moved her thigh, coming perilously close to brushing against him. Her skin was so soft, so tender, so tempting.
"You want to be with me as well, don't you?"
she asked, her voice trembling.
"Very much, Andrea," Caleb said. "But it wouldn't be the right thing to do. There is someone out there for you, someone who will love and cherish you for the rest of your life."
He took a deep breath, hating himself for his words.
"That man is not me."
"Don't you want me?"
"Every time I look at you, Andrea, I can't lie and say I've not thought of being with you in that way."
"Do you think it would be a sin?"
Andrea replied.
"For us to lie together?"
Despite the situation, Caleb couldn't help but smile.
"Yes, Andrea, it would definitely be a sin. There are many verses that warn against it.
Please don't start quoting them, Andrea said, causing his smile to broaden. I don't see how lust can be a sin.
One of the deadly ones if you believe the Desert Fathers, Caleb said, referring to the early Christian hermits who had classified it as such.
Isn't it what we're designed to do? If people don't lust after each other, then the human race would die out.
That's one way of interpreting it, I guess.
Caleb, look at me, Andrea said. Caleb rolled his head to do as she asked. Their lips were only inches apart, and he knew that if she kissed him, they would be lost in each other. But she made no move to do so. If you can't be the first man to lie with me, you should know one thing. Sensing that the moment had passed, Caleb sighed, partly with relief, partly with regret.
What thing is that, Andrea?
You should know that whoever you were, who you are now is the first man I've ever loved. Caleb closed his eyes as his past fell away from him. He knew one thing for sure. He was never looking back. Chapter 32. Mary. Mary sighed in frustration as she stared at the cellar wall. The room she was housed in was perhaps 5 yards by 5 yards, with only the bed she was sitting on, a bucket, and a wooden chair for furniture. Like the barn above, the room had a single incandescent bulb, but the switch was on the outside of the thick wooden door to the room. Even if she had been able to turn it off, she wouldn't have. Since she was a child, Mary had been afraid of the dark, a fact that even Terence didn't know. As far as she had been able to tell, the cellar was a single room. Beyond the door was a rough-hewn staircase leading to the trapdoor in the floor of the barn. The walls were painted white, the individual brushstrokes over the concrete blocks that formed the walls still obvious. Whoever had decorated it hadn't really cared for the decor. She thought back to when the property she was in had been on the market. Mary assumed that she was in the barn on the biker's ranch, even though she'd not been able to see out of the truck. She remembered the photographs of the ranch and had thought at the time that it would make a fine family home with some alterations. But she couldn't really remember the barn, other than the fact it was on the far side of the property. She certainly couldn't remember whether it had a cellar or not. Mary knew that cellars in California were rare. It was partly due to the ground temperatures being warm. The frost depth in the region meant that many properties had shallow foundations. Another reason was the relatively high water table. Mary could tell from the mold spots on the walls and the musty odor that this cellar was damp. Had the bikers excavated the cellar themselves? Other than the light, there were no services down here that she could see. No running water, no plumbing. She glanced at the bucket next to the bed. It would be a cold day in hell before she used it for its intended purpose. If they had dug it out themselves, had they done this before with someone else? By her estimation, it was after midnight. For some reason, the leader of the biker gang had taken her watch. The watch had belonged to Mary's mother and would in turn belong to Andrea. Mary had been planning on giving it to her when she went to college in order that she would always be on time for her lectures. Mary sighed, wondering if she would ever see it again. Her thoughts turned to Terence. Presumably by now he would know she had been taken. What would his response be? Mary doubted he would go to the police, not after what had happened to his wife. He wasn't anti-police, but their lack of progress or even enthusiasm after her murder had left Terence with serious doubts about their ability to protect and serve. It was much more likely that he would get the bikers the money they wanted. Mary sighed again, knowing that could be just the start of things. If Terence gave them what they wanted, what was to stop them coming back for more? The only positive thing that Mary could think of about the situation was the fact that it was her who had been taken. It could be Andrea sitting here now, and she might be treated very differently by her captors. They were evil men, of that Mary was sure. She could almost sense it coming off them in waves. If Terence did pay them and they wanted more money in the future, what would happen if they took Andrea instead? Chapter 33. Tommy. Tommy looked down at the woman's head bobbing up and down on his lap. She was older than the women he generally went with, but with age comes experience, and she certainly knew what she was doing. He had rented a room in a Days Inn near Fresno the previous evening. Earlier on, he'd had a meeting with a man who knew the Armenians down in San Francisco very well, or at least claimed to. By the time the meeting was concluded, and it had been a very satisfactory one in Tommy's opinion, it was too late to ride all the way back to Dunker. Besides, after the events of the day, he'd wanted to unwind, or more specifically, he wanted someone to unwind him, and Dunker wasn't large enough to have its own brothel. The man he had met knew several of the local women and had recommended this one. "She can't speak much English, but none of them can when their mouths are full," the man had told him with a wide grin that showed off his gold teeth. Tommy grabbed the back of the woman's head, grimacing at the texture of her hair. He finished with a couple of grunts and only released her head when she started gagging. The last thing he wanted was to be covered in vomit. The woman got up, her hand over her mouth, and ran to the motel room bathroom, kicking the door closed as she did so. Tommy pulled up his pants as he heard her retching over the sink. When the woman opened the door a few moments later, she had some white dust around both nostrils. "Want to go again?" she said in a thick Asian accent, leaning up against the jamb of the bathroom. She had one skinny arm on an equally skinny hip in what Tommy assumed was an attempt to look coquettish. In his opinion, she was about 20 years too late for that look. One thing was for sure, she had looked a lot more attractive earlier. But now that she had done what he had paid her to do, he couldn't stand the sight of her. "No," Tommy said, pointing to the dollar bills on the table near the door. "You can take that and go." He saw the look of relief on her face as she made her way wordlessly across the room. When the woman had left, Tommy picked up his cell and stabbed at the screen. A few seconds later, Jeff picked up Tommy's call. He sounded as if he had just woken up. "What is it, Tommy?" Jeff asked. "It's late." "Just checking in," Tommy said. "Who's watching the woman?" "What?" "No one's watching her." "Why not? I said I wanted someone watching her." "Tommy, she's in a cellar with a truck parked over the trapdoor. She's not going anywhere." "I want someone there," Tommy said, injecting some steel into his voice. "Get one of the others to do it if you can't be bothered." "All right, I'll get Doug up. Jared's still AWOL." "He's probably holed up with a whore somewhere," Tommy replied with a chuckle. "Have you called him?" "I did earlier, but it goes straight through to voicemail." "He'll probably be back in the morning, walking around like a cowboy. Now get Doug out of his pit and over to the barn. In fact, send him and Rex. You and Jared can take over at dawn, if he's back by then." Tommy disconnected the call before Jeff had a chance to reply. He was irritated that there wasn't anyone watching the woman. It wasn't as if there was anything that she could do, but even so, he wanted someone with eyes on, just in case. First thing in the morning, Tommy was going to return to the compound with the bank details for Terrence to do the wire transfer. Jeff had told him the previous evening that depending on which bank Terrence used, there might be a problem transferring large amounts of money if they set a limit. "That's his problem, not mine," Tommy had replied. Jeff had just shrugged his shoulders in response, but what he had said was preying on Tommy's mind. He didn't want to be keeping the woman any longer than he had to. All the while she was in the cellar, there was a risk. It was minimal, but existed nonetheless. Tommy lay back on his bed and tried to relax. He was overthinking. This time tomorrow, he would have enough money to pay the Armenians for their product. That would keep the Italians happy and off their back. His profit margin would be down, but he would still be in the black by several $1,000s, even if he paid Terrence back his money. But if he kept the money, then his profit margin would be a lot higher. Decisions, Tommy said, with a smile. Chapter 34. Caleb. Caleb slipped out from under the covers, moving slowly so he didn't disturb Andrea. She was fast asleep, and he looked at her for a moment, remembering the last few hours. He had thought she was going back to her room, but she had got out of bed to put her robe back on before climbing back in. They had chatted for a while, and eventually he had told her that he was leaving. "When?" she had asked.
"In the morning," Caleb had replied. "Once I know Mary is safe."
Then the tears had started. He leaned forward and kissed her on the lips.
"Goodbye, Andrea,"
Caleb said under his breath. She had told him earlier she'd never even been kissed by a man. Now she had, even if she wouldn't remember it. Caleb moved through the house quietly and stepped outside the kitchen door. It was still dark, but the dawn would be approaching in an hour or so, and he wanted to be in position. Caleb shivered in the cool air as he walked across the area in front of the house, adjusting the cloth bag with his few belongings. The most important of them were a Bible belonging to Andrea and his identification documents for the man he once was. He paused at Terrence's workshop, a small wooden building close to the house, thinking for a moment. Then he entered and picked up a small hand axe that he knew was as sharp as a knife. He walked over to the quad bike, securing the axe to the rear with a small bungee, and then pushed the bike across the gravel. He didn't want to start it up until he was some distance from the house. A few hundred yards later, the road started to incline down, so he got on the bike and coasted, avoiding the worst of the potholes. He managed to get all the way to the main road before he started the quad bike's engine. As he rode down toward Dunker, Caleb thought back over his plan. The map that Terrence had showed him had allowed him to determine his best approach to the buildings he had seen depicted on it. There were two on the map, the main ranch house and a smaller building close to the edge of the property. Caleb's money was on the latter building, no doubt a barn or outbuilding of some sort. If he had kidnapped someone, that would be where he would hide them. Caleb had traced the contour lines, realizing that if he came in from the north, he could get to within 100 yards of the barn without being in line of sight of anyone who was there. The last 100 yards might be problematic, but he would worry about that when he got there. 30 minutes later, just as there was a glimmer of light on the horizon that heralded the approaching dawn, Caleb was flat on his stomach in damp grass. The quad bike was several hundred yards behind him, hidden in a small copse. He had gotten off and pushed it for the last leg of his journey, not wanting the engine to alert anyone of his approach. In front of him, the barn was shrouded in mist. It was still too dark to make out much detail, but the small flare of a cigarette told him that there was at least one person there. Caleb waited patiently as the rising dawn started to show more detail. He could discern the silhouettes of two large motorcycles next to the barn, so a maximum of 4 people, assuming no one else had been dropped off in another vehicle, or a minimum of 2. As he waited for the light to improve, Caleb entertained himself by imagining how he might plan an assault on the house if he had more resources. The barn was around 100 yards away. That was the minimum distance for an M252 mortar. If he had a mortar team, they could rain down on the area around the barn from his current location, but Caleb quickly dismissed that idea as the risk of collateral damage would be too great. He didn't know where Mary was in the barn, and the thin walls would be no match for shrapnel. A helicopter assault would be a possibility. 2 Blackhawks, the stealth variety with smooth slab-sided surfaces and radar-absorbent material, carrying kill teams of 24 Navy SEALs would do the job. After all, it had worked to take out bin Laden. He closed his eyes, imagining troops fast roping out of the aircraft with one thing on their mind: zero mercy. Caleb opened his eyes and regarded the barn. It was now light enough to make out most of the detail. He could discern 2 men standing outside the barn. One of them was still smoking. He was perhaps a full head taller than his colleague, and even from this distance, Caleb could tell he was a large man. Not large as in obese, but large as in bulky. Of the 2 of them, he would be the first to fall. It was time. Caleb got to his feet and started walking toward the barn, the hand with the small axe tucked behind his back. He made it to perhaps within 50 yards of the barn before the smaller of the 2 men noticed him. He nudged his companion, and the 2 men stared at Caleb as he approached. Caleb waved his spare hand in greeting, but the gesture wasn't returned by either man. Caleb didn't have a mortar team. He didn't have any helicopters, much less any Navy SEALs to support him. But Caleb didn't need any of that. He had the one thing he needed: wrath. Chapter 35. Tommy. Tommy opened his eyes before closing them again against the bright shard of sunlight coming through a chink in the motel room's curtains. He winced at the pain the movement caused behind his eyes, unsure if it was due to the light or the contents of the now empty bottle of Jim Beam that was on his bedside table. Next to the bottle, his cell phone was dancing around as it buzzed, the screen flashing as it did so. He grabbed the phone, squinting at the screen to see the number. Unknown caller.
What?
Tommy barked when he answered the call.
Who is this?
Tommy, a male voice replied.
It's Jared. Where are you?
Tommy asked him. The idiot had probably got himself arrested again.
I'm at the hospital,
Jared replied. He sounded exhausted, not that Tommy cared.
I need a ride. Where's your cell? It got busted up. I've only just been able to get to a hospital phone.
Tommy sighed and glanced at his watch. It was way too early for him to be awake, and all he wanted to do was get a drink of water and go back to sleep. Jared had obviously been fighting in a bar in Dunker and come off second best with his cell phone getting smashed in the process. If he was old enough to do that, he was old enough to make his own way home.
Call a cab,
Tommy said.
I'm not your dad.
He was just about to end the call when he heard Jared still talking.
Tommy, wait, Jared said. I need to tell you something.
Tommy groaned and lay back on the bed. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get back to sleep now, so he might as well hear what Jared had to say.
What, Jared?
Tommy said.
Make it quick.
So, yesterday I was minding the post office for Wyatt, and this girl turned up, one of those from the community up in the hills.
Careful what you say,
Tommy replied. If Jared was using a hospital phone, for all they knew, the calls could be recorded. Tommy didn't want Jared saying anything about their guest in the barn.
Yeah, got that. Anyhow, I was making friends with her, you know? Yeah, sure you were,
Tommy replied with a wry smile. Jared's idea of making friends with someone, particularly someone female, was unique, to say the least.
Then this guy walks in and just goes mental on me, crept up on me and attacked me from behind.
There was a sense of injustice in Jared's tone that Tommy recognized. Whatever happened to the man was never his fault, and if he got beaten in a fight, it was only because his opponent hadn't played by the rules, whatever they were.
What did he do?
Tommy could feel a smile spreading on his face. It wouldn't be the first time Jared had taken a pasting on account of a woman.
He punched me in the kidneys and then started choking me out, Jared said. And the girl is like, no, don't kill him. I was on the verge of blacking out. I mean, come on. That's no way to fight, is it?
Tommy ignored the question.
Well, he obviously didn't kill you. What happened next? He dragged me out the back of the post office, and I was just getting ready to fight back when he punched me in the chest. It was like a sledgehammer. I'm not proud of it, Tommy, but it put me on the floor. Then he bust my legs. What?
Tommy replied, genuine surprise in his voice.
With what? His feet. He bust both your legs with his feet? Yep, but that's not the important thing. He was one of them, Tommy. One of who? He was wearing a robe. He was one of them, and he's one mean, bad son of a bitch. Shit,
Tommy whispered as he disconnected the call. Perhaps he had underestimated Terrence's followers after all. He raised the cell phone to call Jeff, hoping it wasn't too late to warn him that at least one of the community wasn't as peaceful as they appeared. Chapter 36. Caleb. Caleb kept his hand raised in greeting as he approached the two men standing outside the barn. As he got closer, he reflected on the fourth of Sun Tzu's principles of war, drilled into him during basic training. Speed is essential in war. In Caleb's opinion, this applied to violence of any sort. Sudden, overpowering force was something he had always subscribed to. Shock and surprise were powerful weapons in their own right, and when combined with the judicial application of violence, fights could be over before they began. He had been studying the two men in front of him as he approached. The guy on the left was the threat. He was the large one, easily 300 pounds, and most of it was muscle. While his size was an advantage, he could only use it up close. The disadvantage was speed. His bulk would hinder him. Although Caleb had known many large men who had managed to train out this disadvantage, it had taken them years of hard work. The man he was walking toward didn't look to Caleb as if he'd done the same. Even the way he was responding to Caleb's approach looked to be sluggish. By the time the man realized Caleb had an axe in his other hand, it was already too late. The axe tumbled through the air, landing with a sickening thud right in the center of the man's sternum. Caleb had tried to modulate the amount of force behind it. Too little, and it wouldn't lodge in the bone properly. Too much, and it could split his chest in two and kill him. When he saw the look on the man's face as it impacted, Caleb could tell he'd judged it just right. The man took a couple of steps back before sitting heavily on the ground with a gasp. Caleb paused for a second to judge his response. There was a risk that he could just remove the axe and get back up, in which case Caleb had an entirely new set of problems. But Caleb had judged his reaction right. The man sat there, blinking hard, staring at the axe embedded in his chest. One down, one to go. Caleb turned his attention to the other man. His eyes were darting between his incapacitated accomplice and Caleb.
"You have something that you shouldn't have, I believe,"
Caleb said, taking a couple of steps forward. He tracked the man's fists out of the corner of his eye, but he was making no move to use them.
"Something that doesn't belong to you."
"Who are you?" the man asked, still flicking between Caleb and the man on the ground.
"My name is Caleb, and you are?"
"Jeff," the man replied, his voice almost a whisper. Caleb saw him licking his lips. That was a good sign. Whether he intended to or not, Jeff was showing fear.
"Do you read scripture, Jeff?"
Caleb asked, taking a step toward him. Jeff just shook his head in response.
"You receive without having to pay. Therefore give without demanding payment," Caleb said. "It's from Matthew chapter 10, verse 8, if you're interested." "Where is she?"
"Where is who?"
"Where is Mary?"
Caleb took a couple of steps back and tilted his head back.
"Mary!"
he shouted. There was no response. Caleb returned his attention to Jeff, remembering his promise to Terence that no one would die this day. It was currently far from absolutely necessary.
"How do you want to do this, Jeff?"
Jeff didn't reply, so Caleb took a few steps toward the other man and crouched down next to him on his haunches.
"How you doing there, my friend?"
Caleb said, loud enough for Jeff to hear him. The man with the axe just blinked at him, his eyes glazed over with shock. Having a bladed weapon stuck in your chest would do that to a man, but Caleb knew at some point he would recover. Caleb wanted to be far away from this place by the time that happened, but he wasn't leaving without Mary. He stood up and looked at Jeff to see his eyes were looking at something over Caleb's shoulder. Caleb started to turn, realizing he'd made a fundamental error. There were 3 of them, and the new arrival had a baseball bat, which was traveling fast toward Caleb's head. Chapter 37. Mary. Mary stirred. Somewhere between being asleep and awake, she had been dreaming, but then she was sure someone had called her name. Had it been part of her dream, or was that what woke her up? She shifted on the uncomfortable mattress and leaned on one elbow so she could raise her head from the pillow. Mary listened intently for a few moments, but heard nothing. She sighed in frustration. It must have been a dream. Mary had no phone, and the bikers had taken her watch, so she had no idea what time it was. Her original intention had been not to sleep at all, just to try to retain control of something, but she was exhausted from the adrenaline of what had happened to her. The gritty sensation behind her eyes told her that she hadn't slept for long, but she had no way of knowing for sure. She glanced down at the bucket next to the bed, realizing that at some point she was going to have to use it. Although the bikers had left her with bottled water, Mary had rationed it carefully, desperate not to fill her bladder too quickly. She would rather piss in the woods behind a tree than use the bucket, even if the bikers were watching her as she did so. Mary resolved to ask them if they would escort her to them when they returned. Mary got to her feet and stretched, her back aching from the bed. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and closed her eyes to pray. "Hear, Lord, and answer me, for I am poor and needy," Mary said, finding comfort in the words of the Psalm of David. She had just recited the last verse, seeking a sign of his goodness, when she heard a muffled thump above her. Her eyes flicked open and she looked over to the door, but There was no sign of any movement. Mary sat as still as she could. Was the thump the sound of the trap door being opened? She thought she would have heard the truck being started before that, though. When they had left the previous evening, Mary had heard the engine through the wood of the trap door and her room door. It had only run for a moment before being turned off, and Mary was sure they had parked it over the trap door in case she managed to get out of the room.
"Hello?"
Mary called out.
"Is anyone there?"
She heard nothing but silence in response. Mary closed her eyes again, thinking about which prayer to offer up next, when she did hear something. It was a high-pitched noise that sounded almost like a wounded animal. But as Mary listened to the keening, she realized it wasn't an animal. It was a man. Chapter 38. Caleb. Caleb ducked as quickly as he could, but it wasn't quite fast enough. The baseball bat glanced off the back of his head, the blow hard enough for him to see stars, but not hard enough to put him down. He turned the duck into a crouch, pivoting on his feet as he did so to bring his left leg round in a sweeping movement. The man who had swung the bat was now at the tail end of the swing. Caleb's original plan had been to sweep his attacker's legs from under him, but he saw another opportunity, a better one. He flexed his left leg, bringing his knee close to his chest as he balanced on his other leg. Then he kicked out as hard as he could, his foot at a 90-degree angle. As his assailant had turned at the end of the swing, Caleb saw his legs rotate. When Caleb's foot crunched into the side of the man's knee, it bent in a way a knee was never designed to bend. Caleb was rewarded with the satisfying noise of cartilage ripping. Satisfying for Caleb, less so for the man with the baseball bat who screamed so loudly it hurt Caleb's ears.
"I've seen men get shot with less fuss,"
Caleb said as he stood up. The baseball bat had clattered to the floor as the man's hands had grabbed his wounded knee. He hobbled away from Caleb, still screaming, as Caleb retrieved the bat from the ground. He weighed it in his hands, finding the central point of balance before gripping it. Then he walked toward the hobbling man. A second later, the screaming stopped, and there was a crump as he dropped to the ground, unconscious before he reached it. Caleb turned to face Jeff, who had watched the series of events open-mouthed. Caleb was about to say something when he heard the sound of a cell phone ringing.
"You going to answer that?"
Caleb asked Jeff. As the biker reached into his pocket for his cell, Caleb smiled. This one wasn't a fighter, that was for sure.
"Tommy,"
Jeff said a few seconds later.
"Where are you? We have a situation here."
Caleb watched as Jeff listened. Then he reached out his hand and beckoned to the biker.
"Give me the phone."
"He wants to talk to you," Jeff said before handing the phone over. Before he spoke to Tommy, Caleb asked him a question.
"Where is he?"
"An hour away," Jeff replied. Caleb nodded. By the time Tommy got here, everything would be over.
"Tommy, good morning."
Caleb kept the smile on his face, hoping that Tommy would be able to sense the expression through his tone.
"We've not actually met, but my name is Caleb." "You're the situation?"
Tommy asked. From the sound of the call, Tommy was on a headset. Caleb could hear wind whistling and the sound of his motorcycle engine.
"Sure am,"
Caleb replied, keeping an eye on Jeff to make sure he didn't move. He jiggled the bat in the biker's direction as a warning to not try anything, not that Caleb thought he would. Jeff seemed to have more sense than that.
"I was hoping you might be closer. It'd sure be good to catch up. By the time you get back, Mary will be back at home, where she belongs." "Is that right?"
Caleb heard Tommy reply.
"Put Jeff back on." "Jeff, would you turn around for a moment, please?"
Caleb said, ignoring Tommy's request.
"Why?" "Just turn around,"
Caleb said, putting the baseball bat on the ground.
"I'm not going to hit you with the bat, don't worry."
With a look of apprehension on his face, Jeff did as instructed. Caleb rabbit punched him hard in the back of the neck and watched as the biker crumpled to the floor without a sound.
"Jeff's busy," Caleb said into the phone, "and your other two lackeys are similarly indisposed. You chose the wrong community, Tommy."
"I'm coming after you, preacher man," Tommy growled down the line.
"You think you can turn me over?"
"You got another thing coming."
"It's too late, Tommy," Caleb said. "But even if it wasn't, I've taken out 3 of your men without losing even a bead of sweat." You think you can take me on your own?" "We'll see about that, won't we?" "No, Tommy, we won't. By the time you get here, I'll be long gone. Much as I'd like to wait around and meet up for a beer, as soon as Mary's safe, my work here is done." "I'll track you down and kill you, you fuck," Tommy said, but Caleb just laughed. "No, Tommy, you won't. But I promise you one thing. If you go within 100 yards of the compound or any of its inhabitants, I will come back for you. You won't see me coming. I will find you, and I will kill you." Caleb paused. "That, my friend, is a solemn promise. Do you understand?" "Who the fuck do you think you are, Liam Neeson? Do you understand, Tommy?" Caleb asked, but as he finished speaking, he realized Tommy had disconnected the call. Caleb didn't care. He had delivered the warning he wanted to. Whether Tommy took any notice of it was up to him. Caleb dropped the cell phone on the ground and picked up the baseball bat. A few seconds later, the phone was in pieces. With a glance at the 3 men on the ground, none of whom were going anywhere in a hurry, Caleb walked over to the barn. It was time to find Mary. Chapter 39. Andrea. Andrea prodded at the skillet with the tongs, flipping the French toast over as she had seen Mary do so many times before. Next to the skillet was a small pan with a blueberry brown sugar compote gently simmering. Behind her, with his head in his hands, was Terence. He was sitting at the kitchen table staring at a cup of coffee she had placed in front of him a few moments previously. "Sore head?" Andrea asked, earning herself a dark look from her father. She smiled, although it was the last thing she felt like doing. When she had woken up earlier, Caleb was gone. Andrea had hoped she might be able to say goodbye to him before he left, but it was not to be. A few moments later, Andrea placed the French toast onto a plate, spooned some of the compote on top of it, and sprinkled some maple syrup over Terrence's breakfast. She placed it in front of him, resting her hand on his shoulder for a moment. "Thank you," Terrence said as he picked up his knife and fork. Andrea walked over to the kitchen window and stared out at the trees. Their branches were waving gently in the wind, and her thoughts turned back to Caleb. Although she knew in her heart that his decision not to lie with her was the right one, it still hurt her that what she had thought about for so long hadn't happened. But if it had happened, how would she feel now, with him gone? She blinked a couple of times, not wanting to cry, and offered up a small prayer for his safety. Just as she was finishing her silent prayer, Andrea heard an approaching engine. A moment later, Terrence's truck rounded the corner of the road and pulled into the graveled area in front of the farmhouse. To Andrea's delight, she saw a familiar face behind the wheel. "Terrence!" Andrea shouted. She turned to look at him, his hand frozen midway to his mouth with a fork full of toast. "She's here! Mary's here!" As Andrea danced over to the kitchen door, she heard the sound of the fork clattering to the table. She threw the door open and ran outside, meeting Mary as she climbed out of the truck. Andrea threw her arms around the older woman, burying her face in her clothes. A few seconds after that, she felt Terrence's arms around her, enveloping both of them in a hug. "Are you okay?" Andrea heard Terrence ask, his voice muffled. "I'm fine," Mary replied. She disentangled herself from the pair of them and looked at Andrea, tears streaming down both their faces. "Caleb's fine as well. He's got some hidden talents, that man. He asked me to thank you." "For what?" Andrea asked, her voice breaking. "He said for everything," Mary replied with a smile. "For showing him the way." Chapter 40. Sergeant Ambrose. "Control to Car 1. Ambrose sighed at the crackling radio. He had been just about to put cream and sugar into his coffee, the sweeteners his wife insisted he used hidden in the glove box of his patrol car. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a call before he'd had his first coffee of the day. "This is Car 1, he replied dejectedly. "Just so you know, Sylvia, I've not had my morning caffeine fix yet." "Protect and serve, Ambrose, remember." He could tell from her voice that Sylvia was smiling. "We got a fire out west. There's a ranch well ablaze. The fire department's en route, but can you attend, please?"
As Sylvia gave Ambrose the location of the fire, he realized it was the one belonging to the demon's disciples. Knowing that he had time to at least get his coffee to a drinkable state, he completed his task before wedging his coffee into the holder in the dash. Ambrose flicked his lights on but left the sirens off. No one would thank him for waking them up not long after the sun had come up. He maneuvered the car out of the lot of the drive-thru and started heading toward the fire. In the distance, he could see a plume of thick smoke making its lazy way into the morning air. A few moments later, he passed the firehouse. The doors were open, but the engine was still in place. The firehouse was crewed by local volunteers, but they should have been on their way. Sylvia had said the caller had phoned them around 15 minutes previously. Ambrose slowed the car and ground to a halt. He walked over to the open door and peered in. Inside the building were 5 men, all of whom he recognized. They were sitting in a line along a bench, talking amongst themselves. "What's going on?" Ambrose asked, injecting some authority into his voice. "You know there's a fire out west." "We do," the man closest to Ambrose replied. "But Bill's got the squirts. He's the only one who can drive, and he's in the can." Ambrose knew Bill well. He was the local butcher. "I can't get my boots on right," another man said. Ambrose looked to see it was the owner of the local deli who was talking. "And my sciatica's at me something dreadful," a different voice added. This one belonged to one of the downtown bar owners. Ambrose felt a smile starting to creep across his face as yet another man started telling the others about the damned zipper on his tunic. They obviously knew where the fire was and were in no hurry to get there. "Can't you get out there, Sheriff?" the bar owner asked. Ambrose looked at him as he massaged his lower back, grimacing for effect as he did so. "See what's going on?" "I could," Ambrose replied, looking at the men on the bench. "But I've not had my morning caffeine yet." He saw smiles breaking out on a few of the faces. "And I'm darned grumpy until I've had that. I'll just be in the car until y'all are ready." Chapter 41. Tommy. Tommy stared at the smoldering remains of his ranch, the anger building in his chest. He'd seen the plume of smoke from miles away, but when he'd arrived, there was no sign of any emergency services. There was nothing left of the building but some charred uprights, and as he watched, one of them collapsed into a shower of sparks. He knew he should go to the barn to see what had happened over there, but what was the point? The woman wouldn't be there now, and he owed Jeff, Doug, and Rex absolutely nothing. Not now. Tommy didn't care if they were dead or alive. He knew his empire, such as it was, had just collapsed like the upright. Despite Jeff's pleas, the ranch wasn't insured. Tommy had no money, no product, and no levers left to pull. It wouldn't be long before the Italians were knocking at his door, but Tommy didn't even have a door left for them to knock on. Tommy glanced over at the mailbox, about the only recognizable thing left on the property. The small plastic flag was raised, and he walked over to retrieve what was inside. To his disgust, it was a small Bible and a piece of paper. He took out the paper first. Joshua, chapter 23, verse 15. Then Tommy flicked through the Bible to find where Joshua's words of wisdom were recorded. He paged through to find the correct chapter and verse. "But just as every good promise of the Lord your God has come true, so the Lord will bring on you all the evil he has threatened, until he has destroyed you from this good land he has given you." The anger in Tommy's chest peaked so hard it hurt. He turned his back on the smoking remains, tossing the Bible to the floor as he did so. Then he walked over to open the top box on the back of his Harley. A moment later, having confirmed that he was locked and loaded, he returned the sawn-off shotgun to its compartment. A few moments later, Tommy was back on the road. He had one destination in mind: the compound where the people who had taken everything away from him lived. Tommy didn't care if the man called Caleb was there. The others would be, and they would soon know that Tommy wasn't a man to be reckoned with. It would be like shooting ducks in a gallery. Then Tommy would be gone. He would have to start up somewhere else, a new name, a new life, but he would have had the one thing he wanted more than anything else: revenge.
As he pulled onto the road leading up into the mountains, Tommy opened up the accelerator of his motorcycle. He navigated the first few bends smoothly before coming to an open stretch of road. Tommy gunned the motorcycle, relishing the feeling of power between his legs. Soon it would all be over. He grinned as he imagined Terrence's head exploding, Mary screaming before the gun was turned on her. Out of the corner of his eye, Tommy saw a flash of movement, something gray behind one of the trees on the side of the road, but he had no time to react before a white-hot line was drawn across his throat. The world started tumbling. He could see sky, then ground, then sky. Then he could see nothing but darkness. Chapter 42. Caleb. Caleb watched as the Harley-Davidson crashed onto its side, skidding along the round surface of the road. Tommy's body bounced a couple of times before coming to a stop, his arms and legs flailing as he rolled after his motorcycle. Then there was a thud as the biker's head hit the road. Caleb watched, disinterested, as it rolled away before coming to a halt a few yards from the rest of Tommy.
"I did try to warn you,"
Caleb said as he unfurled the fencing wire from the tree he had wound it around. Then he crossed to unfurl the wire from the tree on the opposite side of the road. He had one more use for it before disposing of it far away. There was no point leaving any evidence that tied Tommy's fate to Terrence and the others. Working quickly, Caleb righted the motorcycle and put it on the stand. He draped Tommy's body over the pillion seat, ignoring the blood that dripped onto the ground from the stump that was now his neck. Caleb used the wire to secure the body to the motorcycle, then he retrieved Tommy's head from its final resting place. Before he put it into the top box, he looked at Tommy's now dead eyes.
"If you had taken warning, you would have saved yourself," Caleb said. "I'm paraphrasing, but it's from Ezekiel, chapter 33, verse 5, if you're interested."
Caleb got onto the bike and restarted the engine. He put it into gear and moved off, riding slowly so that Tommy's body wouldn't become dislodged. He had several places where he could hide it on the route he had planned through the mountains. It would be found at some point, that was for sure, but perhaps he would send some of his creatures to help out with that. As Caleb passed the turnoff that led to Terrence, Mary, and Andrea's home, he raised his right arm in a salute to them. Terrence's quad bike was parked to the side of the road, the keys under a tire. Then Caleb drove on, easing the motorcycle into the bend that would take the turnoff out of his sight. But he didn't look back. Caleb never looked back.
This is the end of The Preacher, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more thrilling mysteries, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to The Preacher, Book 1 of the Preacher series, produced by Troy Odie, written by Nathan Burrows, performed by Bradford Hastings, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2023 by Nathan Burrows. Production copyright 2023 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.